For real? Oh no. Let's go.
Boston
State of orange. Today. In Berkeley, California. You got it. This one's for three. AJ Hawk, $5,000. USA! USA! USA!
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey! What? Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pig!
Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this What Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. This sports program begins right now.
Football!
It is absolutely magical. We're so incredibly thankful that we get a chance to chat about it every single day. And there's some news that is popping up around the football world that we will certainly talk about, both in college and in the NFL. Yesterday, obviously, we had the incredible honor of being down on Parris Island for Veterans Day, as all 4 of the main league's commissioners dropped a note to the veterans letting them know how much we appreciate them. UFC President Dana White sent a message of appreciation and gratitude to our America's heroes. We also had the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, who sent a message to the young vets out there. And we also had the Commander-in-Chief on the show live. I believe it's the second time that a sitting president has been live on an ESPN show. The last one was from a Democratic political party. This one obviously representing, I guess, the Republican political party. But in my eyes, he's the leader of the military, and we were celebrating the hell out of Veterans Day. Now, there are people who are certainly not the most happy that happened, but what I would like to say, every veteran military person I talked to is very grateful and thankful that we spotlighted the heroes of America who walk amongst us, who are willing to sign a line and go for the United States of America as opposed to anything else. So if you're against what happened yesterday, I'd like to say you hate the troops. And you should go ahead and swallow that, and you can take that to where you want to go. And any president, okay, willing to come on our Veterans Day celebration spotlight show, Commander-in-Chief, head of military, we would be very open to. So we would like to let any president know going forward that if we were allotted the opportunity to go to Parris Island for the first time ever and have a live show in front of actual Marines while they're doing their thing, and if we're going to celebrate Veterans Day, and we're going to have all 4 of the commissioners, the heads of every single league in the United States of America, basically, and also have the president of the UFC global thing come on, and the sergeant major of the Marines, if future presidents, you always be welcome.
Boom.
Also, it was missed. I did reach out to President Obama's team. Okay, President Obama talked to multiple people in President Obama's team. Wasn't able to work because of the quick turnaround. We started this thing on Monday because there was a lot of conversations late last week about this show getting not going to be allowed. There were some people in the government, obviously, that found out about this very late that said, wait, he's going to be allowed to be on Parris Island? We're in the middle of a government shutdown. There's no way. Is any other show allowed on any? Is any other show allowed? No. Well, why the hell is this guy allowed? So end of last week, there was a lot of doubt, and I completely understood the doubt. I thought it was crazy that it was even going to potentially be happening anyways. So once we got the clear and the go-ahead and the stage was built on Sunday on Parris Island in front of that beautiful Iwo Jima statue, it was an incredible thing. As soon as I found out that it was real, then I started piecing the show together because I had no idea if I was just going to be wasting my time doing it before then. So everybody that responded within a 12-hour period, I am so incredibly grateful for, and we are so lucky that we got a chance to spotlight the greats who walk among us, and we appreciate the hell out of the Marines for the hospitality, and you guys are the greatest. What a day yesterday.
Hell yeah.
What a day yesterday. Got a lot of people saying mean stuff to me. Got a lot of people saying mean stuff to me. Yep. Got a lot of people that don't know what a football looks like telling me they're never watching my show again. And I would like to let you know, good. Fuck you. Let's move on. Okay, the Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. A man who played in the NFL for 9 years, one of the biggest football brains in the history of football. Host of Everything DB, Good D, Bad D, Darius J. Butler.
Yes, sir.
Cool day yesterday down there.
Great day. I always love supporting the vets.
Yeah, it was a cool day down there. Hey, Sergeant Major, too, getting a chance to sit next to him, just feel and radiate the machismo that he basically has and has to have. And then the brand new Marines that were sitting out there, they only give yes-no answers. Yeah, it's only yes-no answers. I forgot about that because they're in the middle of their Marine transition as we speak, at the end of their 13-week recruit depot boot camp down there at Parris Island. That was a fun interaction with them.
Oh, yeah.
And they, I think, would say to their family, we oorah'd with the Commander-in-Chief.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we oorah'd with the Sergeant Major. People don't think about that, though.
Pretty memorable Veterans Day for them.
People hate troops.
Yeah, well,
People hate the troops. 12-year NFL vet, Super Bowl champion. Ladies and gentlemen, AQ Shipley.
Yeah,
AQ, you love the troops. We know that.
Love the troops. Yesterday was awesome. Uncle's a former Marine. I mean, it was awesome. I texted you during the show. That was one of the coolest things I've watched.
Did you give an hoorah or no to your uncle?
Hoorah!
There we go.
Nice.
That was a good one.
That would have been good yesterday.
If we would have asked them if that was a good one, was that a good hoorah? They would all say, yes, sir. Whenever AJ did it, was that a good one? No, sir. They said that was a beautiful thing. And legit, I hope the young vets saw that yesterday and learned that the VA is ready. Like, hey, there's a different VA than what it used to be, so hopefully there's an uptick in VA calls for younger vets especially. And I know the OG vets too. I think they're trying to make it all as, great as possible for the veterans who it seems like everybody appreciates on Earth at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Except for some people, but I heard from them. But it does feel like that is the case, and hopefully yesterday we were able to do that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's happening in the sports world. We have big news today. Matthew and Brady Tkachuk will be joining us.
Nice.
Okay, we have a breaking announcement in about 34 minutes or so. Huge breaking news in the hockey world. Let's go to the back. Nikki Skates, Frank Moraldo, 2 hockey players coming on the program today. Good. This is good for hockey.
Who would have thought? 2 hockey players coming on. Dynamic personalities, legacies, second-generation players, both of them. It's a big day.
Yeah, it is a big day. Making a big announcement for the good of hockey, Nick.
Absolutely. Look at this. We're growing the game. People said it couldn't be done. People said the NHL can't get out of its own way. Look what's happening now.
Whoa, we don't know yet. We'll see for the big announcement if it comes together. We'll have J.J. Watt joining us, and then Stanford Steve will also join us because last night the CFP, College Football Playoff Committee, put together their projected 12-team playoff as we sit at this exact moment. At this exact moment, we head over to Hammer, Dahn. AP Tone, what did the CFP committee say with this newest bracket?
So the CFP committee said that, everything from 1 to 5 will stay the same. Obviously, the Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Bama, and Georgia. The first change was Texas Tech jumping Ole Miss because of their win at home against an undefeated BYU team. So that was the first question that had to be answered. Was Texas Tech's win against BYU enough to jump Ole Miss? And it was in the committee's mind. And then you go down. Oregon moved up 1. Notre Dame moved up 1 with BYU's loss. BYU dropped out down to 12 there. You see them as one of the first teams out behind Oklahoma. And then the big surprise of the night was at number 11. And I only say it's a surprise because Miami has a difficult path to the ACC Championship. So this is the bracket right here is just based off of, the committee's rankings. And they have Miami as the highest rated ACC team now. So they slotted them in there basically kind of as the ACC champion. But so everyone knows, Miami has a tough road to get to the ACC championship. They are behind Georgia Tech, Pitt, Virginia, Duke, SMU, and I believe Louisville as far as the ACC standings are concerned. All those teams play each other in a situation. Long road, but there is a path. But right there, I thought Georgia Tech would be there because they are at top of the ACC standings, but Miami was ranked higher, so they're slotted there. That does not mean that they're going to be there unless they get a at-large bid situation, which I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, that would piss off a lot of people in the North and the South, but certainly the people that say for a go to the game would be pumped up about that. The ACC has 1 slot. Independent Notre Dame has 1 slot. Power 5 has 1 slot. Now there's 9 slots left. Is this how you see it kind of forecasting in the end with this many SEC, this many Big Ten teams?
Yeah, I do. I thought that. And then as far as this weekend goes,
and the Big 12. Sorry, Texas Tech. Jesus, I love you guys.
And,
I hope you guys win it all, actually. I hope we're in Lubbock a lot more.
But there is a lot going on this weekend. When you look at Texas and Georgia and then Oklahoma and Bama, obviously Texas and Oklahoma are right there on the bubble. So if you're that ACC team, if you're a Big 12 team like BYU who's barely on the outside, you are praying this weekend that Texas and Oklahoma lose. Because if Bama and Georgia lose, I don't think they're going to drop out of the playoffs, and it's only going to make the resumes of Oklahoma and Texas better so they can then move up and take – you're looking at, if that happens, that's 5-6 SEC teams, which no one is going to be happy about unless you're in the SEC. So if you're other schools and other conferences, you are hoping that Bama and Georgia take care of business this weekend.
And if Pitt beats Notre Dame this weekend, you can open up another spot in the playoffs. So there's a lot of huge games this weekend whenever you think about the college football playoff. And we're only a few weeks out. Mm-hmm. We are right around the corner from this college football playoff starting. We're going to start with 12. We're going to count down to 1.
Hell yeah.
Keep that sweet. I hope they keep the song.
Same song?
Commercial.
They should.
Maybe they should add a little more boom booms to it. I think we all know, hey, that sounded like you guys just kind of low-level AI song. Okay, let's add a little boom booms to this thing. Let's get maybe a remix in there.
Oh, same lyrics, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just like, rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. You just take those lyrics and you just change who's singing it.
Okay.
You just kind of change who's singing it, and that thing's going to be a hit out there.
You think Hootie's going to do it this year?
I wouldn't mind Darius going, starting with 12, counting down to 1. Yeah, he'd be able to nail that.
Yeah.
I think there'd be a lot of people that would potentially want to do it. They might have their own take on the lyrics because there is some seemingly AI-generated lyrics that seem like this is the easiest way to get to this particular word. We could have maybe done a little bit different, a little bit more artistry in it. But we would like to say the bones of that song,
Money.
Perfect.
All time.
they're good. Yeah, they are A-okay there. That might be able to run
Yeah.
for
In perpetuity.
maybe till the end of college football,
Exactly.
which we will never get to see. Thank God for that. So huge weekend for college ball. Also in the NFL, there's some massive news. Let's go to the New York Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, they fire Coach Daboll. He's seen walking out of his house wearing a Penn State hoodie.
Wait a minute.
Penn State needs a head coach. Brian Daboll also has kids that are currently at Penn State.
What?
He would be a massive, splashy hire. He has a lot of history of doing very good things in football outside of what he did for the New York Giants. But how many people can say they did good with the New York Giants is what a lot of people would say if you're in Brian Daboll's camp. Is this the next Penn State Nittany Lion head coach? Let's go to AQ Shipley, Penn Stater. Daboll named head coach of Penn State would make you what?
Very happy.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay, so this is the one. We've been kind of waiting for. We didn't know who it was going to be. We didn't know how it was going to come about. There's more jobs seemingly than there is actual names. Penn State's been sitting there. LSU obviously still wide open. We have no idea who's going to take that job, but we think it's probably going to be a pretty significant name because LSU, from Coach Saban's eyes, 5 stars fall out of trees in Louisiana. You can win in Louisiana no matter what. 3 head coaches, 2 of them had national championships. Now it's 4 head coaches, 3 of them had national championships. So the thought is LSU's good job. Florida, we assume, will be a good job. Penn State, though, in the North, great job for the Big Ten. And to kind of keep the boosters happy potentially, or the money happy, or the fan base happy, you have to make a splashy hire. Daboll would certainly be there, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think anytime you get an opportunity to get a guy that coached with Nick Saban, with Bill Belichick, offensive coordinator at Alabama, and obviously been a head coach, Andy's an offensive genius. We haven't had a good offense 20, 25, 30 years. We need a quarterback.
When were you there?
Wow. We had a good offense when I was there 20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Okay, yeah.
That's what it
I was about
was.
to say, kind of shit on yourself there
No.
as we look at it. Daboll going to be a head coach in college. We think he would do well?
I think he'd be great. He's an offensive genius. He really is, and he understands it. He coached in college under Nick Saban when they had a great offense. So I think that then you take what he learned from Bill Belichick. You take what he learned from being a head coach.
Yeah.
Splash hire, good offensive mind, and you just need somebody to help you navigate the NIL waters.
Kids are at Penn State?
Yeah, one of his kids is, I know one definitely, maybe 2. And he's wearing a hoodie. This is good news.
Yeah, I think he's potentially letting them know, hey, I would be open. The kids are down there, wouldn't mind heading up to State College. And I think I got a chance to chat with him at the Combine. I think he would represent Penn State pretty good. Like, I think he would be a good representation of what they could potentially be as a team. You know, he's very different than James Franklin. They're very different than James.
Oh, yeah.
He's a bit more of a visible optical dog than James Franklin, who I think James Franklin is pretty put together, which, by the way, his name, all these jobs, except for Penn State. You know, you think like, hey, who's the top coach out there? Who's Penn State going to hire? Top coach? Yeah. Who is it? James Franklin. I don't know if they're going to hire him back. I don't know if they're going to hire him back, but it started to look like that because there wasn't a lot of names really for who was going to do it. Daboll getting fired from the Giants seemingly opens a door for Penn State to maybe make a move that everybody will like up there. And I assume Pat Kraft and everybody that's making that decision is like, hold the phone. We got a guy who wants to be here, like very, very bad seemingly, and has a big name. That could be a home run for them. Now, I'm not saying they need to. AQ's not saying that either. AQ is just saying as a member of the Penn State cult, right? You're saying.
That's right.
I'd be pumped about that.
I'd be real pumped.
And he's not pumped about a lot of things.
True.
Ever.
They'll win the headlines for sure.
Yes, they
keep
certainly
calling
would.
him an offensive genius. That's big coming from you.
He is. I mean, he coached with New England when they had Tom Brady. Obviously, what he did down there in Alabama and won a national championship as an OC, then a head coach. Took the New York
You're still
Giants.
skipping Josh Allen out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
His work with Josh Allen
Yeah,
was just
exactly.
another
So
whole
Buffalo,
nother-
obviously Buffalo, Josh Allen.
This
but
guy's
then-
going to be your coach. You need to know at least where
I
the
know,
hell he
I know
was.
all this stuff, but I'm just going. I'm skipping ahead to when he was a head coach, and he took the Giants to the playoffs in his first year.
And then what?
Well, then we had a little skit.
24.
But that'll happen. The NFL is a hard place to win. We talked about that all morning.
College, very easy. I understand that.
Big
But
Ten,
whenever,
tough.
Penn State could be the right spot for him. And we would like to say to Daboll, if you go to Penn State, college football would be pumped. Like, he would be electrifying it.
Yeah.
Does he know anything about all the recruiting? You say he's with Nick Saban. Nick Saban is like the greatest recruiter of all time. Does he know anything about the recruiting aspect of it all? Is he going to be able to do the NIL social part of it? James Franklin had 70 employees working just away from ball, just on everything else that was happening. He automatically inherits that, or maybe there's a change of structure. Maybe athletic department kind of runs that type of stuff. Daboll, you worry about football. We'll kind of handle everything else if we have to, because it feels like Pat Kraft, as somebody's talked to him, feels like he at least understands what it's supposed to be. I don't know if he can hands-on do it every single day, but I think they have a good vision of what it can be with massive financial support behind it. Daboll to Penn State feels like a lock at this exact moment as we sit right here.
Yeah, and like the recruiting aspect of it, it feels like if you have the resume, that speaks for itself more so than the actual recruitment, like the old school recruitment. Because if you have a resume, you don't have to go in there and say like, hey, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I want to do. Like, he made Josh Allen and didn't make him, but Josh Allen's biggest steps as a quarterback, we talk about the lasers all the time, massive part of it, but also Daboll was his OC. So was Daboll putting him in the right spots? And, you know, you can throw in a lot of different things, Diggs coming over, but for the most part, Daboll being the OC was a huge deal for Josh's, you know, success and development and growth. So him having that resume, you could even go to Jackson Dart and be like, hey, look what Jackson Dart was starting to do. Like, I love that guy. One, pretty good talent evaluator, and two, put him in good positions, and that's a massive deal. So like recruiting wise, it almost feels as though Daboll makes that easier because then he has the resume, and as we know, Penn State has the biggest bag, and a lot of coaches are getting out of coaching because that's the only thing that a lot of the recruits actually care about.
Well, just based on like what AQ said and a lot of Penn State people, like they want a big name. They don't want the next big guy in college football. Exactly. They have the money to kind of.
The money people want a big name.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, so if he's available, because I think people thought maybe Daboll would get fired at some point this season, but then they started winning a little bit with Jackson Dart, and it was like, no, he's actually going to stick around. He'll be the guy to kind of take him to the next level. And if you had any knock on Drew Aller, like we were talking about him after the Orange Bowl, maybe being, you know, a top 5 pick in the draft, or I guess before the Orange Bowl. Like, I don't know if he was always good. I don't know if he really ever got any better and took that next step. So if you are like one of those people, it's like, hey, he's a actual quarterback whisperer. Look what he helped do with Josh Allen. Whether that's true or not, like, it's on his resume. If they can get a guy who he can develop into one of the best quarterbacks in the nation and all this kind of other stuff, like it's just a home run any way you look at it. So, like, if you're Penn State, you would almost think, too, that they would want to act on this fast because the longer he's out, like, there is a chance that someone else slides in and he's not there.
And on that note, Daboll can get in the building for the rest of the season here and kind of see how it goes because his boys at school there or whatever.
Like
so
Rich Rod.
He's going to want to go see, get in there. Because he was at the end of the year. Last 2 games, Rich Rod was able to travel with the team, kind of see the team, and they lose to Texas Tech, I think, by like 50 or something. Like they just got absolutely steamrolled. And Rich was like, okay, so we got a lot of like quit on this team. It was like, so he was able to learn the team, learn it out. That was just a couple weeks, let alone if you're able to do it here for like a month, basically, towards the end of the season here for Penn State. Could be a big advantage for them. Good for Penn State, maybe falling into something here that might be perfect for them.
How deep was he into his latest contract? Because what's his money situation? Is he any rush to get into another job or to leave the NFL and go back down to college? It is a head coaching opportunity, but you know how a lot of these guys feel when they get that opportunity in the NFL. I know Big Mike McCarthy talked about it, like, hey, once we get there, it's so tough to get in and stay in. Does he want to take that step back down, even though money-wise in college football shit is right up there with the NFL guys?
That's a hilarious thing. We're just putting Daboll at Penn State. Daboll is like, whoa.
Yeah.
I got 2 years left to be a multimillionaire golfer here. So let's just all go ahead and slow our horses a little bit.
But based on his personality, do you think like that guy needs to be doing something football related?
Oh, and now I'm thinking about the Hard Knocks episode. All the things that Penn State can do with the Hard Knocks clips of Daboll. Daboll looks very cool in a lot of those Hard Knocks clips where he's doing a conversation, wanting dogs, like, hey, need a dog, but you got to be able to control it. Whenever this happens. It's like they'll be able to sell the hell out of Daboll, the person, I think, even though his record with the Giants was not good at all. Worst of all time, I think, right? I think it's the worst. To get to 60 games, I think he has the worst coaching record in New York Giants history, but he got to 60 games. There's other coaches that didn't get to 60 games, I think, right, Bruce?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he won Coach of the Year in 2022, and that allowed him this leash.
40 games, sorry.
Yeah, I think it would be a slam dunk hire, and that he is a great ball coach, and it would be a perfect fit. I didn't even think about that when I saw him sad in the Penn State hoodie. I just said, man, why does the paparazzi keep getting our coaches right after they get fired?
Yeah, because the pizza,
outside?
Joe Judge had the pizza and beer
yeah,
party.
Exactly. It happens every time. So I was bummed just seeing them bummed out like that because, I don't feel like it was even probably the majority his fault with everything going wrong there. But, yeah, I think it would be an awesome fit at Penn State.
All right, let's talk about the Giants now, okay? You talk about the Giants because we're talking about Daboll leaving there. Guess who's starting quarterback? Electricity is. Ladies and gentlemen, Jameis Winston starting.
Wow.
Hey. The Giants are expected to start quarterback Jameis Winston versus the Packers per Jordan
Renan
and Adam Schefter. Incredible breakage of news by those two. Jameis Winston as the starting quarterback. What do we know about Jameis Winston as quarterback? We know he's electrifying. We know he's awesome. We know the boys love him. We know he probably has every defense at least a little bit understood from the amount of football that he has played, because the first 4 or 5 years of his career, he couldn't even see the defense. He had the worst vision in the history of quarterbacks who have eyes in the history of the NFL. He threw the most touchdowns and the most interceptions in one season. So when you talk about playing for your team and the other team, he was doing that, but he couldn't see a damn thing. Then obviously Jameis moves on. He goes to New Orleans Saints, says he goes to university. Then he goes to Cleveland Browns, gets some rub, and on Cleveland Browns primetime games, he gets mic'd up and gets a chance to talk. And the entire world remembers that Jameis always got his fastball. This guy is always preaching, always leading, and he's willing to do whatever for a team. Do we think he's the guy for this New York Giants team at this exact moment? And what do you expect out of Jameis Winston, Daboll?
Oh, I mean, he'll give you an opportunity to win, for sure. And one thing you know about...
Which team?
One thing you know about when Winston's on the field, you got an opportunity to make a play on the ball. That goes for everybody on the field. Everybody on the field, you're going to have an opportunity to get your hand on the field. It can be a good thing, obviously, for your team, or a bad thing, but he's been a starter in this league. He was the number one pick. He's only 31 years old, and he has some continuity with Mike Kafka. I think he had been calling plays, and now he's the interim head coach, so that'll be a good thing. Obviously, all things were going wrong when Russ was in there. Kind of seemed like everybody was kind of out on Russ, but he's also been put in a tough spot here with Jameis because of how bad just everything is around him defensively, offensively. You know, you only get so many opportunities to be that. You much more likely much more happy to go into a spot where, hey, maybe a quarterback is banged up, you got a good offense, you got a good play caller, you can play 4 or 5 good games and have another 5-6 years in the NFL. So this is a tough spot to go in, but he's going to compete. It's going to be good vibes in that offense, in that huddle. The guys seem to like him, so you'll have a chance to at least compete and win a game with Jameis playing quarterback for the Giants.
I'm a believer in Jameis the human, being on a microphone anytime. I don't know if this necessarily makes me a believer in the Giants playing football, but I will certainly have one eye on the game. I will certainly have one eye on the game just to see what Jameis does. And one ear, too. We should have one ear on that thing as well, Con Man.
Yeah, the best part about Jameis playing is strictly the post-game press conferences, whether they get killed or whether they win, just because you know he's going to say some asinine shit.
Or prophetic.
In the best way. Yeah, sorry, asinine, I use negatively there. I meant it in a very complimentary way. Like he's going to say something that is so
absurd,
yeah, so ridiculous that it will be, like A-block news on Monday because of how awesome he is.
Good luck, Jameis.
Okay.
Just one last thing on this, too. I think we're going to get some good nuggets because I know Drew Brees, is calling this game. So, former mentor of Jameis, and he's also going to be able to talk to him, production meetings. So some of the stories we might get from Drew Brees about Jameis that no one's known before, that'd be something to keep an eye on as well.
Packers are 7.5-point favorites. How do we feel as that we look at it right now?
Packers.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I don't know if anybody's changed.
Are you sure? Is LaFleur still the coach? Because I'm taking the Giants.
Where's the game?
Wow. Maybe he's Penn State's next coach. What's that?
Where's the game?
I honestly don't.
It's New York.
Yeah.
Oh, are you out? You just tap out?
On who?
You don't care?
No, I do. But, this is the kind of thing that happens to the Packers. You're hoping maybe, hey, we're going to play.
Yeah, you're right. Giants plus 7.5.
Yep.
This is no questions asked. Giants plus 7.5.
I don't think they'll lose, but, this is going to be way closer than it has any business being.
Well, Jameis Winston's on the other side, so
exactly.
Business meeting,
exactly.
No matter what. Okay. What if Jameis steals a win against the Green Bay Packers, sitting in the middle of MetLife afterwards, looking around, thanking God, maybe a little bit of snow.
Fired coaches game.
They ask him a little bit of lift, a little bit of boost, and then
Packers O-line.
He'll get asked a question of some sort. Jameis Winston have found early success in his first start for 3 previous NFL teams. For the Bucs in 2015, he won 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That doesn't sound great. Saints 2021, he won 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, had a 70% completion rate. And then Browns, he had 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 334 yards.
15 rookie year.
Yeah, and we know at the Bucs he couldn't see anything.
Uh-huh.
Like he actually could not see anything. This guy had no eyes. actually had no eyes.
We saw it, yeah. We saw him squinting.
And this one right here. Who's on what team? I don't know. There's people there. And then every once in a while, that was coming back the other way. He's like, how'd that not go to my guy? And then they show him film. He's like, oh, my guy wasn't even close to that. Gets LASIK, things change. Saints, he does good. Browns, he does good in his start. Maybe it wears off a little bit later, but the Giants have him for this weekend against the Packers. Good luck to them. Now let's go to the Bengals. Joe Burrow, they have opened his return for designation play window, which is 4 weeks. He's back off of IR. Remember, Jason Glazer a couple days ago said that he was aiming for Thanksgiving-ish. Obviously, this is before that, even though Thanksgiving will fall into his return window time, and we would like to let Joe Burrow know we're pumped for you, bud. Joey B being back is great for the NFL, and not that Joey Flack didn't do his thing, but obviously this team goes through Joe Burrow. D-Butch, what are your thoughts on Joey B getting back in the facility and maybe playing a little football?
I just love the message this sends to the organization, the fans, and his teammates that, he's busting his ass and trying to get back as soon as possible. You can easily, for a guy like him who, has the big contract, who you can say, hey, let me get fully healthy and just probably focus on next year because of how this team is constructed and how it looks like it's going to compete down the stretch. So I love this for him getting back out there and competing. Flacco, he did his job. He put up a bunch of points, threw for a bunch of yards. And he also took, I feel like, a lot less hits than everybody else had been taking, a lot less sacks than even Burrow had been taking. So maybe Burrow kind of saw a little bit more of that, get the ball out quick, take care of yourself, but defensively and the things around him have to be much better.
Bengals offensive line able to win anything?
Not good. Not good. They gotta get a lot better, and I think Joe Burrow can make them a little bit better by following the blueprint that Flacco did. He got the ball out on time. He got the ball out quick, not trying to always steal an extra second and a half and push the ball down the field. Let's do this, let's do that, let's get it down the field a little bit, then let's take our shots.
Here's some stats that aren't great for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's not just that their offensive line maybe not great at protecting, but worst scoring defenses in the Super Bowl era. That's since 1966. That's a long time, brother. In 2020, they're giving up 32.4 points a game. That's the Lions. In 1981, the Colts were giving up 33.3 points a game. In 1966, that Giants team, boy, they sucked on defense. 35.8 points per game. In this 2025 Bengals, they're giving up 33.3 points a game. Yeah, that's historically ass on the defensive side. They move on from a defensive coordinator, spend all their money on the offensive side, and basically tell 2 defensive linemen to kick rocks before the season even starts. And this is kind of what happens with the Cincinnati Bengals, Con, man.
Yeah, good for Luann and Remo. Clearly not his fault. But the toughest part for the Bengals is the teams they've been competing for, for the Super Bowl, not the division, for the Super Bowl, are now the wild card teams. Like, they have to go up. There's a chance. I mean, we mentioned it before the show. There's a chance the wild card teams this year are the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. And if you were to say that, before the season, you'd probably be, hung as a witch. But it's one of those things where the Bengals, every single year, something seems to happen to them that gives them some sort of misfortune. And although it does kind of blow, they still have a chance. They're talking about, I think, over the next 3 weeks, I believe it's Steelers, Patriots, Ravens. I'm not sure if that first one's right. But if Flacco can get one of those and then Burrow can come back and run the table, there's a huge chance they end up with 10 wins.
Why not the Bengals?
Do you bring them back if you're the owner? Do you let them play? Like I said,
the owner, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown.
How much am I paying you?
Yeah, we're paying this guy, right?
Can you get out there? Now, on that note, what you're talking about is sound football mind. If you're not that Mr. Brown isn't, I'm just saying he is a frugal business sports mind. What we are saying from outside looking in, Joey Flack's doing okay. Your team's not going to win a Super Bowl this year. Do you want to put Joey B, who has been injured multiple times, including right now, do you want to put him back out there and potentially risk something for next season whenever you're maybe back? Is that what you're
That's what I'm just thinking, because he's clearly your franchise. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Had an MVP caliber season last year. He's dealing with turf toe, which we know sounds, not that bad, but turf toe sucks, especially if you one hit, one step the wrong way. It can start impacting next season already. So it's depending on where the team is, when he is fully healthy, I know he's going to want to go, but sometimes from that top, you got to protect the player from himself at this point. So that's the only thing I'm probably thinking and considering.
And in part two, it's just what the offensive line is. You know what the defense is in. Are you going to really throw them out there and say, hey, Joe, if you don't score 45 points, we're still going to lose, so you kind of need to be perfect.
I don't think it's about winning the Super Bowl. I think for them it's like, hey, Joe, we are our entire franchise. We paid both your wide receivers because you wanted us to. We paid you because you wanted us to. Like, you're our franchise and you can play. And I think in Ohio, he's an Ohio guy too.
True.
They're not. They don't. Hey,
he's going to want to play. He's already showing that.
And also Bengals most fans are going to want him to play because I think it's Ohio people. And if I had to guess, I'd say ownership. Hey, how much did we pay you? Yeah, we're at least filling up the stadium here to get these tickets back. I'm not saying that's the right decision. I'm just telling you, in this particular case, situations are situational. I don't think there's even a thought by anybody in that building to save this shit for next year. I don't think so.
No, if they have like a 1%, 2% chance of making the playoffs and he can come back, because like you said, they're probably thinking, hey, we need to make the playoffs so we can sell the limited edition, Bengals T-shirts, squeeze out as many additional shekels as we can. And like you said, he's going to want to play no matter what. So if they deem that he's healthy enough and there is even like a shred of a doubt that they can make the playoffs, like he's definitely going to play.
Yeah. Sorry, this entire computer just crashed over here, so we're trying to fix this thing as we're live on air. But I think he's going to want to play. He's going to want to play, and we would like to let Joey B know we appreciate him doing it. Let's stay safe. Yep. I told Patrick Mahomes that. As soon as I saw him on Saturday. I think I've already said this on the show, but it needs to be restated. We said it to Joey Burrow, too, whenever he came on the show. Hey, enough with you just taking these hits that you're taking. The entire city goes as you go, brother. And it's like, Joey B was like, I think he told us, I like taking it. It kind of wakes me up when I get in there. It's like, well, just get punched in the face before you go out there.
Yeah.
Let's do a controlled punch in the face so you can kind of wake up and feel tough. But as we're playing here, we need you to be healthy. Joey B started his career taking huge every week. I mean, there was a shot one week where his head was dislodged from his body. Like his helmet was sitting outside of his shoulder pads. He was against Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, Fletcher Cox.
And then he bang, and then he goes down. And then he comes back later and leads them back to a tie. Remember, they had a tie game or whatever. He went back on the field. Then there's one down the sideline where he like lowers his shoulders, gets like bamboozled, flipped up over top. There's one where he's running back and forth, blindsided, dead. It's like we saw in the first couple of years just Joey Burrow just getting crushed. We had so much faith in him with how good he was going to be, but he couldn't stay healthy. This one's freak injury here. This foot one feels like a freak injury, so I assume he's very bummed out about it. But it's like if they can't protect him and they can't stop anybody, should there be a question on whether or not we roll the dice on next season here?
I know it's anti-football, as a football player, the people in football, but as far as business goes, because the money is paid, it's already tied up, and you know who he is. Not like he has to go out here and prove himself to anybody. So that's just a question. But obviously, Joe, what's that?
He's got to prove himself to those season ticket holders because that was confirmed.
What's that?
That everybody was like, get me out of here. I don't want to go to the jungle ever again. This place freaking sucks.
Yeah, but when the ruler of the jungle is good, it's a good jungle.
That's a good point.
It was up there. I thought it was a cool jungle.
That was sweet.
I thought it was a cool jungle. Other big news here, Jared Goff got a little sauce. He was on with
97.1.
Foxy knows the name.
Doug Karsh.
And what's the name of the
Carson Anderson.
Carson Anderson. So Jared Goff was joining Carson Anderson. I'll tell you, Karsh looks awesome, the guy that gave this question to him. And Jared Goff, hey, he's got a little sauce to him. I didn't know that. Here we go.
Javon Kinlaw got in your face at one point back when they had a player ejected. What was that interaction all about? What was said back and forth?
Yeah, he was not. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he was really saying. He jumped off sides. I told him he jumped off sides. He said, I know, and I don't know why he was so excited about jumping off sides, but he was. And then I think that was before or after they punched St. Brown in the face, and so I can't wait to see Louis Riddick break that one down this week for us on Turning Point.
Okay, so Louis Riddick, Turning Point. This all goes back to the situation with
Brian Branch.
Okay, when Brian Branch he had a scene.
Punched Juju in the face.
And then Turning Point with Louis Riddick on X basically put out a clip. Out of context is what everybody was saying, NFL Film was saying. But basically they were trying to build up why the punch happened and why Brian Branch felt obligated to do as such. They put it out there. It was a terrible read by whoever was running social media and decided to put it out. NFL Films actually deleted it off of X and asked us to say, like, hey, we did not want to do it. That is not the objective of what we're trying to do. That's not what we're looking for. Lions people didn't forget about it, though, huh, Foxy?
No, everyone was really mad about that. It felt like a hit piece. It was just right after the Chiefs and the ref situation. So Lions fans were pissed off about the refs. They were pissed off about that. And then now I love seeing this out of Jared Goff having a little shit to him and kind of stirring the pot here with Lou Riddick. And that's just, it's kind of the Detroit mentality here, and Jared Goff is embracing it.
Yeah, you guys are kind of getting calls, though, because I saw on Daron Payne's Instagram story, maybe he wasn't the only one throwing punches to helmets.
Really?
Daron Payne has been suspended for a game for the punch that he put on Amon-Ra St. Brown. But he says, why don't we take a little closer look at this situation on the left center of the screen there. It's Amon-Ra and Daron Payne. There's a push, there's a shove, and then watch Daron Payne's helmet here. Boom. That was a right to the face. So Deron Payne posts this and says, oh, okay, I get suspended a game because everybody sees what I do. But how about Amon-Ra St. Brown here right in front of a ref? Look,
Ref's right
there's
there.
a ref eye on it, literally a hat on it. He punched him right. Hey, yo, whoa. So obviously they were into it. First of all, love that Amon-Ra St. Brown's getting into it with a defensive lineman. Okay, it's a wide receiver, your best wide receiver. He's in the middle of fighting actually with a defensive lineman, a big one, a dog for the other team. So obviously he's a guy that likes to mix it up. We appreciate that. But basically what Dahn was saying was, okay, so I'm getting suspended for one game. When you get suspended one game, that is without pay. Okay, so it all, like some of the announcements that'll come out, they're like, he's suspended without pay. I think that's normally whenever the game check is maybe a little bit lower. This one, they're like, he's suspended for a game, and they didn't say without pay. Every suspension is without pay. You don't work that week. I think his game check is very big.
Yeah.
Like, if our math was right, we think it's about $1 million, this guy. He's losing a game check and getting suspended. Clearly can't be doing sneak right hooks. Can't be doing it, especially on primetime. Terrible decision. But he's like, so the guy gets punched as a hero, okay? He punched me in the face earlier. Now I'm getting fined and suspended basically for a game for what I did. Interesting how the Detroit Lions
once again
are now always on the right side. Is the league pushing the Detroit Lions?
Once again, carrying their water a little bit. But it does surprise me. Amon-Ra St. Brown mixing it up with a big dude. I seen his pops. I can kind of tell how he was raised. He can get into it with anybody. But it does surprise me that the ref, number one, didn't throw a flag. I don't think I've ever seen a punch thrown or whatever you want to call it, punch, slap. Somebody get hit in the face in the helmet in front of the ref and it not be a flag thrown. A lot of times coaches say, hey, the second guy always gets caught or get in trouble. So I would tell Payne, just slap in the mouth right there, so that way you look at the whole play, the whole situation. Maybe you find both of them, maybe you throw both of them out the game. Whatever it is, you don't wait until.
No. You're saying nobody throw any punches.
If a punch is thrown, you throw one back. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I.
We're already in the scene.
We're in the scene. You got punched. You got the right to defend yourself. That's once again. This is me speaking from my standpoint, and I think it would have been handled differently if it was that way because we all just saw the Payne punch. We're like, damn, what the hell did St. Brown say to him? Because it was so far separated, two different instances. But not surprised at all from St. Brown.
How you guys are fighting each other a lot down there in the trenches. Like you, offensive linemen, hand-to-hand combat. That's literally what every single day is. We're big bodies, hand-to-hand combat. D linemen as well. They work on their hands a lot. A lot of them get into boxing. Max Crosby, I think, spars with UFC fighters during the offseason to kind of get prepared for that. So hands being thrown and everything like that, kind of normal for football as a whole. It's the post-play shenanigans that the NFL absolutely hates, right, AQ?
Well, that's why the coaches always try and get it out of practice because typically how you practice is how you play. They don't even want you practicing throwing a punch in practice because, first of all, it's going to make you tired. You're going to be dog shit on your next play. And then you can't do it in a game, so it's like, what's the point of doing this, right? Like, there's no point. And when you do that, you get suspended or you get fined, and now you're out the next game. It's just, there's nothing good that can come from. BA used to just run guys for the entire practice.
That's what BA said. He's fighting doesn't happen in my practices or whatever. It's like, don't you kind of like fighting? He goes, no, fighting's a penalty. I don't like fighting. No, if they want to get after it in between the whistles, you do what you got to do. But afterwards, we're not having the big scrum, the big fight that we have seen and become accustomed to in the training camp practice, joint practice is how there's always a fight there. And we as former players, me as former player that's watched a lot of these practices, goes, that's a guaranteed fight every single time. And BA's on the opposite end of that. BA's like, no, it's not. You just run these guys. They want to fight? Sweet. Now we're running. Hope you had a blast. This is Thursday of training camp. You missed an entire practice just doing cardio because you guys wanted to fight because of it being a penalty or whatever. I still believe, though, that if I'm head coach of a team.
You want to see it?
Yeah. And my guys better be all in there, too. We better have 114 people in this fight if we're going to have it. If not, we're showing it on team meeting. We're asking where this person is. But on that note, I guess you are kind of sending a wrong message to the boys, especially whenever actual games start coming around.
What about veteran guys? Because, I know early on I used to love to mix it up. That was, my way as, a guy trying to make a name in the league. That was my way to, hey, I ain't backing down, right? I'm going to be in this fight. But as I got older, once I saw it, I'd start to back away a little bit. Boys, good job over there. You guys are doing great. I'm not wasting my energy. I'm not getting out of breath because I got another period to run 38 more plays.
Yeah, for you, though, wouldn't they just kind of take their hands on your forehead like this and you would just be doing this underneath?
Hey, remember, I trained UFC. I could kick. I could do all kinds of things.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. Big news out of Jacksonville, Duval. The day after the draft, this past year, the brand new leadership group down in Jacksonville, Stoner and Liam Cohen, did a press conference about trading a bunch of picks to get up to number 2. Okay, they draft Travis Hunter. That came out of nowhere. Huge pop for draft night for us as our draft spectacular and for everything else. So then Stoner the next day does a press conference, and he basically says, drafting Travis Hunter at number 2 is showcasing that football can be lived outside the box. Football is a sport that you're supposed to kind of explore the boundaries. Football is a sport that you're supposed to take to the next level. Football is something that is right now, but it can be different in the future, and players like Travis Hunter are the guys that are going to change it. And that's why we took a big swing to all of our fans to say, hey, we are going to try to move in a positive direction and a different direction than in the past. We got a player that is an anomaly. We got a player that's unique. We got a unicorn. We got an alien in Travis Hunter. And I felt the excitement all the way in Indianapolis. I think we felt excitement across the entire country. Congratulations to Jacksonville, we said. And congratulations to Travis Hunter, who's a guy that's going to attempt something that nobody's ever really been able to do in the history of the NFL. There's been a lot of great athletes that have played in the NFL. There's been players that have played on both sides, but only in small packages because it's so many reps on both sides. How could your body hold up? How could your brain hold up with it all? Travis Hunter was trying it. At the beginning of the season, we're more on offense than we are on defense. Then we're getting 100-some snaps on defensive side, 100-some snaps on the offensive side. Everything's rolling, and we're thinking to ourselves, wait a minute, Travis Hunter's about to do something that we've never seen before. He might not be as good this year at both these positions. He's certainly splashy and everything like that. But next year, with the amount of experience, he might be able to do this for the foreseeable future, and we might be talking about one of the greatest football players of all time. Then on Thursday in practice, we hear of an injury. On Friday, we find out that he's out. Then they put him on IR. Then we get a response that the ACL is intact, and we're like, well, if they're looking at the ACL, that means something really not good. Turns out LCL is torn, and he has been put on the bench basically for the rest of the season to get healthy and to gear up for next year. So, D-Bud, I ask you, as a person that was a wide receiver and a DB, obviously focused more on DB once you got to college and into the NFL, we all wondered if his body was going to be able to hold up. I'm not saying his body quit here on a Thursday practice because things can happen. I mean, which is even more so a part of playing 2 positions. You're very vital to the team. If you lose one person, you lose 2 positions. It's very difficult. That's a whole nother conversation about somebody playing on both sides of the ball. How should we view this, you think, at this moment with this news? And what do you think the future looks like for Travis Hunter?
I mean, I'm still all in on Travis Hunter and him maybe being that unicorn. You know, we saw him do it at the collegiate level, at the high level, to win the Heisman Trophy. And we saw them move mountains to jump up to number 2 and go draft him. Anybody getting drafted number 1, number 2 overall at whatever position, the height of your expectations are you could be potentially, you know, one of the best players ever in the league. That's why you're drafted so high. So I'm still all in on him. The injuries happen. It's football. It's 100% injury rate. Everyone is going to get hurt. It's unfortunate that it happened in practice early in his rookie season. We saw so much more that he could do on both sides of the ball, and I'm still high on him. I still think he can do the both ways thing. He just has to get healthy. Now he has the rest of this season to get healthy, get his body in shape, and more so the mind. The mental part of the game is what I think most, even pros, former pros, are like, hey, it's tough just to play week to week on one side of the ball. So that'll be the biggest challenge for him going forward, is between the ears, you know, handling both positions.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. I think he needs to just focus on one side. I think.
Okay, so you're saying he's saying I'm still in on the Travis Hunter experience. You're saying, nope. This was an indicator from the football gods that he needs to just go ahead and focus on one side of this thing and give him a package maybe on the other side?
I'm still all in on him. Yeah, exactly. I think he needs to be focusing on one side. And for me, it would be wide receiver because that's where I think he can have the most damage. And whenever you look at the other side of the ball, okay, maybe put him in on some nickel situations or some third down situations, give him those looks in practice. Hey, these 15 things you're going to focus on defense, we might sprinkle you in, but most of the time, you are an offensive player. You're going to help us score points. It's a points-driven league. Let's let him focus there.
Would that be abnormal to guys in the past? That would kind of be similar to what other guys have maybe done in the past. Right?
Yeah, rarely. So
no, yeah, I'm not saying
but
I'm saying
like
2-3.
Yeah, like Deion Sanders. You know, hey, we got these 10, 15 plays you may run. Julian Edelman, he played a little DB. Troy Brown played some DB before him, but more of like a cat coverage. You got that type of guy. But if you're running in any type of sophisticated deep and everything sophisticated on this level. It's a week to week. Like we're playing the Rams this week and we're playing the Cardinals next week. Those are two different offenses or defenses. But I'm still with it because I've seen him do so many things that I've never really seen done before. So I still want to see where it can go, kind of maybe selfishly. But at AQ, if I'm a coach, maybe I do go from the saying, hey, maybe put him on one side. But as a fan, I still want to see the experiment work out.
You could argue the only bright spot in the last 3 weeks for the Jags was Travis Hunter in London going up against the Rams, and I think he went for 108 and a touchdown. He was the only player to score for the Jags. I think they lost 35-7, but it does seem as though, hey, 20 and in, you're going to play corner when we're in the red zone, and guess what? We're going to need one here. Why don't you go out there, get your hands on that ball, maybe get a turnover, and then at least he can focus in Liam Cohn, offensive coach. Get in that system, you help out Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, offensive coach is a big deal,
too.
I think. Yeah, offensive coach is going to want to, hey, I got ideas. And he's the head coach of the team, and he is faster, quicker, explosive, and has good football IQ and feel. So we're not saying Travis Hunter not going to be a great NFL player at this point. None of us are, right?
No way. Yeah, he's awesome.
We all think he's going to be an incredible.
For sure.
But what's it going to look like is the big question. They will only be able to figure that out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news live from Wave Sports and Entertainment, the leader in digital entertainment for next generation audiences. I think that's bullshit. But on that note, they are launching a brand new show. Run it, Foxy.
This is Wingmen. Two brothers, one mic, absolutely no filter. Hey, do you have to wipe your with your left hand? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're a goalie, how many fights a year would you have? Like, if there's a partial scrum and he's kind of involved, my toes are at the red line. Coffee with some protein powder. Time out. I love you, but you're nuts. Post the blooper reel right after. That'd be epic. Before episode 1 drops out of college. Okay, now I'm in my own head. But before episode 1 gets released, I said the first thing I did. Again. I said it again. What's up, everyone? It's Matthew Tkachuk here. Oh, I said it's Matthew Tkachuk here, not I'm Matthew Tkachuk. Sorry. Let's redo that one more time. The first and only one more, and this is all she wrote. I'm going to mic drop after. Let's get into it.
Hell yeah, let's. From the people that brought you the New Heights podcast, now bring you Wingmen with joining us now, Matthew and Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, boys.
Boys, congratulations. Doing a show like this, especially with the people from Wave who've obviously accomplished the brother podcast to the highest of new heights for sure, is a beautiful thing. Let's start with you, Matt. Matt, when did you know that you guys wanted to do a podcast, and what are you kind of hoping that this podcast will show to the world?
I would say it was right before playoffs when we were offered kind of something along the lines of a podcast, and both of us are in playoffs. We're like, all right, we'll talk to you, down the road, and we'll figure it out. And I think it started to slowly pick up a little bit of steam in the summer after winning. And I don't know, it just kind of happened really quickly, and finally is actually happening. So for us, it's super exciting. Our first episode drops tomorrow on November 13th, but throughout the NHL season, it'll be on Wednesdays. But we're just super excited. Like, we FaceTime pretty much daily, weekly, whatever. Now we're getting paid to do it once a week. Are you kidding me? So it's pretty exciting. And I'm just super excited to grow the game. Our dad always said, you better leave the game in a better place than when you got here. I mean, there was a few F-bombs obviously thrown in there, but
that's good.
But this is our best way of doing it, and we're super excited. We feel like we're the luckiest guys in hockey. We're given like a golden ticket right now. I don't know why they chose us to do it, but we are so excited.
Well, we as hockey fans feel like we've been given a thing on a golden platter here with you two chatting more about the game that a lot of people need to fall in love with, and they will, especially if they see it. So more eyes on the product, the better. Brady, let's chit-chat a little bit about the plan for the show. We're going to have guests. We're going to be chit-chatting because Jason and Travis, they chit-chatted about at the beginning of New Heights about how, we get a chance to catch up basically weekly. And to your point, Matt, they're going to pay us for this. Are you guys having guests on there as well, or are we going to learn more about the hockey culture, you think, through this show? And that's a great thing, I think, for hockey, Brady.
Yeah, I think for the first bunch of episodes, I think it's just gonna be us talking, of course, majority hockey, but the thing about Matthew and I, we're interested in all sports. We are so competitive growing up, and then just other life things. I think that's what's our FaceTimes are usually about, where we're just kind of just talking about what's kind of going on. So we're excited about just kind of building off that, and I think down the road invite some guests and really have a great time with them.
We know the Wave people are incredibly talented. Can't wait to see the clips as well, which people will be able to follow along with. Excited to see what you boys bring to hockey. Brady, Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, boys, thanks again for fighting Canada this year. That was incredible in the Four Nations. That moment will live on forever, no matter what. But, Brady, I wanted to ask you, since your brother plays for the Panthers, you've been able to kind of see, a Stanley Cup kind of what's equation, or basically the things that the Panthers were able to do to get there and complete the journey twice back to back. Are there things you pull from that to kind of implement into your own locker room? You're the captain, you're the one that kind of sets the tone. Are there things you pull from the Panthers and Matt and Brad Marchand, because he's the best player on the team, things that you can bring to Ottawa?
Yeah, no, I've been around the last 2 years, and just talk with Matthew, throughout them. I think the number one thing that I've taken from them, and from especially Matthew, battling through stuff, is just the resilience of, day in, day out. It's a new day, it's a new opportunity, and just, if things are kind of hitting the fan a little bit, that just, just stick with it and believe you're going to win. So I think the resilience from Matthew, especially, that kind of translated to that group, is something I've taken and tried to implement with the Ottawa Senators.
I don't know if Ottawa has an elbow room or not, but hopefully they get a chance to enjoy as much as they have down there in South Florida. Maddie, let's talk about it a little bit. You're injured right now. How's the body feel? I saw you whenever we did game day with the Hurricanes. Had a little bit of a limp there. Obviously, you were nowhere near 100%. Where are you at now? Both of you, I guess. We'll start with you, Matt. Where's the body at? How do you feel? And what does the season look like for you other than just the Wingmen podcast?
Yeah, I feel really good right now, on track, if not better, for my return here. And we have like the little, I don't want to say we have a date, a solid date, but we have a little, a 2-week period where I'm planning to be back by. And I've been really, really happy with how it's gone so far, obviously coming with winning last year and the effects of it. It's just some of the things you got to deal with. So I'm recovering. I feel better than ever. I'm excited to get back on the ice with the boys. I miss it so much. Like Brady and I were talking about actually on our practice podcast. It's like our biggest passion in life is hockey, right? And we love playing it more than anything in the world. But right now, like all we get to do is talk about it. So it's actually been really fun kind of going through this process. And I just think people are going to listen to it a lot.
Well, I hope you also explain to the people how injured everybody is in hockey, seemingly at all times, and you guys just never talk about it. Hey, it's an upper body. Well, what part? Just it's north of the Mason-Dixon Dickett line. Just know that it's from up here. Don't ask any questions. Brady, for you, how do you feel? What's going on with your body, and what are your expectations on the ice for the season?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm 4 weeks, post surgery, and finally able to grab my stick and stick handle and stuff. There's a couple weeks of no pucks, no stick, just bag skating. So that was a lot of fun to do. Man. But
the worst. It sounds like that sounds like the worst.
The worst.
Yeah.
All time worst. But it's good that now able to stick handle and hopefully back in the next couple weeks, and just feeling really good about our team. We're finding a way and really excited just to get back and go to battle with them.
Yeah, Florida Panthers kind of ass right now. Ottawa kind of good right now. Hope you're enjoying that during the Wingman podcast. Debut episode tomorrow. Will come out Wednesdays throughout the season. Brady, did you lose your dangles because you weren't able to control the puck at all? Did you walk out there and look like a dipshit on the ice whenever you got back in the stick in your hand, Brady?
Oh, I had my boxing gloves still on, so it was some tough so 2 weeks to work on it.
Okay, Ty has the last question for both of you. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, for both you guys, obviously winning the Stanley Cup is the end-all, be-all. It's what you're trying to do each and every year. But with the Olympics coming around and given how vital you guys both were to USA's team in the Four Nations, how important does that become? I mean, even right now, we're kind of starting to talk to it or talk about it because it is getting closer. Ultimately, where does that rank when it comes to winning a Stanley Cup or having the opportunity to win an Olympic gold medal?
I
think that the ultimate goal, right, is winning a Stanley Cup. But when you get this opportunity once every 4 years, and for us, it's not even every 4 years. This is our first time being able to compete for our country in the Olympic stage. And hockey to us is the greatest sport in the world. I really think this is why, our friends at Wave wanted to get this podcast going now to build some steam for hockey and get it going. And and just really excite people for the personalities and the sport of hockey for the Olympics. And for us to get that call in June to make the team already, it was like one of the greatest calls you could ever receive. And I just truly think that for the first time in so long that NHL players are going to the Olympics, like, we're so passionate about our country. Like, we want to win gold medal more than anything in the world right now. And I think it's a great time to be a hockey fan. I think it's a great time to be a hockey fan for the Americans. And we're really excited about not only the first 6, but the team that we can have over there. And if the Four Nations was the appetizer, I can't wait for this main dish here in the Olympics.
Yeah, neither can we. And Brady, do you echo his sentiment or have anything to add on about playing for America, where we all get real excited about us beating the hell out of, the founders of the sport, Canada?
Yeah, sure.
And then obviously Eastern Europe is having quite a showing in hockey, but whenever we're winning, we're a lot louder. We like to be obnoxious about it. Are we going to have that in the Olympics, and what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, there's just so much pride playing for the U.S. and just felt like, you weren't just playing for the guys in that room. You're truly playing for everybody in the country, everybody that serves, protects, our country, keeps us safe. You really feel like you're playing for something bigger than yourself. And I really can't believe it's 90 days away. So fired up.
All right, well, you get those boxing gloves off your hands, okay? We need you to have some good punch, brother, okay? And keep those boxing gloves on when we're fighting the other country. We appreciate you, boys. Good luck with Wingmen, debuting tomorrow. You can download that where all podcasts are seen. They have a bunch of social media platforms as well. And then it'll be on Wednesdays throughout the rest of the year. We will certainly be watching, and we appreciate you for stopping by and giving us an opportunity to chat about it. Good luck, boys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat, as always.
I wish you guys would have spoken unison, but one's in Canada, one's in South Florida. I mean, that's how it's going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kachucks.
Yeah, boys.
Those are good Americans right there.
That's right.
Chucks are good Americans. Talking about hockey would be good.
Yeah.
I think anytime we get more players talking about hockey, the better. Because the hockey culture is like, don't talk. So then you don't really get to know about it because there's no real personal connection to anybody that's in hockey because they literally have been told their entire life, hockey isn't about you. It's about the team. But then you realize once you start kind of sorting through it all, it's like hockey's got great moxie. These boys, they'll eat pucks, lose their teeth, drink 45 beers, get out there the next day with a broken back, play for the boys. It's like, I think anytime we get to learn more and more about a sport, it's better. Hockey is certainly one of those, and they're only up and to the right at this point. Wingmen should be beautiful with the Kachucks, debuting tomorrow. That's from Wave, the leader in digital entertainment for next generation audiences. I think there's some stats about all that, but nonetheless, Wave, you are awesome for making this happen with the Kachucks. We'll be back on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life.
We have a great Texas boy named John. Okay, what's your last name, John?
John Mactoff.
Have you ever kicked a ball before?
I have.
When?
Growing up, I played soccer. In high school, I kicked kickoffs and onsides.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
All right, so I've never met anybody that just kicked kickoffs and onsides. Does that mean because you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with the football?
So my junior year, I missed an extra point. We lost to the state champs by 1, and I was removed.
Oh. Redemption comes today for you, John. Here's the deal. Redemption is obviously sweet.
Hey, looky here. He's taking his shoes off.
Okay, we're going barefoot. Okay, we got the Texas Tech Red Raiders cheerleader squad, which I believe is the best in the country as well. We got finger guns all over the place. We got phones everywhere trying to witness this moment that you will remember forever. Your kicking story doesn't have to end with a missed extra point, brother. It can end with one kick for $500,000.
I mean, just
$500,000 here in Lubbock, Texas. $500,000, John. One shot. Redemption is sweet. Oh! All right. That's not fun. That is not how I thought this was going to go.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Johnny deserves one more shot at a Wichita.
John.
New ball. We got a new ball.
Yeah, but if you don't stand for anything, you fall for everything.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this? $250,000 to you, $250,000 to a charity here in Lubbock. This is your last kick, and this is your last opportunity, maybe in your whole life, to make a kick. You played soccer your whole life. You've kicked balls forever. Swing through the damn thing and put it through the uprights, and don't let Stanford Steve wave this off.
He likes to do that.
Yeah, make this thing pure, John.
Yes.
Good for John. Good for John. Good for John, man.
That was awesome. Good for John. Good for John. I knew it. I was doing it.
Hey! You did it, buddy.
John!
Congratulations,
John! Yeah, brother. Good
All
job,
right,
man.
John.
Good job, bro. Hell yeah.
John, come get your big check that you need to take to a big bank because you just made a big kick to change your life. We're happy for you.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, UP. Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. Hour 2 of the program begins now. Football! It is the greatest, and it's not just me that gets a chance to chat about it every single day. The Toxic Table does as well, at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. How about the Kachuk brothers launching a podcast into space tomorrow?
Pretty sweet, actually, because like you said, you outside of like maybe spitting chicklets, I feel like current guys who are actually playing right now, like we've said this several times over the last few years, like it'd be nice to hear more from these guys, especially guys who are actually household names, and we just don't. Every once in a while we'll get a player on the show and it's always an awesome conversation, and that's always the first reaction is like, wow, it'd be sweet if we could hear more from these guys on like a more, ordinary basis as opposed to just every few months someone comes on. So for them to be doing it each and every week, like it's awesome.
Yeah, and we say this from a standpoint of, we've been doing this show since 2017?
Yep.
And I'm from Pittsburgh, which is hockey town, USA. I've seen a couple Stanley Cup celebrations.
Maybe
You need to not.
Maybe used to be.
You
They
need
are
to
right
not
now.
do this, okay?
They are right now.
Hey, we are again.
Really?
With the same boys that created
Wow,
this as
that's-
Hockey
that's
Town.
interesting.
They're still there, and we're still doing
the trophy center?
I know you guys had Hockey Beach for a while.
It's
Okay.
still currently down there right now.
Are you?
Yeah.
Talking about the standings?
Sitting right in front
Let's
of
pull up the
AQs.
records. Let's pull.
Wait,
You want to run the records right now?
It's time.
We can run the records if you'd like to.
We played a lot of hockey last couple of years, all right?
And that's actually what Kachuk said just last hour.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, we play a lot of hockey, and you win back-to-back Stanley Cups. That's a long time, and 3 straight Stanley Cups, back-to-back winning of Stanley Cup. That's a lot of hockey. The body did take some wear and tear, but I'll be back. He said I'm ahead of schedule. He said there's a 2-week window that I might be responding or returning in. It's all on good. But if you look up there towards the top of everything, it's right back to what it should be. Pittsburgh Penguins sitting at 5, Boston Bruins at 4, Canadiens, what? I didn't know they could still play hockey.
back.
Carolina Hurricanes, they got some Caniacs down there. And the New Jersey Devils, we know that they're there now. They won't be later. So let's just assume that the 2 through 5 will bump up at least 1 because the Devils will do something to figure this whole thing out. But I don't see the Red Wings. Oh, they're down at 10th. I don't see the Florida. Oh, they're down at 13th. Okay, yeah. Hockey Town's back, I think. In Boston, we saw, I ran into like 4 or 5 people yesterday from Boston whenever we were down there in Paris Island. Man, you all have the same mindset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're all the way back, every sport. Every sport, we're back, yeah. Sorry about it, basically is what they were saying. Short guy, little round guy. He's from Rhode Island, I think. He had a sweet hat. He looked like a picture of what a New Englander about 55, 60 years old should look like. Hands in pocket, sweet jacket. Yeah, we're back. Just kind of should be good. Yeah, should be good. Young coaches too. Yeah, we should be good around the entire thing. It's like I'm around a Masso on a regular basis. He feels as if all the sports are back. You guys actually are. It does.
Yeah, 1,000%. And the Bruins being good is incredible, just because we've really only lost guys. But to what you were saying last hour about the hockey player toughness, Zdeno Chara, Boston Bruin legend. He just went into the Hall of Fame, and Don Sweeney, the GM, gave this speech or this kind of little story on the red carpet to the Hall of Fame or whatever, talking about how Chara, who broke his jaw in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, he went and saw him that night in the hospital, and he walked into the hospital room, jaw, wired shut. Sweeney's like emotional, like, holy shit, this is our captain. Our captain's out. And Chara picked up a pencil and just wrote down, "I'm playing," on the paper or whatever was in front of him. And then the next night or 2 nights after, whenever Game 7 was of the Stanley Cup Finals against the Blues, I believe it was in 2019, he was introduced in the starting lineup, and he had the whole entire, fishbowl faceplate on and everything. So it's one of those testaments just to the hockey player toughness you were talking about.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh has it all again. Okay, The Pittsburgh Penguins are back on top. But from that, my 30th birthday, I had a Pittsburgh Penguin cake. Growing up, I was a diehard Pittsburgh
30?
Penguins 30th birthday. I had a Pittsburgh Penguins cake. Like growing up, diehard Pittsburgh Penguins fan. Couldn't get tickets to the Steelers. Okay, but we could potentially get tickets to get into the Igloo. Obviously, celebrated all street hockey, all deck hockey. Where I'm at, like I'm lifelong Penguins. Actually, lifelong Penguins fan. Can't skate, but I certainly enjoy when the Penguins are good. Since we have retired, I think I've sang the praises of the Pittsburgh Penguins and called Sidney Crosby the GOAT for, 8 years straight now at this point, very loudly. We couldn't get a Pittsburgh Penguin on this show for the life of us, ever. Before we're on ESPN, when we're on ESPN, you name it. There's a lady that works for the Pittsburgh Penguins, an Italian lady, who's the PR person, who has just shut it down at every single turn. Nope. And she's not the only one. It's like every team, basically. All of hockey basically had the culture of nope, not allowed. It's not about them. It's about the team. It's about the team. It's like, well, what about your league? Like, don't you think if we learned about these, like Sidney Crosby's really, we met him at Big Night Out. She and they and he was kind of forced to be there because Paul Skeens was there, Roethlisberger was there, you name it. We had basically everybody from Pittsburgh in their building. So I think they felt obligated to go. Sidney Crosby's like one of the coolest dudes on earth. Threw a football 20 yards through a thing, won $1 million for somebody. Talk shit. Chris Letang talks shit. Evgeny Malkin talks shit. It's like, man, it would be great if you guys would have just done something in the last 20 years that you've been here, because I think we would have only grown our appreciation for the team and for the sport as a whole. So any type of media that hockey does, we love. So we're pumped that Wave is doing that with the Kachuk brothers. I think it's going to be great. I don't know if we just need to see them in just bare. Did you see that?
Yeah, maybe you spruce up the studio space.
Can we tape a hockey stick?
Or puck.
To the wall or
throw
something?
Puck on there.
But I think it's going to be great. And I think once they start talking and we learn about it, it's only good for the sport. So up and to the right. And shout out to Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL, sending a video back whenever I asked him, within 20, 30 minutes, live from the Hall of Fame, saying thank you and happy birthday to the Marines. So it's like, we love the NHL. We love hockey players. We love their culture. We're happy that it's going to be exposed. And here's Sidney Crosby winning $1 million for somebody at Big Night Out. And Chris Letang and Gino said he was definitely going to make it. I didn't think so. He did. Paul Skeens threw 100-mile-an-hour football off of that thing, and it was a magical night. It legitimately was a magical night, and all I thought afterwards was Sidney Crosby's so cool. Why would we not want him to be talking? Well, that's a hockey decision, I guess, that's been made a long time ago. 12-year NFL vet, Super Bowl champion, AQ Shipley's here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get to your talking points, your takeaways here in a matter of moments. Joining us live from Manatee, Ohio, is a man who is a college football national champion, Super Bowl champion, Ryder Cup winner, ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, AJ.
Hawker, how you doing, pal? Big news in the NFL. Brian Daboll gets fired. He leaves his house in the middle of a snowstorm, has a Penn State hoodie on. AQ Shipley goes, he's going to be an ex-head coach of Penn State. That's good news. We have no idea if Daboll, who's Dabes and confused at the moment, even wants to be a college football coach. But it sounds like Penn State people are like, think we found him. And he was on a tabloid. That is exactly who we are looking for. What are your thoughts on potentially Daboll becoming Penn State coach that we talked about in the first hour?
Yeah, it wasn't like my initial thought when he got fired, like, oh, Penn State should go snatch him up. But it does seem to make sense the more you think about it. Like AQ said, they've been looking for an explosive offense for many years now. So Daboll, we know he can score some points offensively and seems to be a guy that can relate to people and recruit some dudes there and hire the right staff. So why not? I would imagine Penn State's at least going to reach out and try to interview this guy.
Has anybody reached out to you from Penn State since the first hour review just saying, I'd love this guy to be the head coach? Because I'm going to be honest, I had not heard it either, AJ. AJ, you said your first thought when Daboll gets fired isn't like he should be the Penn State coach. Me neither. I don't think really anybody thought it. Then I see him wearing that hoodie leaving his house, and I go, what? Is this him saying, maybe I'm interested? Then you look into it, it's like, no, actually his kid goes there. It's like, yeah, so are we saying? And then AQ this morning, Brian Daboll is going to be a coach of Penn State. Then he lies. That's just what you're hoping, right? At this
That's
point?
exactly what I'm hoping. I love that. I actually thought that was me when I saw that picture there for a sec. Bald, white, with a goatee, wearing a Penn State hoodie. Clearly the snow gave
His
it away.
shoes are much better than yours.
Much skinnier than me now, too. I mean, but he is. I think he's the perfect hire. I think he brings accountability. He's everything you would want in a coach. Again, like I mentioned over and over again, it's Saban and Belichick tree. Obviously, McDermott and Buffalo, and what he did with Josh Allen. And we need an explosive offense to win in college football these days. And you need a quarterback. I think he can get both of those.
I hope that happens. And speaking of quarterback, Daboll's gone. Now Jameis Winston's getting some shine.
Yeah.
And is Daboll gone if Jameis has been starting all season? We'll find out. What are your thoughts on Jameis Winston starting for the Giants, AJ Hogg?
Yeah, as a fan of the NFL and a fan of Jameis, I am very excited about this. But I instantly thought of Russ. Like, did they come and they sit him down in the QB room and say, hey, Jameis is going to go? Like, Russ, this is your time to be ready. We might need you. You're one play away.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I think some people were saying that maybe Shane told Russ that he could be starter for Giants, which is why he signed with Giants. So if they were to make him an emergency quarterback, it kind of be a smack in the mouth to Russell Wilson. So did Jameis know that there was a promise to Russ for him to be a starter and that Jackson Dart was going to be drafted in the first round and probably get some rub at some point? And Jameis said, it's cool. I'm just here for the vibes anyways. How do we get to this point? I don't think any of us know. But the Russell Wilson angle, certainly a fascinating one, because how does he feel? Is he a full-time backup to Jameis Winston now? Is that a tough pill to swallow, or is everybody a fan of Jameis and willing to help him, D-Buck?
I mean, we'll see. You know, who knows? And we're getting to the point where it's like about who cares? It's going to be Giants on the next year. What's going to be what's going to be the new chapter?
Got a lot of games left.
Who's going to be the new coach? It is a lot of games. And
we'll watch none of them.
It is good that both of these quarterbacks do have a ton of starting experience in the league, so it's not going to be too big for them. So I'm looking forward to it. Like AJ said, it is going to be an exciting brand of football when Jameis is under center.
There'll be some primetime games we'll be forced to watch, but we'll certainly have an ear on those games.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, we might not have an eye on these games, but we're certainly going to have an ear on them, and it's going to be, what does Jameis have to say? And we will certainly enjoy that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us is a man who's a first-ballot Hall of Famer whenever he becomes eligible. He's a member of the Bull Ring of Honor, and now full-time color commentator for CBS. And y'all like the way he calls the game. He's fun in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's fun in there. Ladies and gentlemen, JJ Watt.
Hey,
how you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I'm great. How you guys doing? How's your Wednesday going? How is everyone?
Just burning some sage over here, keeping all the evil spirits out. You got to do what you got to do. Jage, we don't...
Fire marshal on hand.
Well, actually, there's a fire department right across the street. They were here the other day whenever somebody blew a Febreze, they said.
Sure.
It was breaking news.
Febreze does not set off fire alarms.
Yeah, it was,
never has, never will.
Really? No, Mitt told me that he took a massive dump and, wow, it smells. And he took the Febreze and he blew it and set off the fire alarm. And then, lo and behold, fire department right across the street, who we appreciate. They're good people. We appreciate you guys.
Oh, yeah.
They were right over here, 2 trucks, no time, right across the street. And we're like, well, it was Mitt. And they said, oh, we get it. And they turn around and they went right back across the street. So, no fire marshal needed here. None of that. Just burning sage, classic. Everybody does it once a day just to keep the good vibes rolling. Speaking of good vibes, Jage, I'm pumped that you're here for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for AQ Shipley's Takeaway.
Yeah,
Jage, feel free to chime in at any moment here on AQ's 3 big talking points coming out of the NFL.
I will.
Oh, you got a microphone. Have you always had that mic right there?
No. How's it sound?
Really? Not when you get that close. It sounds like pickles. Need to get pickles. You sound like Dane Cook a little bit.
We're going to be a little delayed on our landing here. And
Now's not the time. Now's not the time for those jokes, JJ. Now's not the time.
That was good, though.
That was good.
That was.
It did sound like an actual pilot there. Yeah, but people don't want to hear that about delays.
No, they don't.
They're actually hearing, there's been a delay to flight 2.
I thought you were going to solve it yesterday. I mean, you had the head honcho on. I thought this whole thing was going to get settled on the McAfee Show. Government shutdown. Done.
I think it did, didn't it? I think it actually did. He said it, and I said, well, I heard it's not happening yet. He goes, well, there's certainly some other things, and then I got to sign it. But they want to stop the big, beautiful bill, to be frank. He said in there. But I thought we're good. I think we're getting to a point where it's good because we've been riding alongside Mike Foss and D. Butch and people that travel literally every single week. What a nightmare. Okay, breaking. We have breaking. Now that we're in this world. The House Rules Committee voted 8-4 to advance the Senate-passed government funding package. It now goes to the House floor for consideration. Okay, there's so many steps. They already fucking voted twice for it.
We did it.
I don't even know it.
I don't know if we
guys.
did.
We did it. The McAfee Show. Thunderdome ended the government shutdown.
Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it.
Nobody's talking about this. They only want to write all the negative stuff. They don't want to talk about ending the shutdown.
Thank you. And it got brought up while we were talking to him. There's another standoff happening that maybe the person was part of was there. It wasn't brought up. So we just like to be talked about. A little bit of journalism here. Please, we did a little bit of journalism. Salute troops. Appreciate troops. Some people don't respect or like the troops, what I learned from yesterday. But let's get back to a man that does respect and appreciate the troops.
Hell yeah.
And Jage, we like that new microphone. It looks amazing. Yeah, I really like it. It looks super cool down there, too. The Wisconsin hoodie looks cool, too. I think Wisconsin people are going to be happy that you're potentially repping them a little bit.
Big win.
I mean, I had to. Our punter was the number one passer in our game. So we win a ranked game, punter leading the way. Jeez. It's fun to be able to support. Very excited about it.
You're allowed to support
Must
whenever,
be cool.
Jage.
Well, I mean, I always was supporting. Trust me, I wore this during a bad loss. Not publicly, but I wore it in my house.
How do you feel about Daboll maybe going to Penn State?
I thought when I saw that picture, I was like, wow, that's on the nose. That was a very on the nose photo. I don't know. Could be great. I don't know. I mean, they've been pretty good up there. It's like it's the world that we're in now, kind of where we were, like doing really, really good, just not winning national championships. And sometimes you try and make that jump and it doesn't necessarily go that smoothly. So, I mean, that's a tough picture. Who's standing outside of his house? Just
this is like Joe Judge when he had all the pizza and beer after he got fired. Feels like this is somebody on the fired Giants coach beat. Go get a depressing, terrible shot of this person so we can run it and make a very clever headline. Boom, we already got it. Dave's in confused. We just need the photo now. And if we could get multiple shots of him maybe look a little bit lost, a little bit. Did he get a black eye too? I don't know if he got punched in the face there or if that's just maybe a shadow there because he has such a good forehead. You know, he's got good caveman-like stuff. But nonetheless, let's move along to the takeaways from AQ Shipley, which, Jage, we would like you.
We're going to get there at some point. We are going to get to the takeaways.
Here's the first one. In the top left corner of the United States map, Mike Madman McDonald. What the hell does that mean, AQ? I just said it pretty loud.
It means every time I turn on the film, this guy is a madman. He's an absolute mastermind genius on the defensive side. Look at this clip right here. You got split mug. You got the two backers mug. They rock and roll the safety. Backer does a nice job. Okuda, sack. You never know where the pressure's coming from. Let's go to the next clip. As you see the next clip, looks the exact same. Split mug, rock and roll the safety. Let's bring the corner. D-Butch showed this last week. Get the interception.
Got him.
Now, this next one doesn't look crazy. 4-2, simple, but you got two safeties coming up. And as they come, it looks like they're bringing four to the left. Bail everybody. Bring from the right. Boom. Get to him. You never know where the pressure's coming from.
Now, you were on the call for that game. Obviously, we respect and appreciate Jacoby Brissett, and we think he has a big brain. Jage, this madman McDonald is a beast. We knew his defense was probably going to be good. Offensively, they have Sam Darnold maybe on an MVP pace at this particular point. Seattle's turnaround pretty crazy, though, and it's all led seemingly by the defense in this particular case.
It's been incredible. And I actually have a question for AQ off of those clips because it's something I was planning on talking about this weekend because we have Todd Bowles. When everybody's up in the line of scrimmage like that and you guys are trying to ID who's coming and whatnot, I personally feel like as a defensive guy, some of us, myself included, have not done a good enough job making our posture and stance look like we're actually coming, and it can sometimes be easy for the center to figure it out. Is it easy for you to figure it out, or are some guys much better at it than others?
Some guys are much better than others. There's no question about that. But like the biggest thing is all about identifying the bigs first. So in this one, there's an overload. There's 3 bigs to the right of this picture, only 1 big to the left. Then you got the 2 backers mugged and the safety. So now, to me, that's Sam, Mike, and Will all to the left. Now we have to figure that out. How are we going to handle the 4 down plus pick up one of those backers, leave one for the back, and then hot off hopefully the widest? I think that's the biggest thing. It all comes down to identifying and communication.
Where are the bigs, I guess, is what he's looking for. Now, AJ, what's the key to that? Not give away that you're not coming, right? Because the offensive line has to think that all of you are coming. The sell is maybe the biggest part of that defense there, AJ. And why doesn't everybody do that, AJ?
Everybody, I mean, you try to do it. You want it to look the same every single time, no matter what. Whether you're coming or you're not coming here, you want your stance and your posture to be the same, and you got to hold it to the last second. Yeah. So if they think you're coming and all of a sudden you're not and you pull out, then the quarterback, if you do it too early, he's going to see that and he knows, bam, he's going to hit somebody. He knows he has time. But what's happening? Like AQ, okay, are you guys assuming that everybody might come here? Like, hey, worst case scenario, everybody's coming. How do we block them?
Everybody's coming.
Well, typically, like, you can look at the DBs in the back end to kind of have a feeling if it's going to be cover 0. The only way all of them are going to be coming is if they bring all 7, right? So I think that's the biggest thing. But the back end will tell you when you got someone at 15 yards, obviously it's not cover 0. Yep. There's going to be somebody pulling out.
And you're trying to stop Bukak there. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're trying to, as everybody is potentially going to be coming there. That's all you're trying to stop. And Jacoby Brissett has a lot of ball. And I think this is something that's difficult. But, D-Bud, back to what I was trying to say there. Not every defense can do this because not every defense can do this, right?
No, you need the players that can do it. You need the players that can cover and blitz. Like Witherspoon, for example, he can cover any receiver out there, and he is a great blitzer. The rookie that they drafted, Emanwari, how do you say this? Yeah, Emanwari. Yeah, he can cover, he can blitz, So when you have those body types and those players that can do multiple things, that's one thing. And then when you put shit on film, the offenses from the next upcoming weeks, they got to prepare for it. So you can show a different look and then run something completely opposite. And these guys practice this stuff too. This is something that's practiced and talked about Monday through Saturday, and then you go out there and execute it on Sunday.
Okay, let's go to your next takeaway, your next talking point. DeMarcus doubles. Dahn.
Yeah, well, this stud defensive end had 2 touchdowns in the first 16 minutes of the game in this game. But
All
if
right,
you
now
look,
hold on, though.
Yeah.
Hold on, though. Okay? Your takes are starting to become, well, I'm watching a lot of these Arizona Cardinals. I can start fitting everything into that. Is that what?
Certainly not good for the Arizona Cardinals right here.
No, but you're seeing it. Your eyes are on. We need to make sure you're watching the entire league.
Oh, we are. We'll get there. We'll get to your team here in a sec.
Yes, that's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay,
We will get there.
Thank you.
But check this one out. So they got both safeties up on the right. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence is going to go to the A gap. So he's going to go bypass the guard. They pressure rush the Mike. Now watch Knight. Boom. Right before Lawrence picks it up. Can't time it up any better. I mean, literally 1 millisecond forward. That's an incomplete pass. Times it up. Now, you thought that looked cool? Check it out. They basically do the exact same thing. Different blitz on the other side. Now we get a pick stunt. Linebacker up. Pick the guard. Lawrence around. Boom. Same exact play. Bounces right to him. And all of a sudden, it's 21-0 in the second quarter.
And DeMarcus doubles. Dahn. Jage, what do you see here from the Arizona Cardinals offensive line, or is this all Seattle Seahawks defense just putting them in an absolute blender?
I mean, the first thing I saw was those 2 balls could not have bounced any better. I've never seen one bounce that cleanly to a guy. And both of them, he picked them up just casually walking in stride. Wow. But no, an unbelievable job. AQ did a really good job dissecting both of those blitzes, and they're similar but different in who's going to what gaps. And it's kind of like D-Bud said before. That's what makes it so hard to prepare for, is you put all this stuff on film, and now on Thursday blitz pickup day, you're spending half hour just going through each blitz one time, not even doing it multiple times. It's brutal.
So that's in your guys' world. In our world, anytime somebody puts a fake on film, like there'll be like a fake done whenever the game's blown out, and fans will say, well, why are you wasting that on this particular game? It's like, well, would we call it in a really close game? Maybe not, but they have to prepare for this now.
Absolutely.
This is a waste of 5 minutes maybe out of a 7 to 10 minute period on one particular day. They have a lot of that, and that's That's why it feels like he's a madman McDonald deep.
Absolutely. And it's one thing about executing it, but you got to get to those points where you can. The first one was on 2nd and long, and then the second one was on 3rd and long. So like when you win on 1st and 2nd down, you can kind of get the opportunity to drop exotics or drop some special shit, because that's a tough down the distance for offenses. So it's about doing the basic stuff on 1st and 2nd down so you can get kind of exotic on the 3rd down.
Foxy, if you can go back to the first clip too, right? They got both safeties lined up to the right. And if you see that both safeties to the right, this Mike linebacker's not coming. He is not meant to blitz. Really? They are in an 8-man protection. The guy that he has in coverage recognizes that he is staying into block, and he adds on. And that's what happened.
Oh, so that's a feel situation there for the Mike, as he sees that his guy's not coming. So he says, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to come. And then he comes good, doesn't he? And then climax hits, and then bang, DeMarcus Lawrence gets his first touchdown of the game. And guess what? That's not just going to be the first. He has another climax a little bit later whenever he comes. Yeah. And again. And again. And again. This guy's got the juice. This guy's got the sauce. He's got the splooge. This guy comes all the time. Now, let's go to the number one takeaway. Yup, warranted rookie of the year. Now, I've been saying it for a long time. Tyler Warren is the best player in football. And is that because he was our first-round draft pick and he looked super cool and we saw him snap his neck and get concussed and jump right back up with not even a second hesitation in frozen Notre Dame? Yes, that is potentially why we're saying that. But also, anytime Danny Dimes needs something, he's looking for one guy. Since game one, 84 feels like his guy.
Absolutely. He's been fantastic. And he not only is great in the pass game, he's great in the blocking game. He's great. I'm going to show a bunch of different things. But right here, 4th and 2, got to have it. Down 3 in the 4th quarter. Free hitter up the B gap. Let's go to him. Makes the catch, contested, runs through it. First down, they go on to tie the game, to make it, to go into overtime. Now we look at the next play. This is in overtime. Atlanta's already had the ball, so now Indy just needs a field goal to win. Who are you going to go to? Yep, run the corner route between 4 defenders. Still throwing it to him. Dime over the shoulder. What a catch.
Sauce Gardner actually looks at him on the sideline and goes, geez, I've never seen an offense operate like this. He actually says that they have a mic'd up of Sauce throughout the entire game. Zaire's mic'd up as well, a couple of the others. It's like the vibes for the Colts are immaculate, but also Sauce just kind of falling in there being like, I can't believe this is my life. After the game, he's like, this is my first win. This is my first win. Yeah. On his sideline, he's like a couple times like, I didn't know offenses could do this for teams that I played for. He is living a high life. That Warren catch right there, right in front of Sauce. And you see Sauce like turn and look in like amazement. I can't believe that just happened, especially because it's overtime. Now, on this particular play, with Tyler Warren making an insane catch, the person who made an insane throw is the same person that everybody's praying for his downfall. Danny Dimes in overtime needed to make a mid-range throw here on this spot in coverage, and he did. It's like Danny Dimes is a different version of himself, or maybe Danny Dimes is who he's always been, and the Colts are just putting him in a spot to really showcase his greatness. But Tyler Warren helps, and we got a lot of weapons.
You do have a lot of weapons, and if you don't have Danny Dimes at quarterback, guess who you put at quarterback? Tyler Warren. Boom. Of course. This is a power read. They're going to pull Quentin Nelson. This is only a 2-yard game. The reason I'm showing it is because it's coming. You see him following Quentin Nelson? That is coming. That is coming. I'm just telling
everybody's
you.
coming. Everybody's coming. But look,
Just
it felt like Tyler Warren understands, because he's not the only one. That entire team, if you listen to that mic'd up, is Jonathan Taylor's the best player in the world.
Yep.
This guy's the best player on planet Earth.
Give it to him.
Everybody's saying that to him. So Tyler Warren's at a quarterback. I'm sure Shane Steichen's big takeaways are Braxton. Hey, you got the best player in the world jogging right here. So unless it is wide ass open right in front of you, you go ahead and just hand that thing to Jonathan Taylor and let us eat. But on that note, I think he was too selfless. I think he was supposed to keep that ball there.
Probably was, but I think that's just a setup, because it's coming. It's coming down the road.
Oh,
it's coming.
It's on film now.
It's on film. It's coming.
They released it via the NFL social media account. Berlin was sick. I think it was a sick setup. And the Colts really took advantage of it, I feel like. Jage, I don't know how much you got to follow along with Berlin. The Colts really, like Carly Ursay was buying beers for people. We were told from a DJ, our DJ source, says in Germany, that she walked into an event that was happening, and before getting on the microphone, asked the DJ, hey, how do I say let's fucking go in German? DJ tells her, she says it to the group. She buys beers. Kalen's out there building a park out there. It's like, it really felt like a home game. for the Indianapolis Colts over there, and us being able to get to win in overtime is gigantic. But I don't know how often you get to watch these other games now that you're calling it. This was a great start to the Sunday slate on Sunday, AJ. Or JJ, sorry.
Yeah, no, we got to watch. We were in and out because we were preparing for our game, and this game was ending just as we were getting into our pregame stuff. So it was a very exciting game to watch. And then obviously Jonathan Taylor just putting a capper on an unbelievable day. Like, I mean, I know it's been talked about many times, but at this current moment, like if this guy wasn't the MVP of the league, just like 2014, just like many times in the past, Saquon last year, like just say it's a quarterback award because nobody is doing what this guy has done. No, it's unbelievable. And I saw it was graded out average yesterday, which is about par for the course. So 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, apparently not that great, but whatever.
Wait, what?
Who said that?
What was the grade?
I don't know. I was just tagging some things that said that his grade, well, he wasn't the highest graded player on his team. I don't know how he's not the highest graded player in the NFL. Unbelievable.
About who? Who graded it? Mark
I
from
don't know.
Dahn Street?
I'm just sharing what I have heard. That's all.
No, but who are you talking about? Who graded it? Because I know there was a guy named Seth that did some grading of a trade last week. I think we found he had like 64 followers on something, but was working for a company that had a big platform. So Seth gave the Colts a D and gave the Jets an A+.
There's only one grade that matters when we cross open waters, and that's if it came from McQuaid.
That's a good call.
What a McQuaid.
Is that who you're talking about? Are you talking about McQuaid grades? So let's get actually to McQuaid. Was there any stats about this Berlin game from McQuaid that you got, Ty?
Yes, there was, lads. To your point, Pat, about this being, basically an Indianapolis Colts home game. We know middle of the country, Indiana, there's so many fast food restaurants.
Is this a German accent?
Do you want to just shut the fuck up and just let me cut? Because guess what? Like I'm trying to do this off the top, okay? And when you do stuff like that, that makes me like now I forgot where I was at. But let me get back.
So you didn't get any McQuaid stats?
I did get a McQuaid stat or two. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, McQuaid is an Irishman.
He is an Irishman.
Cool too.
You don't know McQuaid because you obviously heard him right here again.
I did, but I was very confused with the Berlin game. I had the beer in my mind. I was all over the place.
That's McQuaid. He was there.
Not on the left.
I screwed it up.
McQuaid.
Stand up, man up.
Yeah.
McQuaid's in which one?
He's the one on the right.
Okay, yeah.
You
Danny
sure?
Dimes is the one on the left there. McQuaid was in Germany, Jage. So just turn that big mic off for a moment and let us get some McQuaid. Don't touch it, though, because that's even worse than turning it off. Ty actually got some stats from the man that was boots on the ground in Germany. Back to your McQuaid stats. Sorry about Jage. And McQuaid? Sorry about Jage.
Well, McQuaid actually loves Jage, loves him very, very much. Was one of the guys who was really pounding the drum to get him into the Bull Ring of Honor. I don't know if you knew that, Jage. It was kind of like an up in the air. Is he going to get in? McQuaid was like, yeah, exactly. Kind of like a, 6, 7, I don't know how they do that in Yarland, but he was kind of the one that banged the drum mid. Hey, JJ needs to be in the Bull Ring of Honor. But that's neither here nor there. Back to, your comments about the Colts. It was basically a home game. Granted, it was in Berlin. It was, thousands and thousands of kilometers away, but it was technically a home game for the Indianapolis Colts. We all know a lot of kind of heavier set fatsos who live in the Midwest. That's why there's a McDonald's, Burger King, that kind of stuff on literally every corner out here because they know, let's put one of these in to test something out. The fatsos will flock to it and they will eat it. If you saw, I posted a picture of the concessions prices over there. This is kind of crazy, lads, but it is true. Over 880 million kilometers in distance of Wiener Schnitzel, was actually sold at the game. They went back and checked.
You're saying schnitzel to schnitzel, tip to tip.
Yeah, tip to tip. You could actually extend it from the Olympia Stadio in Berlin. You could extend it all the way to Lucas Oil Stadium. It would have reached. And they went back in and actually looked at the numbers a little bit closer, realized Colts fans accounted for 84.6% of the purchases, and that's not even going into how much beer was drank over there, lads. Well, we could do a what, but it basically we're only selling beer, lads. Apparently, Germans do not like mixed cocktails as much as the United States fans do. But just an all around great day for the Indianapolis Colts in Berlin. And I think you saw the home field advantage. They ate more Wiener Schnitzel, and in the end, that's why they won the game, lads.
So, Jage, that's why you couldn't talk. Schnitzels, tip to tip, from Berlin to Indianapolis, 84.6% of them being eaten by Colts fans. Is that right?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. They took snapshots of everyone who came up to the concession stand and said, "Oh, that's a Colts hat. Oh, that's a Colts hoodie. Yep. Oh, that's a Colts wristband, a McAfee jersey." There are actually quite a few McAfee jerseys over there, lads. That was basically the first thing McQuaid posted was a couple McAfee jerseys. So he said, "Yeah, the Colts were out representing big time, lads. It was really never a doubt as to whether or not they were going to win this football game."
Jage, anything?
Phenomenal. Really proud. Really good. Sorry I screwed it up.
See, now you ruined it again. That's 2 times. You can't let one loss lead into the next. That's kind of the issue. But let's talk about one loss leading into the next. You got 2 teams that are very good, both coming off a loss this weekend. Bucks, Bills. There's actually a good slate. Hey, the slate is very good this particular Sunday, especially where we are in the season. You'll be on the Bucks-Bills call. Both teams need a win. What are we thinking about both these teams with where they sit right now? Obviously, everything's still in front of both of them, but there's a chance you let a couple games slide here. Hold the phone, Jage.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing these 2 teams they've been trying to bounce back and figure it out for a few weeks. I mean, they started out 4-0 and 3-0 respectively, and then each have dropped a few games out of their last 5. And last week, both of them drop a game. So they are, I believe it's 2 of 3 teams to make the playoffs all the last 5 years, with the Chiefs being the other one. So clearly both trying to figure it out, find a way. Diving into the film a little bit here today, Bills' run defense has been struggling a little bit. Josh is getting sacked. I think he's already been sacked more times this year than he was all last year. And then obviously injuries for both teams a bit. The Bucs really banged up, but very much enjoyed watching Egbuka film today. And I've never watched Vita Vea up close and in person, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
I mean, last week he was, they were talking about him because other people are doing well against him because of how good he is. He's fun, though, dude. They need to start getting him the rock, maybe. Maybe they start getting him the ball on the offensive side. AJ has a question for you, Jage.
Yeah, Jage, pivoting, the Bears are playing the Vikings. The Bears have a chance to go 7-3. Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, their whole situation looks like it's on the up and up. I guess, what's your thoughts on the Bears? Are they a legit contender? And what about the Vikings as well with JJ? Like, what does their future look like?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears going into some of these divisional games now is going to be huge. I mean, a chance for them to go to 7-3. We had them when they did when they played the Ravens a few weeks back, and thought there was some things that they could have even done better in that game to give themselves more of a chance, especially against Snoop Huntley. That's one of their losses, but they are figuring something out. And just talking to Ben Johnson, seeing what he's done with this team and seeing what he's trying to build, and Caleb being able to take that and grow week by week, you have to imagine it's only going to continue to get better for them. And if they go into this and have success against a divisional opponent, they're really setting themselves up very nicely. And we have them against the Steelers in a couple weeks, so very excited to see them again.
Bears becoming a real thing. Ben Johnson's culture settling in. Good, better, best.
Never let it rest.
Until your good is better.
Until your better's best.
Go Bears! I don't know if they do that at the end, but it is pretty sick. They're all bought in.
Has he taken his shirt off yet? I know that was a big thing where, like, he gets free hot dogs for the city.
Ben Johnson takes his shirt off. He gets free hot dogs for the city. Schnitzel?
886 million miles of it, apparently. It only reaches from Berlin to Lucas Oil.
You saw him debating 886,000 or 886 million miles.
When in doubt, you always gotta.
Especially with McQuaid.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially with McQuaid's stats. Yeah, if he takes his shirt off, everybody gets a hot dog.
I think it's hot dogs. I know it's something. He can feed the city if he take there. Wow, quick work, nice job. Everybody,
Bruce, if the Wiener Circle says if Ben Johnson takes his shirt off during or after any Chicago Bears victory this year, it's once again free hot dogs for the city. Hey, Ben, you know what to do, buddy. Good, better, best. Let's see your chest so they can eat dogs. That'd be the best. I think that's what we need out there. Let's move to another game that's happening this weekend. AQ has a question for you.
Yeah, JJ, Seattle and the Rams play this weekend, arguably two of the best teams in the National Football League. What Matt Stafford's doing is incredible. Who do you think is the better team between those two?
I don't know if there's much arguing that these are two of the best teams in the NFL. They are both playing at an unbelievable level. I mean, we talked about Stafford early in the year with the injuries in training camp. Is he okay? Is he a different human being? He's playing like Matthew Stafford. He looks unreal. Clearly in the top 2, 3 for MVP this year.
Oh, yeah.
So that offense is just humming. And, of course, Sean McVay is doing things that are taking advantage of defenses with his 13 personnel and putting people in positions where it's advantageous for them. So you need a guy like Stafford who can take advantage, and he is. But then you go up against the Seahawks and Mike McDonald, who knows everything and who is a defensive guru and who knows that you know what he knows. So it's going to be a really cool cat and mouse game between McVay and McDonald this week, and I can't wait to catch up on it because I can't watch it live.
Yeah, we do know what they know about what he knows and they know. So that is something that is always a constant cat, mouse, dog chase tail. Hey, we think he's going to do this. Yeah, but if we do this, he'll do this. That is something that McDonald, I think, has already earned from other offensive coordinators and other coaches. And certainly with what we just saw from your takeaways, they're going to be special. Seahawks win a Super Bowl. You think that, JH?
I certainly think they're in contention for it. I think
I'm just saying the way they play. So we talk about teams like, hey, that team can win a Super Bowl. And I think it's very obvious. Whatever, like offense can win a Super Bowl, defense can win a Super Bowl, special teams can win a Super Bowl. That's kind of what we're looking at. Like, we think teams are good. We're not saying we don't think there's good teams, but there's a couple teams that we think can win a Super Bowl. Feels like the Seattle Seahawks are one of those teams, JH.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Seahawks in the first half, the last 2 games. Here's a Hembo stat. Last 2 games are against Washington and Arizona. Obviously, you take it for what it is. Plus 55-point differential, 69-14. Plus 301 yards difference to start the game. So McDonald's got the boys ready to roll right off of Jump Street. Same with Sam Darnold. Seattle owns 11.4 points per game difference in the first half of the season versus their opponents. The highest by any team in either half since 2007 Patriots. Okay, so
starting fast.
These are all scorer stats, so we can trust them. We can respect them, and we know what they're saying. But that's coaching too, is it not? McDonald had the team.
That's what it feels like. You turn on their games, like Sunday, I turned on their game, and it was like 28-0 with 12 minutes left in the second quarter. And you're just like, is that right? Like, am I reading this correctly? And then same the other day. So, but what it does to the other team when you jump out that fast, like you're just playing catch up immediately. And you're doing that thing that you do in middle school. Where you're like, okay, well, if they scored 28 points in a quarter, we can score 28 points in a quarter. And they're like, no, you freaking can't. Are you kidding me? They're that much better than you. They could score 28 more next quarter.
It was 33-0, right, with the Vikings and the Colts?
Oh, yeah.
33-0 with the Vikings and the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And we had somebody on, I forget who it was, and they said that the message was, hey, we get 5 stops. All we need is 5 stops.
Patrick Peterson
said, hey, all we need is 5 stops on the defensive side, and then they lo and behold do it. But kind of to your point, there are certainly outliers to the situation, but if you're down 4 scores 7 years ago or in the first quarter, I mean, you're in trouble. I mean, that is just immediate trouble. And the Seattle Seahawks have done it on the road. They travel into your trap and they beat the hell out of you very
Defense
quickly.
travels, baby. Run game and defense travel.
And Sam Darnold. I think that is Sam Darnold's traveling all over the
That's the only hesitation for a lot of people out there, even myself.
What's the turnovers too, right?
It's the turnovers, just taking care of the ball. But everything that we see up until this point is great, and I would expect it to continue. But when we look at teams, we're like, okay, who can win the Super Bowl? We go straight to the quarterback. And what's your faith level on the biggest stage, in the biggest games, in Sam Darnold? You got to see it to believe it. Everybody got to win their first one and go on their first run. Can he do it? It looks like he can, but we got to see it.
Last 2 games in Minnesota, everybody said, see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, because they're playing for the number 1 overall seed. He didn't play his best game. That was against the Detroit Lions. They made a lot of people not play their best games. And in the playoffs, it wasn't great. And they're like, that's what we're talking. They kind of want that with Danny Dimes right now.
Yeah. Exactly. We had the questions with Stafford. When he went to the Rams, a lot of people, okay, he can toss the ball, he can make all the throws, but we haven't seen him do it on that stage until he did, and he went and done it. So now no one, obviously you don't have any second guesses about him now, but you go back to when they first made that trade, and both teams have definitely won that trade, we would think, but we didn't believe it.
Let's continue the chat.
I think that's the Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold discussion for people. Like, right or wrong, I think both of those guys are in that category where it's like they're playing unbelievable, their teams are unbelievable. And everybody looks at that Vikings game last year in the playoffs, and then they look at Danny's first couple years in the league, and they say, all right, I see it, but can they do it right or wrong, whether it's fair or not? That's definitely what people say.
Danny Dimes, remember, overtime, dropped one and a thing. Danny Dimes, fourth quarter, need one, 4th and 2, put one right on a spot. So, like, in those moments, Danny Dimes hopefully will fall back on those situations as well going forward. But none of us will know until we know.
Yep.
Like, that's just kind of how it is. And I think Daniel Jones and all them are the same way. It's like, hey, we'll see.
Sure.
We'll see how this whole thing goes. You got to stay healthy. You got to get lucky with health, all these teams. So let's continue to chat about these teams playing this weekend. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, Jage, what do you think about Lions-Eagles? Eagles, after that Monday night game, just ugly, but they did enough. And, even with all the external BS about their offense and guys not getting the ball, they're still winning games. And then Detroit obviously looked much different after Dan Campbell takes the reins on offense, and they looked unbelievable. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, the way that Detroit was able to put up points and the way the Eagles weren't, it was a defensive battle Monday night, the Packers-Eagles, and I'm a defensive guy, and I love playing defense very much. I just, it for 3.5 quarters wasn't the most enjoyable thing to watch as a football fan, but it got crazy there at the end. Going for it on the 4th and 9, certainly a choice. And then the 4th and 1 play by the Packers where they fumble it at the end, also certainly a choice. But this game should be a heavyweight battle. I think it's going to be, two teams at the very top of the NFC. I think if you look at it immediately, you say the Detroit Lions are having an easier time scoring points. So that would be the way that you would lean. But this is why we play the games. I'm looking forward to hopefully finding a way to watch it. Again, I think this one I can watch.
Best record in one-possession games, as you thought A.J. Hawk just died. He did not. He's still there. Best record in one-possession games since 2022. This is from Hembo. Eagles, 29-7.
Damn.
Vikings 29-12, Steelers 26-12. Steelers fans will say, we won that many? It feels like we're losing a lot of those. And then Chiefs 24-12 in one possession games since 2022. Sirianni's got the boys buzzing.
Yeah.
Always will. And that was a close, miserable game to watch. But they end up winning, which is kind of expected, I feel like, in those games.
Yeah, thank God we were at the Brick and Brew, having some brews with the boys down there with the Marines. But, yeah, it was a tough game to watch, but you get a win in any way you can. And the Eagles take care of the football for the most part, and they don't beat themselves a lot of times. Going for it on 4th and 6 late in the game was definitely a choice, but we'll stick with this weekend's
What is your
game.
thought on that, Jage? What is your thought? It would have been a 53-yarder. Would have been a 53-yarder. If you missed that, they get the ball to 43, down 3.
I was a punt. I was a punt. Like, I was on team punt. I was trying to figure it out. And also, in my personal opinion, if you're going for it in that situation, I would have played the first couple downs a little bit differently. Because the whole sequence there felt like they were trying to run some clock and then they were going to pin them and make it very tough because the runs weren't. It's not like they were like churning them out trying to get deeper, and then they throw it up here. And even this, it was kind of like he was trying to catch it behind him with one hand, didn't necessarily go up there and high point it or anything. It was just a strange sequence. And I in that situation with today's kickers in the NFL. With the kicking ball change and everything and how good they've gotten, I would much rather pin them deep and make them go a long way.
I don't want to just misquote him because it was a few days ago, so a lot has happened. Okay, a lot has happened since this quote. He said 3 or 6, it doesn't matter. It's like, it does, I think.
Certainly.
I think it does.
But the kick there is the kickers have gotten very good. It is still Lambeau. It was still windy. Like, if you miss that one, you're putting them almost directly, like, what were you on? Were you on field goal side or were you on go for it or punt?
So allegedly it came out that wasn't the play call. There was a miscommunication on what the actual play was supposed to be or what it was going to be. Allegedly. I think I saw some reporting of that from different local radio stations who maybe heard some things. I think punt would have been a good play. I think punt would have been an okay play. Sucks for the punter to have to punt from the 35, but you could put them into 10 or the 5. Obviously, up 3, you're in a much better position than whatever's going to happen there. Now, granted, if A.J. Brown highs that and they score a touchdown, it's like this Eagles team is so cool. They run dagger in the Super Bowl whenever they connect on it and they win the game. It almost becomes like a part of their mentality. But because it doesn't work and you give them the ball at the 35 and we don't get any points on the board when we're maybe in field goal position, it just optically looks stupid from all angles whenever it doesn't work. But if it works, you look like a genius, obviously. You know how football is.
Yeah, right. Ultimately it doesn't matter. But given what the Packers had done on offense the whole night, like, you would think, hey, we'd much rather, like, let's put them inside the 10. They haven't done anything. happening, the likelihood of them going 90 yards to score a touchdown or even getting field goal range at that point is obviously much less than where they ended up taking the ball over.
Yeah, because they had gone for it on fourth down a couple series earlier also, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
no, maybe
did.
it was the Packers. One, yeah,
they both
went
did.
for it a little bit earlier because nobody's moving the ball. So you're like, all right, I mean, if they're not going to move the ball anyway, we might as well go for it on fourth down. But I'm with you there, where I would much rather make them go 90 yards than just whatever it was they had to go.
They would have been up 3, so they would have had to go 50 yards if
Right.
you pin them at the 10.
Well, with McManus's quad, you might need to go 75 yards to get down in the field goal range.
He got close.
He was this close on that first.
He was. Well,
The free practice shot to see if we were in range or not, and then the attempt to get a couple more yards was not a great attempt to get a couple more yards, but that was a cool little sequence. That was
a little gamesmanship out of McManus.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sirianni was incredibly pissed. Normally, the ref is diving like a hockey player in front of a puck to stop that snap. Literally, because they made like a rule or at least a point of emphasis on it. I think it was while I was still in the league, because I talked about this the other day. Me, Vinny, and Overton, we were stealing a kick anytime we could get one. So if somebody's calling a timeout, as soon as I hear that whistle, hey, let's snap this thing. Let's go ahead and see what this is, because everybody knows if you're going to be able to get a read on, especially windy, cold night like this, a long one, let's at least see one fly. So the fact that the ref didn't, how about Jalen go, what was that? That's what Jalen's asking right there.
I apologize if you covered it, but if you missed the first one, like a yard and a half, 2 yards short, is there anything in your head like, oh, I can definitely find 2 yards? Or is it like, oh, shit, I got no shot?
So he tried to hit it a little bit lower, I think, and that's why he hit it fat, and he pulled that thing pretty bad the next one. So I think he did think that he had to hit it a little bit further, because I think he probably thought he hit that first one pretty good. It went straight. It was a super windy game. It ends up about a half a yard short. So in his head, it's like, all right, I got to give it a little bit more. Is that ball position where I strike it at, or a swing and everything like that? So I think he tried to swing a little bit harder. He hits it fat. That thing goes directly to the left for his second attempt after they tried to pick up some yards. So I think he knew he had to hit it a little bit fat, probably drive it a little bit more. And as soon as you do that, it just ends up hooking to the left. So I think maybe it hurt him. Because if that ref jumps in front and he doesn't do that first one, is the first one going to be what his kick is? And since it's actual game as opposed to just timeout where he's messing around, is there a little bit more juice and that ball goes through? Did this backfire on Brandon McManus is what my brain is kind of piecing together right now.
Well, we'll never know, because LaFleur doesn't talk to the kicker at all. So he wouldn't have even, been able to like go communicate with him. Like, hey, you think you got this in you? Like, he is just kind of whatever McManus wanted to do, he was going to end up being able to do.
Con man, last question for Jage before we let him go on this beautiful Wild Wednesday.
Yeah, Jage, we've kind of been talking about it today, but Joe Burrow being designated to return off of IR. D-Buck kind of voiced the question, do you even play Joe Burrow with how bad the O-line is, with how bad the defense, actually historically bad defense? But here's Burrow coming back off of the turf toe surgery. What do you think about this? Do you think the Bengals can make a little bit of a run here if they, close out, win, 6-7, 7-8 for the rest of the season?
I mean, I think we always talk about the same things with the Bengals. It always seems like we're talking about the defense and the offensive line. And I've seen, obviously, the stats of what Flacco's been able to do behind that offensive line and make it happen. But their defense just isn't putting them in any situations. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson been out for a while. But I definitely don't put him out there until he's 100% healthy, because that's the guy that you want leading this thing for the very long term, and you don't want to risk. Like, I don't think they're at a point right now where it's like, hey, if he's 70%, let's throw him out there and see what we can make happen. I think that Flacco is serviceable enough and does a good enough job that it's not at that point. But that's a tough division. The Ravens are clearly on the rise again. Similar to last year, their defense is turning around a very tough start into playing good ball again. Lamar's Lamar. And then the Steelers still sitting atop, albeit fragilely at the moment. If they're able to go out there and get that win, keep this thing rolling. But it seems like week to week, they look like a different team every week.
Lamar Jackson missed practice today, I believe, is what's being reported. Lamar Jackson did not practice for the Baltimore Ravens on this beautiful Wednesday that we have. Jameson Hensley reported that the Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is not practicing Wednesday. He finished Sunday's win at Minnesota, but took some hard hits. Ravens play at Browns on Sunday. Injury report comes out later this afternoon. Could just be a G-Day. Could just be a G-Day.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're saying.
I noticed you're avoiding talking about the rest of the AFC South today. I noticed you didn't want to talk about really anything else going on in the AFC South.
Colts get a
Wild
huge win.
game.
Colts get a huge win.
Big
What else happened?
Big comebacks, like huge comebacks, crazy games.
Like 26 points in the fourth quarter comeback? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Was that in America or was that an international game?
That was on home soil.
Well,
Land of the
Germany
free,
one's
home of
much
the brave.
cooler. I agree with what you're saying, but just doing that good in Germany.
Germany's cooler than America? Did you just say that? Did you say Germany's cooler than America?
I did not say that. What I'm saying is, for the growth of the game, talking about the AFC South's Indianapolis Colts is the right play. Okay, that's what I'm saying for the good of the game. What you're saying is something historic happened for the Houston Texans, down 26-0 fourth quarter. We should maybe say a little something. Is that what you're trying to say here, Jay?
I mean, it's just you seem to be just sliding over the second biggest comeback in a team's history in a game that's very impactful in the AFC South. It was an insane game. They were down by 19 at the start of the fourth quarter, and even on the broadcast, we're like, we thought that last ETN touchdown was the dagger. I said that was the nail in the coffin. And then lo and behold, Nick Haley calls great plays. Davis Mills plays lights out. Some huge plays. It was a crazy fourth quarter in Houston.
How is it calling these types of games? Because I saw the Texans are undefeated with you on the call. I think potentially the Steelers as well. That's interesting. Don't know if we're maybe bringing an aura or information. Don't know what's going on.
Just the aura emanating from the booth. It's just pure. Yeah, there's just the ability to control the game from row 74 on the 50-yard line is impeccable. So I'm really pulling some strings up there.
What are your thoughts about the Jacksonville Jaguars? Everybody questions Trevor Lawrence. Is he a guy? Is he a guy? Is he a guy? Is he a guy? Travis Hunter obviously down for the season now with a torn LCL. What are your thoughts on the Jacksonville Jaguars? They look like a much better team this year than they have in the past. Will it be enough?
They do. I think it's very, like, the Texans are the number one defense in the NFL. So everybody struggles against them. You're going to struggle against them. It's going to be difficult. I think their defense yesterday, obviously in the fourth quarter, I mean, the final drive of the game, the Texans ran the ball most of the drive on 93 yards all the way down the field. That's something that you can't let happen on a game-winning drive. And they weren't able to get as much pressure as you thought they would against that Texans offensive line. So Danielle Hunter played unbelievable. He took over that game, 3.5 sacks. Will Anderson closed the game out. But the Jaguars are good. I think Liam Cohen is building something good down there. I really do. And I think he's got a good system and scheme. Doesn't help when you lose some of your best players. And I think Jacoby Myers will help. They've had so many drops this year. They drop more footballs than anybody in the NFL.
Is that because it's not a catchable ball or what?
It's a combo. Like it really is a combination. It compounds itself because, number one, if you throw it well and the guy drops it, that's frustrating, and then you throw it bad. So even when you do throw it good, then it's getting dropped, and it's just a very frustrating situation overall, which is why they brought in Jacoby, who literally caught a ball with his eyes closed, which was insane. Like, they talked about how this guy can catch anything, and obviously we've seen it, but to watch him catch a ball with his eyes closed was crazy.
The combination down there in Jacksonville is certainly one that we think will be good in the future. What's the Travis Hunter experience going to be in the future, Jage?
I do not know. I mean, it's really unfortunate. He's been able to do it in college for a long time, playing both ways. I think we all had our questions about would he be able to do that at this level. And unfortunately, those questions at the current moment point to no. We all want it to be yes, but I just don't see how you could possibly play both ways for a long period of time in the NFL. It's so damn hard, man. It is so hard.
Every position is difficult, so having two of them would be an insane feat. Hopefully Travis still tries to do that, and we would like to wish him nothing but the best as he recovers from his surgery. And Jage, we appreciate the hell out of you. This weekend should be epic between the Bucs and the Bills. We can't wait to listen.
Have fun in Pittsburgh, guys. That's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Have fun back home. It's going to be crazy.
I was looking, West Virginia, Wisconsin, not in the 12-team playoff. It's a shame.
Man, I thought we might have snuck up in there with our ranked win this week. We stormed the field. That was love. I'm celebrate whenever you can celebrate. I love it, but we only stormed it once when I was there, and that was against Ohio State, and then actually a second time when we went to the Rose Bowl.
So you like it or you don't like it?
Celebrate to celebrate. Be a friend. Tell a friend. Tell somebody you love them.
All right, not bad. You kind of botched it, but you kind of made your own there. That was pretty good. And it was right on time. Great work out of you. That was good sense.
Pro.
That was really good. I mean, nowhere near what I say, but like it was.
No. It was be a friend, tell a friend, Man,
You
I
love
don't
him.
have
It's
anything.
what you
I'm
said.
not even close.
You said, be a friend, tell a friend you love him. Goodbye. That
What
was
do you say?
I said, be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life.
Oh, yeah. Damn. I wasn't even close.
No, you were there. You made a new one. Be a friend, tell him you love him.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
I don't think we tell people we love them enough. I don't. I think, like,
All right,
friends,
you can
everybody
start.
should be. Yeah, I love you guys. I really appreciate it. I love you guys. I appreciate the daily entertainment, the laughs, the inspiration. There's a lot here that I take away from this every week and from watching from afar. Wow. Motivation from how hard you guys work and how much you do every week. It is incredible. I think people give you credit, but I don't know if they say it enough. It's pretty unbelievable how much time and energy you pour into all this stuff.
That was really nice. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. Might change. You just changed my life. You just changed our life, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we want to let you know we love you too, Jage. We love watching games with you too. We appreciate the hell out of you. You're the man.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to go get his second workout in for the day. It's J.J. Watt. Thank you, Jay. That was very kind of him.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Not a lot of that being said the last 24 hours. Pretty good Veterans Day program, though.
I'd say so. How about the wet? Like Con Man mentioned in the show, like not a cloud in the sky. What a very weirdly temperatured, beautiful day.
Yeah, very weirdly temperatured. I don't think they were used to how cold it was. I think it was unseasonably cold is what they would say. And the new Marine lads that had to sit in the shade.
Yeah.
It was a 15 to 20 degree difference.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
And then the wind would come. It was like 25, 30 degree difference. I mean, it was a lot chillier than we could have imagined when we saw the SC. You know, I saw South Carolina. I'm like, tank top for sure. I had shorts and a tank top. The reason why I was wearing that shirt, not only because it's sick, it was really the only long sleeve shirt that I had. The night before, I was wearing an Oregon Ducks jacket, only jacket I had because it just so happened to be on the bus from the trip to Oregon. So it's like, shout out to Coach Dan Lanning in Oregon, because if it wasn't for you guys, I would have been frostbitten, I think, on Monday night around campus or around the base. The Brigham Brew was special. You're playing pool? You said you were playing pool against some of the boys?
Yeah, me and Bruce got on the table. Got a couple games in.
How'd it go? You guys like, put the quarter on top of the thing, like old school, like the whole thing?
Nah, we didn't do that, but a couple of the Marines were over there playing too, and we just got over there, had downs, waiting, and we got on the table, won our first game, kind of playing twos, so 2v2.
Alternate shot?
Yeah, Bruce got hot. He got hot the second game. Boom, 1 in, 2 in, 3 in, scratch on the 8-ball.
You guys lost.
Yeah, lost the second game. Everybody just stopped playing, just killed the whole vibe.
Bruce, you brought him to life and
Yep.
you put him to sleep. I like what you did over there. I guess the Brigham Brew, not normally very active there because it's on base, obviously, and everybody has like really, 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 really serious jobs. To be there for the 250th birthday in the Brigham Brew on Parris Island was a crazy just happenstance.
Yeah.
Like it all coming together perfectly. And then, I wasn't going to be able to get out of there. Not that I wanted to. Had to chug some beers with the boys. And oorah, we certainly did that. Dan Orlovsky's oorah worse than AJ's?
Yep.
Have we gotten a final vote on that or no?
I'll throw mine in the ring as Dan Orlovsky's worse.
Worst of the day?
I'd say, I was second worst. I would vote on that. I would say that.
No, but you had one, though. Remember?
One good one, yeah.
Dan had one on the way out, too. Going on the way out.
But his AirPods are kind of...
Yeah, I can't blame that on the quarterback.
Muting him. So they mute him when he yells? They're designed to do that?
That's weird.
So I think it picks up one sound. So when he gets too loud, maybe it picks up another sound. Like it tries to cut out the shitty sounding sounds.
Yeah.
That's what AirPod's doing. So you start yelling, it's like, what? No way are we doing that. And then it's like Dan Orlovsky, I guess, doesn't have the voice of a songbird. I'd assume if Luke Combs starts yelling, that AirPod turns it up, actually. Let's go ahead and hear that thing. Dan Orlovsky starts yelling, that thing goes, nope, not fucking doing that one. No way. So I guess it is a little bit of treason from the AirPod on Dan Orlovsky for himself, but yesterday was epic.
Yeah.
It was epic.
Legit.
Front of that statue.
Look at the sky, man.
Yeah.
That's a great picture.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really, really
Doing drills behind us.
And everybody will find it interesting that for that photo, AJ was the last guy up on stage to take a photo because he was meeting with a couple of DIs from Ohio, and that was very cool of you, AJ. we clearly had the middle of the photo kind of separated so that we could see the statue of Iwo Jima. AJ jumps up onto the stage, goes right to the middle, big arms. Bring it together, boys. Standing right in front of that statue. Just right there. And we go,
like we know each other.
AJ, get your ass out of the way, dude. Oh, yep. Oh. A lot of those. Oh. Yeah, and he
That's
moved.
on me. Yeah, that was on me.
Yeah, it was awesome. In the fatigues right next to me, Bobby Yarbrough, I believe he's coming up on retirement soon. He was enlisted and then he became an officer, and he's a part of I don't know his official title, so I'm not even going to try to do it. Huge part of our show happening there. And to my left there is First Sergeant Gartland. He was 22 years as a Marine. He was 8 years as a DI, spent a lot of time at Parris Island as a drill instructor and also working in the airfield that they have there, the active airfield that happens at Parris Island. So we were taken care of down there. And I said this at the beginning of the show. I didn't think it was going to happen. The idea, the concept comes about a month ago, whatever, we're chatting about it. Sounds epic, sounds awesome. Hey, you're going to be able to do this. You're going to be able to do this. I'm like, cool. First show ever on Parris Island. Will be the only show on a base during Veterans Day. And with the government shutdown and kind of everything else, and with Parris Island and the world how it is right now, I thought there was a chance that the show was not going to happen. So did not get hopes up too much about show. Just kind of like in this business, in this business, a lot of things are talked about and then they don't happen. And at the beginning of our entire run, I think I would get excited for everything and then it wouldn't happen. And I'm like, well, just defeated. So now I'm very much probably not going to happen. So let's just kind of assume that it's not going to take place. And then on Monday, after the Sunday stage gets set, it's like, hey, this is happening for sure. Bobby Yarbrough was a huge piece of that, literally calling Washington, because there were some people in Washington, I guess, that found out that maybe were like, this is not a good look. We shouldn't do this, yada, yada, yada. You name it in different departments. So he's a huge aspect. Sergeant Major and his team had to come out and say, yes, we definitely would like them there because obviously the Marines control the recruit depot down there at Parris Island. The commanding officer down there, he also had to come out and say, yes, we want there. So there was the amount of people that had to say yes again this past, 4 days before this all started and went to bat for us to do this. So incredibly cool. And all we wanted to do was make an epic Veterans Day show, just because we understood how lucky we were to be doing it. So yeah, from beginning to end, it was an outer body experience, basically. And we just wanted to go ahead and showcase the hell out of that place and the people. And I think we pulled it off. I am very proud of the messaging. And hopefully the younger vets got the messaging about the VA, trying to be a little different VA than years past, trying to help. And it was a special day. And that's a sick photo. I mean, that's the Sergeant Major of the Marines there at attention while the Marines hymn is being played by the Parris Island Marines band as is walking down Boulevard de France. So we showed that sign, We Make Marines, a couple different times. The reason why that sign is so important, that Boulevard de France is the end of their Crucible. Crucible is the last 54 hours of their 12-week, boot camp. And it ends with a 12-mile hike. So they haven't slept in 3 days, and then they have to go on a 12-mile hike. The end of the 12-mile hike comes underneath that We Make Marines sign, down the Boulevard de France, right behind us onto that parade deck, and then they are made Marines. So every Marine that has ever come through Parris Island basically is now right there. So that is the final walk, basically, as a recruit before they become a Marine. So us even being able to be on this street or be a part of anything is a massive ordeal, let alone setting up our stage right in front of the Iwo Jima statue, which after they get their Eagle Globe and Anchor pin, they go over there and kind of learn about the Marines that they're chasing. So it's we were in the middle of a lot of very, very epic and important and crucial and historic and emotional things for all the Marines. And the day after their 250th birthday on Veterans Day, for us to be there, the way they treated us, we were so lucky. And we hope we did it some justice. We hope we did. Tried my absolute best. A lot of phone calls on Monday to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Two presidents calling on Monday. A little late for the plane to head down to Parris Island. I apologize. Who are you on the phone with? President Obama's people. Yeah, I'm trying to get a video from President Obama. And then right before that, I was talking to President Trump's people because I'm trying to get a video. That's how that started. I was just looking to get a video. From all these people because I assumed in such a quick turnaround time, hey, could you guys just make a video, kind of where the league, what you guys think of veterans and what Veterans Day means to you and everything like that. And they were like, yep, let's get to it. And President Trump's people called to ask for some more information, and I was like, yeah, just looking for a video. They're like, if he was able to come on the show, would that be okay? Yeah, we could. Yeah, if the commander
we'll bump somebody. Yeah, we'll bump some people.
If the commander-in-chief wants to come on, yeah, we would certainly do that. All right, he'll do a phone call or something like that. It's like, we've never done a phone. Okay, yeah, no problem at all. Hang up the phone. I think President Trump's coming on the show tomorrow. He wants to do a phone call. Can we do a phone call? Yeah, we can do a phone call. We'll figure it out. Sweet. We don't want to do a phone call, though. So I called back to the person. Phone call, not cool. Everybody's going to think it's an impressionist. Don't we think maybe a Zoom or FaceTime? We'll do a call. We'll do a phone call. Okay, yep, you got it. Call back one more time. Hey, have we thought about Zoom? Zoom may make it easy. Maybe, we can kind of do this entire thing. Yep, he'll be calling in. Yeah, we'll do a phone call. Hey, you got it. Hey, I don't need to be. Let me hang up that phone. And then on the phone, because I know what it's going to be like, it's like I tell President Obama's people, like, hey, we do have President Trump doing something. At that point, he's coming, like, is there any? So I would like to, and they tried too. I think President Obama's people tried as well, but it was such a quick turnaround. So it's like, there's a lot of people very, very mad right now, and I understand that, but I think you should turn your focus on, like, hey, the head person of our military stopped by to spotlight Veterans Day so that maybe we can give a little bit more love to the people that serve this country. So, that is kind of a balance that we are always trying to do. And I saw a lot of people say, like, did you get permission to do that? Enough. Okay, I'm an adult who owns my company.
What does that mean? What does it even mean? I don't understand the question.
Exactly. I saw a lot of people like, hey, whoever gave permission to do this, it's like,
Who are you asking permission?
I don't even know how that would work. I don't even know how that. Hey, I was wondering with my show that I own, that I control full credit. Yeah. If you I don't even know how that would work. Honestly, I try to be a good partner. Obviously, they're licensing our show, just like the NFL is trying to be a good partner. NBA is trying to be a good partner. Inside the NBA is trying to be a good partner. Whenever somebody licenses your show, you're trying to be a good partner, obviously, and you're trying to provide good content. You would like to have success so that they have success, so we have success. But just like, whoever let this happen, it's like, fucking enough of that. Okay, let's get to a break. On the other side, Stanford Steve will be joining us to chit-chat about the College Football Playoff Committee's prediction of what the playoff would look like right now and everything else happening around the college football world, which is huge this weekend. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 5.
Hey, Pat and gang, it's good to be with you today. I just want to say thanks for all those folks. I know you're down at Paris Island. Those young veterans are going to be coming through. There are veterans, but they're just getting started right now. Young people all across this country, if you served in the military, we want you to know that when you get out of the military, no matter how long you serve, there are veterans benefits that you've earned. Make sure that you find out about those. They can help you get started with a new home. They can help you get started in business. They can send you to school or get vocational training. Look, this isn't about the old stuffy VA that you heard about from your relatives, your parents. This is about a VA that's focused on one thing and one thing only. That's our veteran. So you know that you're out there. We love you. We support you. This secretary wants you to know these benefits are for you. Don't let them for somebody else. They're there for you and the service that you did. You raised your right hand. Now let us raise our hand and serve you. Pat, y'all have a great day down there.
Jack, you got anything to say to the team here?
Oh, man, you guys keep crushing and firing everybody up. It's bigger than you guys, and you guys are the friggin' best.
Boom. Thank you, Jack.
That's amazing.
Yes.
God damn, I needed that.
I got back in shape. I was in the best shape of my life. I felt like I just throw people through walls. Oh, shit. What's happening?
What the fuck is this? We interrupt your regular programming with breaking news.
We have reports of a UAP approaching Indianapolis. They have messaged to officials they are coming to take over the world.
Government agencies have been alerted that they plan to land and activate Earth's Armageddon switch.
This is literally the scariest situation imaginable, a true doomsday scenario. Please stay calm, seek shelter immediately, and pray to whatever God or higher power you believe in.
What is that? What? Landed here?
I think Indianapolis. What? So that can't be.
We gotta go find these motherfuckers.
Yeah?
That's what we need to do.
I think it sounds like something you should do with Jack Carr. Yeah. I don't know. We need to.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Yeah, let's. It's here. It's here.
It's the button.
Yeah, it is. Oh.
Hey, do you have a rifle?
No, I got something better. Jack, I've been saving this.
What?
Yeah.
What is this thing?
What?
Ask for a rifle. What is this?
Yeah, it kills aliens. Yeah, I bought it online, deep web.
That's certainly convenient for us. All right, here we go. Hey, will you be my spotter?
Oh my God, it'd be my honor. Let's go kill these motherfuckers.
Let's do this.
Where are they?
I don't know. I think they're coming. Looks like they might be coming from right over here.
Yeah, looks like I see their fucking ship. Let's get them. They're not gonna get to that button, Jack.
Nope, they will not get to that button.
Is that one of them? Yeah. Black helmet, Carhartt khaki. He's walking right at you. Go ahead and pep. Yep. That's it, Jack Carr. That's it, Jack Carr. You killed that son of a bitch. Oh, there's another one. He looks the exact same, a little taller, a little bit more awkward. A little more awkward? Yeah, he's in the same spot though. Go ahead and get him. Go ahead. Yeah, there he is. Good hit, Jack Carr.
Oh, two down.
2 dead aliens. Not on our watch. Oh, he came down backwards. This one's showing you his back. No respect. Kind of a disrespectful alien here as he drags his carcass around. Looks different. Oh, all 3 of them stacked up. Nice. Jack Carr slaying aliens. Oh, there's one more. It's a big one.
Oh, he looks like an eater.
He is an eater.
Oh, man.
This must be their Supreme Commander. Look at the size. He's looking at you, Jack. He's coming at you, Jack. He's coming at us, Jack. Get his big ass, Jack. Boom! This guy's trying to take down our planet. Go the fuck out. That's it, Jack Carr. Go back to where you came from, you sack of shit! Hey, good work, dude. Amazing. That was awesome. I mean, they were gonna fucking come in here. I mean, they just popped up and they just shot him right in the fucking head.
I don't know. Good thing we saw that newscast when we did.
Well, that's why they do the live alert. I don't know. Did we know that? That's still.
I feel like that should have been disclosed when we bought this place.
The legit. Let's go in and talk to the boys.
Amazing, let's do it.
What a life you live.
Man, I'm just glad you had this rifle and I had those binos. What are the odds of that? I mean,
I could see them.
Good thing I carry those with me everywhere I go.
The big one at the end really ate some fucking pain.
Yeah, I feel like he stopped somewhere on the way in for a snack.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Are we good?
What do you think, boys? Fucking Jack Carr's here. If that's not enough reason to buy his new book, I don't know what is. Fucker just saved the earth. And nobody would have known about it if it didn't just so happen to happen right here with all these cameras. Thank you, Jack Carr. Thank you, Jack Carr.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
you, guys.
3-time World Saver Jack Carr has done it again. We're all mind blown that a global attack always seemingly happens when Jack Carr comes to the Thunderdome. But boy, we're thankful he's always there to save us all. On that note, Jack Carr's new book, Cry Havoc, is available now. It's a Vietnam-era thriller and the 8th installment of the multiple-time New York Times best-selling series Terminal List. Hell yeah, Jack Carr. Hell yeah.
Hey,
Why?
let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our hub of the boat, the Thunderdome, on this Watt Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. Hour 3 of the program begins now. Football is magical. That's AJ Hawk. The Toxic Table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. 9-year NFL vet, host of Everything DB, Good D, Bad D, which will debut this week's episode in a matter of about 30 minutes or so. Yeah. Darius J. Butler is here. Yes, super cool hoodie.
Thank you. Thank you. Look for a little pop of color today.
So for me, wearing a lighter color, what would that be called? The that series of colors.
Pastel.
Yeah. Pastel. Okay. Pastel. That's a summer thing for me. Mm-hmm. I wear in the summer. I want to let you know, you look so cool in that thing.
I wear it anytime.
Yeah, anytime.
Anytime, man.
For me, I don't look good with those colors there certain times of the year. Yeah, because I get a little fatter. A little fatter, they start seeing it.
You look good. You look good.
Right now, science seems to be working, I will say. And also, pretty busy schedule. Tough to kind of, find time to either eat or not be. It turns out that's not necessarily great for the body, but starting to look a little better. Shirts a little bit too big. Pants a little bit too big. Belts a little bit too big. Mm-hmm. And when you wear those asshole belt buckles like I do, those come with special belt. You need a special belt for that thing. Mm-hmm. All these belts, too. I'm finding a nail in my bus on Saturday mornings, trying to put a new hole in the belt.
That stinks.
And the belt is lever. So first one, I took like a pen and I was like jamming it in there, not working. I'm like, what do I need to do here? So I get a nail, actually, and I'm like, I'll thumb it through there. I'll thumb it through this thing. Yeah, right. Had to find a hammer from a person down the street. Yeah, worker, right, down the street. Hey, can I borrow a hammer real quick? Yeah, are you... When will I get it? I just need to go do a belt thing. Mm-hmm. Yep, take hammer. Right into the desk. Right into the desk.
Got through the Got your hole.
Had to use the back of the thing, obviously.
Pull that some bitch out.
Pull that thing out. Got a hole in the belt and the desk now. And I'll tell you, I don't think it was in the right spot either. I think I needed it a little deeper. Yeah, so we are. If anybody has an answer to that is better than that, I'm looking for it. Because I don't know if you're supposed to hold it on something and then pull it out and then put how am I? I think I need a machine. Because it has to be on something, and I'm always going to put a hole in that fucking thing. I mean, I don't know how
to be able to get through it.
Concrete. Do it on a concrete or something.
Or a fence.
Or somebody else's workbench.
Yeah.
You just needed to go find a workbench.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe get one added onto the bus or workbench in case you need it.
Have that thing fold down. Boom. Yeah, maybe I do need that. Mm-hmm. Could just get a new belt, but no. Let's build it.
Install could DoorDash a couple belts. Could DoorDash a few belts too.
Yeah, but of course I look ahead and I prepare for everything. I'm a super look ahead, prepare for the future guy. Let's set a time for that and let's execute on that. So I'm not finding that out until 40 minutes before this thing starts, because that's the first time that thing's been around my waist since last week. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, I'm starting to disappear here. I think that's a good thing, but in this particular moment, it's terrible. Last week, couldn't figure it out. Belt was just gigantic. I mean, it was just sitting up there. I could have been doing this with that belt if I wanted to, just kind of pull ups on the thing. So that's a fun little game happening within the game day game that I'm having on Saturdays. A man who has experienced something very similar. Yeah. We've seen him about 700 pounds lighter than he is right now, and we've seen him about 100 pounds heavier than he is right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Moon Township's greatest... No.
I was going to say.
Second greatest export, ladies and gentlemen, ACC Show.
Yeah,
That's why I keep wearing the same pair of khaki pants, because I gave them all away when I lost the weight to Goodwill. I only got one pair that fits anymore.
Well, they say if you keep the closet at a fit size, it'll motivate you to stay in shape. I don't think that's real. No.
Clearly.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. For you don't think so either. Yeah, I think you're living it right now.
Yeah.
You just got to have two different closets, I think. And that's probably what you have done for most of your life.
Yeah, that would have been smarter, but I gave it all away, and now here I am. This shirt's from about 2012.
You're too good of a guy. You only have a certain amount of clothes because you gave it all away. This guy went to Goodwill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gave it all away.
Thank you, AQ.
Thank you.
Did you try to sell it at that Play It Again Sports? You remember when they were doing that?
Love that place.
I love Play It
Great
Again Sports.
spot.
Grew
Great
up on
place.
that place.
Me too.
What?
Play It Again
They
Sports.
sell new stuff too.
Yeah.
They actually sell some new stuff.
Okay, so did you sell stuff to Play It Again Sports?
No, never sold anything. Either went there because I was a little bigger than my older brother, so most of the time the hand-me-down stuff that didn't fit me Played Against Sports. Let's hit it.
I was so excited for that place whenever it came about. I'm like, all right, I just need to get stuff, and this place will give me money. Okay, that's good news.
It's a brick and mortar place?
I get my hands on a ball, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You don't know what it is, D-Butt? They don't have it down there?
I don't think, maybe. I feel like I've heard the name, but I can't, never walked in the store.
In my recollection, if I'm thinking of the right store, because I think there was a clothing one of these stores as well, where you could take your shit back, basically, and they buy it off you, and then they're going to resell it.
Like
My Sister's Closet, I think, is the one you're talking, the clothing one.
Okay, so that's clothing one. Then sports had one. So, yeah, it was like a little, in my eyes, I was like, yes, I just got to find stuff to be able to sell these people. And you bring in their, this ball right here, original price, let's say $20. They got 50 cents for you.
Oh, yeah.
It was like you're watching Pawn Stars all over again.
GameStop.
Yeah, before. It was like, I'm not selling shit to these guys. Why am I wasting my time driving all the way over here? It's not. But to your point, I think it had a lot of stuff in there. Like Playing Against Sports had a lot of stuff in there.
And every single sport. Like there wasn't one different type of like basketball shoe, hockey skate, baseball mitt, basically everything that you could possibly want. Yeah.
Like this might actually be in there. This
hurling.
is the hurling ball from. So it was a cool place, but I thought it was going to be a much better hustle. Anyways, you need to go to Play It Against Sports, it sounds like, and I hope you get it figured out because you look amazing. But you said you're going to lose a bunch of weight. You're going to do some science.
Oh yeah, 30 pounds.
You're going to get on science. You're going to call the people at Affinity, or what are you going to do?
I got my own people.
I don't know if they're the Affinity people, though, brother. I'm going to let you know that. I don't know.
You might be right. Where are the Affinity people?
Yeah, everywhere.
Carry your big pants around to motivate you. Someone used to do that.
You mean did this?
Mm-hmm.
That was not good for America when it all went down. And as somebody that lives here in Indianapolis, those choppers were out in abundance. Do you know who you're talking about?
Papa John, right?
Was
No, there was no choppers or pants.
Yeah, I think we were just we
He's getting out soon.
One of those places.
You did?
We were near it.
There was one.
We all were.
Yeah, we were. We did see one.
Not me.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was
You just didn't have your eyes open, but yeah.
There was one on base.
No, I didn't see one of those.
Yeah, that's all D-Bone talked about the entire time. How bad he wanted to go grab one.
Mm-hmm.
Are we what he wanted a Subway sandwich?
Zito as well.
Yes, he did.
Zito mentioned it like 40 times.
What was he going to go get over there? The
just
bigger,
ham and bread. That's what Debo wanted. Just ham and bread. That's
what about
he
the
said.
bigger, meatier, tastier? They had a pretty good run with the BMT there for a while. I'll tell you what. When I saw that Fatso lose that weight, I'm a sandwich guy.
Debo?
Did he lose weight?
No, that's why I was so confused.
Oh, okay. Because I thought maybe we had a new Debo.
No.
What's that?
No, we didn't. We didn't have a new D-Bone. He literally.
And you guys held him back from maybe being because Jared Fogle is who is being talked about right now.
Correct.
Oh.
Okay, he's in Indianapolis, Indiana. He was with Subway.
That's right.
That's who I was talking about, Tone. You knew that's who I was talking
Thank
about.
you for clearing that up.
I'm actually not sure.
AJ's pen pals. Ask him.
AJ, you wrote him a letter in jail. That's crazy. But nonetheless, when I saw that happen, when I saw that Fatso become a skinnier person from eating sandwiches, as a guy that sandwiches is my favorite, like that, I love this, I was all in. I was all in. I was eating their tuna. So good. So good. And then somebody told me, that's got more shit in it than a Big Mac. You might as well go back to McDonald's and just have a Big Mac. I said, well, how'd the guy lose the weight? And at that time, they told me that it was probably a lie. And I was fucking baffled by it. I guess you can't lose weight just eating cereals every day.
I don't think you can.
That's what I think. That's what they were saying, which is bullshit. Because I was sold a bill of goods about I eat this, I lose a lot of weight. Jared Fogle lied. Why didn't you let D-Bone maybe get in there?
Well, I mean, we were getting ready to go, and he was very serious about, like, I think I'm just going to walk down there. He's like, I want a ham sandwich so bad. And I was like, well, D-Bone, you could go to the fucking grocery store when you get home and just get some ham and some bread if you will. He's like, it's not Subway. It's not Subway's ham
He
sandwich.
wanted the sandwich artist.
Yes.
He wanted a sandwich artist, which is what the people from Subway were.
Correct.
I'll tell you, that was tough for me. As you can tell, when it all went down,
oh, yeah.
Losing Subway out of my life was a big deal. That was fucking go-to. This fresh fucking, hey, do one line of mayo, please. One line of the mustard there, please.
The $5 foot long. Meatball.
It was good.
Oh, never the meatball, but yeah, certainly.
Meatballs.
Anything but the meatball.
Put some vinegar and oil on that.
Cookies.
Do you want it toasted? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please put it in.
Now every Subway smells like shite.
What happened?
Yeah, why?
Let's get to the next segment. Rest in peace, Subway.
Yeah.
Well,
chilled lettuce. Chilled lettuce.
You're right.
You remember that?
The shredded, their little shredded lettuce is very good.
Oven roasted chicken. Add some bacon, please. Can we please put that in the toaster? Oh my God. Yeah, I need a lot of lettuce on that. One line of the light mayo because you guys like the. I just need a. You guys are supposed to be artists here. Yes, please cut it in half. Let's do the entire thing. Let's make sure we get a good wrap on that thing. Those are good times. It was all a lie. I became a fatso. D-Bone tweeted Subway. I just saw.
Did he?
It's 2013.
That was it? That's
it's
the
2013. 2013. Right?
Yep.
So whenever he was thinking about walking to that place, you guys have no idea. It's a lifelong.
No idea.
He would have been like Paris Island Subway. Like he would have put that under.
He was 11 years old then.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He views these things like they're museums. Like we need to go see this thing. Sorry they didn't let you go, D-Bone.
Well, you can say it.
No.
You think that was a thread to a hashtag free Fogel right above it? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, we can never know. You can never know. Twitter used to be so different too. The way you used to have to actually retweet things was you actually had to copy paste it, put it in quotes, and then you would respond to it. So people don't even. It was a crazy time there. Yeah, you could really change what was in those quotes. You see, so you could just kind of you kind of do whatever you want.
Some people thought those were DMs too, not even retweets.
Yep. Yeah, there was people at that time. I mean, Twitter has had quite.
Or
a
you
run.
didn't care.
Yeah, people are treating that thing like it was nobody's going to see this.
Yeah.
And then people found out, hey, everybody's going to see all of this forever for the rest of the time. So go ahead and figure it out. A lot of athletes had some things to say whenever they were younger on there. And D-Bone. Since 2013, he was looking forward to going to that Subway, and you guys cut it off. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who I'm sure is fancied. Oh, my God.
Without a doubt.
Oh, my. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another college football conversation with Stanford Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, did you go through the Subway run like I did there? You heard it, obviously. Did you go through a Subway run as well like me?
Absolutely. And even funnier, driving out of Lambeau Field the other night about 2 a.m., there was a Play It Again Sports right down the street. I couldn't believe it. I haven't seen those stores in forever.
Lambeau's the greatest. Yeah,
it's like going back in time. It's unbelievable.
Connor said that he actually heard that you were called Subway Steve before Stanford.
I'm listening to the conversation, and I knew that one.
Subway Steve. We didn't know that was the case. That's crazy. Okay, let's look at this college football world that we're currently in right now. Obviously, the College Football Playoff Committee is the most important ranking in all of sport. They have the AP ranking. There's other people that give out rank. I think PFF has their own ratings in college football. The only one that truly matters when push comes to shove is the College Football Playoff Committee's ranking because they are the ones that are deciding who's going where. What did you learn from last night? Any big shakeups, or is this kind of what you expected, Steve?
Yeah, I thought the Miami should be happy sliding up because now when you see the teams in front of you, they're going to be underdogs in some games coming up. And, I thought Joey did a great job on the show last night just talking about, like, every year we get to November, and it's like, well, if we win this game and win this, what we never talk about is teams are going to lose. Teams are going to lose in November. And when you look at, especially this week, I mean, we got two monsters in the SEC, and those are two teams that are ahead of Miami in Texas and Oklahoma. They're both on the road, and they're both underdog. Now, how far would they fall? If they were to lose, that's the question. But Miami, I could see a path there for them, so I'd be happy with them. I get the people wanted A&M ahead of Indiana after Indiana struggled. I wasn't too fond of that thought with A&M. They made the point. I thought it was interesting though. They made the point that they went to Missouri and they beat Missouri, who's on their third quarterback, right? Indiana went to Penn State and beat a team that doesn't have their quarterback or their coach. So I thought that was an imbalance there, but I don't have any problems with Indiana staying at 2.
Okay, Indiana at 2. I think they would view it as a good win. On the road, didn't play their best.
They never won there.
Yeah, well, this team's never played there. So
that's true.
I mean, that's what Cignetti had to say about it. But on that note, incredible catch, maybe the catch of the season. The body control is crazy there from Cooper Jr. Fernando Mendoza, I think a lot of us who have been watching him this season with Indiana, and hopefully Hoosiers fans can agree with me whenever we say this, we thought he was going to walk down there and score. Like, I didn't know how easy he was going to do it, but I think the expectation was, yeah, Mendoza's going to score. The reason why I'm saying that right now is because I was getting FaceTimes from people maybe that are part of the Penn State cult, and they were calling Indiana frauds. And then when Mendoza got the ball back late, I told that particular person, Mendoza's about to slice you up. And what the fuck happened to Penn State, AQ? Literally immediately upon that happening, pal. Do you remember?
Yeah, they fell apart.
No, Mendoza showed up.
Well,
you said they fell apart.
He got sacked on the first play, and I'm like, okay, here we go. And then he proceeds to do what he did. That was even more impressive. The fact that he got sacked, and it was, 2nd and 16 back inside his own 20 to start.
So I think that actually, I don't want to say legitimizes him even more, because that would be kind of throwing shade at the rest of the season, where he won into Oregon and won there, by the way, and he's putting up more numbers than everybody else, and the defense has continuity. But did Fernando Mendoza in that moment, and granted, they should have beat you guys by 100. We all understand it. Big Ten football, though, in Penn State, I mean, that's going to be a difficult game. It can be if you let it. They certainly did. Mendoza, though, when they needed to score, they scored. Their weapons, when they needed to score, they scored. And when they need a stop, we assume they'll just be able to do that as well. Indiana can win the national championship after watching them play against your Penn State team. And you know your Penn State team isn't good, but it's still a Big Ten game with 5-star players at Penn State.
That place can get really intimidating if you let them, right? And I think they let the crowd get into that game whenever Penn State came and took the lead. And what he did, obviously, I think they're built for it. I do. I think they've built the team the right way. They're tough. The trenches are good on both sides of the ball. And the quarterback's unbelievable. And he was without his top receiver, basically, and was still able to do that and deliver in the moment when he needed to. The seam ball down the middle to get that thing started after the sack. And then from there, what he did was incredible.
Okay, let's go over to Hammer, Dahn. We're talking national championships right now, chatting Indiana. They've been a part, obviously, of the top 2 teams in the country for the last few weeks. What do you have, Tone?
I saw a fun fact this morning. In each year since 2015, so basically the last 10 years, the eventual national champion was ranked in the top 3 in the second CFP rankings. So that would be these rankings. The national champion has come from the top 3, which this year would be A&M, Indiana, or last year's national champion, Ohio State.
Stanford Steve, we have A.J. Hawk on here, and obviously he's an Ohio State legend. We had Ryan Day on last week, and we congratulated him for being number 1 in the CFP committee. He said, nope. He was literally leaving. But there isn't a lot of hype around this Ohio State team, like national conversation. You know, and obviously they're number 1 team. Saints favorite to win the Heisman. Their hype is certainly warranted from the rankings and from the sports books, but national conversation kind of leave them out. This feels like when the Celtics were so good during the regular season, it's like, we're not going to talk about the Celtics. We'll talk about them in the playoffs. And then they dominated in the playoffs. It was like, no, we can't talk about them. They're too good. Is that what we're doing with Ohio State right now, you think? And are they the ones that are going to end up with the national championship in your eyes?
I feel like there's an understanding of how good they are. But again, to your point, was it Carnell Tate gets a tight hammy in warm-ups last week? Okay, what do we do? All right, let's get the best player in the sport 10 catches for a career high. Sayin takes care of business. The defense is going to show up. So it's not boring. It's just a taking care of business attitude that they have. And again, we've talked about it. This is just a climb all the way to get to that game in Ann Arbor. That's what they've wanted. That's what everybody's wanted, and it's been slow because they have been so dominant, and there's nothing really to pick up. People want to go after their schedule. Okay, look at A&M's schedule. I did A&M's schedule. Their conference opponents are 8-27 so far in games. Indiana, 16-26. They obviously played Oregon and Iowa, but they have Wisconsin and Purdue who are combined for one more conference win. So people could pick them apart all they want. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to appreciate the hell out of a team trying to go for 2 straight national titles with a lot of different pieces. And most importantly, what I think is different about this team, which they absolutely had to piece together during that run after losing to Michigan, is they got some dudes on that offensive line, man. They got some nastiness to them, and that has helped Sayin a ton. I think, show some evolution in his game, and I think it's just a credit to Hart. I mean, at the beginning of the year, we didn't know what Hartline was going to do, calling plays. Everything is moving in the right direction for them, and I loved you guys trying to crown Coach Day last week, and that's one guy that's just not going to be about it, and that was fun.
Yeah, Ryan Day certainly has a good mindset, especially for a coach that's trying to build a dynasty, which they certainly can. If they run the table here, you're talking about maybe one of the most dominant teams of all time, like literally in the history of the sport. AJ, In Ohio, it's obviously national champion talk. How do they feel about this particular team that's kind of being left out of the national chatter, but in a much different way, they are favorites, have been favorites, and expected to win by 20 every single week? How do the Ohio people treat Ohio State Buckeyes football games?
I mean, I think the Ohio people are very excited. They weren't sure coming in with all the, the change, especially on defense, what they would look like, new quarterback coming in. But I think they're super, super excited. But also, they're all pointing to the Michigan game. Okay, let's beat Michigan, and then let's go take care of business. Like that I feel like is on the tip of everybody's mind here. Obviously, the coaching staff, everyone there, they know, they understand it. First of all, that was an unbelievable ball to Jeremiah Smith right there. Great ball, great catch. Like, he's not open. Like, they're not. These guys aren't really even that open, but making unbelievable plays. But yeah, it all comes down to, hey, I think it's first. All right, well, hey, we got to beat Michigan this year, and then after that, let's go on another run and let's go win a national championship.
Texas Tech representing the Big 12 in the CFP's committee. Lubbock was incredible. I saw what Herbie said on his show nonstop about like just nicest, friendliest people. And obviously, we don't get treated the same. Like it does, and this is going to sound like such an asshole comment. It does suck that I am at the point now of life, and I think now at this stage, I think I can say everybody up here, which is cool to watch you guys get this as well. People act and treat us differently whenever we're at a place. Okay, I'm not just getting treated like how every human would get treated in certain situations. I don't love that. Okay, I would like to know what it's supposed to be like. It makes me a much better human, and also the way I talk much better. But just the reality of my life now, it is I'm seeing normally the best of everything. The best of everything is kind of happening everywhere we go, especially with game day. So I thought Lubbock was amazing. Okay, absolutely amazing. But then Gumpy talked about it. Gumpy was out and about, and walking around. Bull Rush was out and about, walking around. And then you start hearing how everybody's kind of talking about it. It's like, this place is Lubbock, Texas is a football town that loves ball, loves their school, obviously. But they also are an incredible group of human beings that I want to see have success. Like a couple of their local guys are investing in their team. They're proud of their local team. What they make their money off of? Local business. Local business, local guys giving local money to the team. It's like they're building it the right way. High school coach, Texas high school coach as the coach. It's like, that's a special place, I think, Steve. And I think Kirk said the same thing. I'm wondering your thoughts on it all down there in Lubbock. I hope that place has success for the people that are down there because of how much they're invested in that team.
Yeah, and like I said, being there for the Crabtree game, it's a totally different place. That unbelievable football facility with the Patrick Mahomes walkthrough room, that wasn't even there the last time I was there. So you talk about, the people, and that's what's the best. They haven't changed. It's in this setting. It's 5 hours away from Dallas. It's almost like its own island, in Texas, and they appreciate so much, and that's what I love. To your point, they've built it. Yeah, they have a lot of money. Yeah, are they putting it in the right places? Yes. They have a good football team. Heck yeah. And last night seeing them creep up ahead of Ole Miss, I thought was interesting because their loss is without their starting quarterback. So they are that, need some things, but it's not out of the possibility that they could get a first-round bye, although they really want one of those home games.
Yeah,
they want one of those home games in Lubbock.
And I think we should want one of those as college football fans, a home game down in Lubbock. Let's go to Hammer. Dahn. AP Tone, what did the rankings say about Texas Tech to you?
Yeah, I agree with Steve. Jumping Ole Miss was huge, and I think personally Texas Tech is in the playoffs as long as they don't have an absolute meltdown because they have UCF at home. UCF is not the best college football team in the world. And then I know West Virginia is playing a lot better. But they finish with West Virginia. So if they take care of business, UCF, West Virginia, it's very, very similar to SMU last year, who lost in the ACC Championship game, still made the playoffs. Their one loss was without Kevin Jennings last year. So I see a situation here with Texas Tech. As long as they take care of business, UCF and WU, I still think they can lose in the Big 12 Championship and still get in the playoff because I don't think the committee is going to punish a team that loses in their championship game when they're going to be ranked 5, 6, whatever, going into that game.
That would be 2 Big 12 teams.
Yes, it would, just like ACC last year.
Yeah, and also the ACC, do you think that they put Miami up here to potentially set up a maybe if they can't even get to the ACC championship because of other things? Are they trying to set up 2 ACC teams even if they don't win the championship? You know, like there's so many little things you can really start saying, well, oh, they're trying to get Miami in here because they're having them ranked high right now. So even if Miami, who can't control its own destiny, doesn't make it to the ACC championship, will they still be able to say, no, Miami's still one of the top teams? It's all those things we're kind of looking at, Steve, don't you think?
Yes. The crazy thing is they brought it up on the show. There's a minute possibility Miami could make it as an at-large, and the ACC champion could be left home. That's an outside. Yeah, that could happen. If the group of if James Madison and the American team champion get in. Now you got to win your conference champion to be that group of 6, but there's a little percentage chance that can happen.
No, isn't it? So it's the highest ranked 4.
5 highest ranked conference champions. So if
it would be 2. It would be a group. It would be 2 group of 5 teams then that would get in above.
Let's just say Duke. Let's say Duke wins the ACC championship because they still have a chance, and they're 5-4 right now.
They're 5-4 now, and they would end up being 9-4.
Yeah, so Duke would be a 9-4 ACC champ. But if say South Florida and James Madison are ranked higher than them, they would get in over the ACC championship because they would be the champions of their conferences ranked higher.
The ACC champion not getting a bid in the college football playoff would cause quite a stir.
Yeah.
In how this whole thing is handled. Let's go to this weekend's games. Obviously, we're headed to Pittsburgh for Notre Dame in Pitt. Very historic rivalry. Notre Dame can't lose. I think we all agree with that. Notre Dame cannot pick up another loss. Narduzzi has come out and said, I don't care if we lose by 100, we can still get the ACC championship. Now, to your point, if they were to lose by 100 and then make it to the ACC championship and win the ACC championship, that might be a similar situation that you're talking about with if Duke was to win, where maybe the ACC champion doesn't make the tourney, and boy, people are going to be pissed to hear that down there in the ACC. What are your thoughts on this particular game? You know, new quarterback for Pitt is electrifying. He's got everybody talking, and they haven't lost with him behind the center. And then Notre Dame, obviously all anybody talks about is, hey, they're 2 losses to very good teams. They've gotten very, very good. They're a tough football team. They run well. Jeremiah Love should be in a conversation for Heisman. CJ Carr's only gotten more and more reps. How do you kind of see this game going? Is it the new quarterback of Pitt that can maybe show up and derail Notre Dame's national championship hopes? Or do you think Notre Dame goes in there and takes care of business as we sit on this particular Wednesday?
I believe if Pitt's going to win the game, it's going to be one of those high-scoring back-and-forth games a la last year against Clemson until Cade Klubnik, had the long run for the touchdown. But you see Desmond Reed right there, number 0. He didn't play against Stanford in their last game. He's their best player. He catches the ball in the backfield. He's a great running back. And then they are off a bye. So I would think he would be healthy. They got 2 linebackers that got dinged up. But Pitt, Narduzzi has always been great against the run. They are number 1 in the country in yards per carry allowed. I think it's below 3 yards. And on the other side, you mentioned it. Jeremiah Love, as good as their Price is an awesome 1A, 1B, whatever you want to call him. I think Price is just as good and valuable. You saw him turn the USC game around with a kick return.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what it comes down to. Can Pitt stop Notre Dame's run offense and make them one-dimensional? We've seen CJ Carr come back to reality. Didn't play great against USC, but again, that kickoff return, a couple turnovers, got Notre Dame in the good there. So Notre Dame's offense against that Pitt defense is what this game comes down to. Pitt has the offense to hang around. Notre Dame's defense is not as elite as it was last year, so I could see Notre Dame winning and Pitt keeping it close.
Pitt obviously hosting College Game Day. We'll be down there on the North Shore, right near the stadium on the river in Roberto Clemente Park, I do believe, is the name of that place. It's a beautiful area. It's a lot of space. I think it should be an electrifying environment. We hope you'll come hang out with us. The game that's going to take place immediately after that, AP Tone, is going to go like what? And what are your thoughts on it? How do you think the game day crowd's going to be too, Tone? Do you think it's going to be a lot of Notre Dame, or do you think Pitt's going to turn that place up? It is officially sold out. The game is officially sold out. You can check out SeatGeek, obviously, for more options, and you can actually use the promo code
Pat McAfee?
Pat McAfee, PATMCAFEE, for $30 off. these tickets. Shout out to the sellout happening. Obviously going to be an electrifying environment. If Pitt wins, Notre Dame is not going to the national championship.
Nope.
If Notre Dame wins, Pitt fans are going to say we're the same old, but then we potentially get to the chance where the ACC champion, who could be Pitt, doesn't make the tournament. A lot on the line. Tone, what are your thoughts on the game that's sold out and how it's going to go?
Yeah, I think game day is going to be awesome. Obviously, with the sellout, the gravel lot's going to be packed, gold lot's going to be packed. There's going to be a lot of fans down there. This is always a big sellout game. Pitt, Notre Dame at Acrisure will be awesome. As far as the game goes, I think Steve nailed it. Pitt's rushing defense versus Notre Dame's rushing offense. Pitt's defense has a slight advantage there because they are so incredible there. Also, on the other side of the ball, Notre Dame's rushing defense is really good too. I think they're 15th in the country. So I don't think Pitt's going to run. They have been throwing for over 300 yards a game since Heinzel has taken over. So for the difference of this game, I think it's going to be which freshman quarterback is going to play better, CJ Carr or Mason Heinzel. Mason Heinzel being the true freshman quarterback out of Ohio. So I think it's literally whichever passing game is going to be better. Notre Dame's passing defense hasn't been as good as last year, even though they have the same starting corners as last year. So we'll see in this one, but I think it's whatever freshman quarterback plays better.
Tony, Bengals at Steelers the day after. Are they changing the grass? Do you know?
I don't believe they are.
Oh, that won't be a convo at all.
No.
That won't be a conversation at all.
I won't bring it up.
If Boswell's leg snaps, there's going to be a riot.
We're not going to have that happen. But if his foot slides underneath the ball like it does again, there is going to be a riot.
Mm-hmm.
What week is the state championship games there? That's got to be coming
next week.
Very soon, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I thought if that was Friday.
That's going to be another
Moons
call.
in the semis, baby.
What?
Moons in the semis.
I saw the quarterback club. You ever be a part of that? I saw a couple photos of that
Yeah,
place. over there.
they're the big boosters, you know, the big boosters of Moon Township.
Are you a big booster of Moon Township?
I'm not. I don't. You gotta.
No,
live
he hates his hometown.
He does hate his hometown. Steve, have you ever heard of Joe Nardo?
Joe DiNardo.
Yeah,
Joe.
Don't do
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put the picture up.
Just say
Put the
yes, of
picture
course.
up.
Love you, Joe.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Joe was the man who, when he said something was going to happen with the weather, it happened. And in Pittsburgh, you never knew with the weather. We had more rain than Seattle, more soot than you. And Joe Nardo was able to get on that Doppler and see exactly what happened. And he's from A.Q. Shipley's hometown in Pittsburgh, Moon Township. And A.Q. hates Joe DiNardo.
Nope, I've changed. Remember?
No, I don't.
It's a lot of tape. Me changing. I've changed.
Why'd you change? Because Joe DiNardo's family
Well, I
said,
realized how hard it is to predict the weather. See? Come around.
Thank God you are finally acknowledging Paisano's greatness on the
Especially in Pittsburgh.
How about this? Project Bundle Up. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
It's coming up on, I think, 40 years. You know who founded that?
Joe DiNardo, Sally Wiggins.
So I hope Moon wins. Strictly for Joe, not for you.
Yep.
I can't believe it's been
AQ,
7
he
years.
did ruin a lot of golf rounds, though. Remember that.
Foxy, once again, you're doing this shit that you've been doing lately, and I don't like it. Whenever somebody lets some words slide out of their mouth about Rudy Subs, you go, let me go ahead and post this, see if anybody else don't need to be doing that. And then right now, we're having a moment here, a good one for Joe DiNardo. And all of a sudden, you're going, hey, Q, don't get too soft here. Remember about you and your dad's golf trips that Joe DiNardo said it was going to rain, and then maybe it didn't rain as much. Why'd you do that? There's no reason to do that.
I just needed to remind him because as someone that's had a lot of golf rounds ruined, it sucks and the weekends ruined. And there's got to be someone to blame for that. So in this case,
it's not Joe DiNardo.
I don't know. I'm not from Pittsburgh, so I don't know. So I just am asking.
Joe said it would, and it did. That's what the Joe DiNardo difference was.
Right.
And AQ?
That's right. So that's right.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You need to.
I believe him.
Thanks, AJ.
He keeps talking
He
like
seems sincere. He seems sincere, honestly.
football gods aren't going to like what you just did right there.
Didn't you send me a picture when you went back to go to Kennywood of you stopping by Joe DiNardo's gravesite and taking a dump on his headstone?
No, I didn't do that.
Why'd you do that?
No, I didn't do that.
That's disgusting. That is disgusting. That's what you're promoting. From.
I didn't do that. I drove by, saw the Joe DiNardo water tower right there when you enter Moon Township. I said, you know what? It's hard to predict the weather.
Okay, so yay gave him. So did you get out and do the whole thing?
You salute?
Nah, I was driving down Route 60, you know. Put my head down as I drove by the water tower. I didn't look at the road for a solid 30 seconds.
What, you didn't want to make eye contact?
I had to give him his respect.
Oh, you're
You know what I mean?
you're
Moment of
bowing
silence.
while driving.
Yeah, give him my respect.
Okay.
It was
Thank
a
you for doing
straightaway.
that. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. Okay, now it does feel like you've maybe come all the way around. Maybe Moon will win now. What are you guys, AA, AAA, Quad A?
I think we're 4A. 4A. Used to be 3A whenever I played. Now there's
6A.
6A now, yeah.
Yeah, they've reclassified everybody. I think it's kind of a confusing thing, but
It is.
hey, Moon's going to win it all. What are you guys, the Super Duper Tigers?
Yep.
Good luck.
That'd be two big wins in a couple weeks. Beat the old Plum Mustangs.
Tough team.
What?
We got a tough team. We got a young team. We'll be back. Yeah. Listen, next year's Moon Tigers don't want to see the Mustangs. I just want to let you know that. We got a quarterback who's going to be a junior next year. Yeah. He was a sophomore this year. He's going to be a junior next year.
Yeah, I figured if he was a sophomore, I figured he'd be
Is he good?
But could be held back to, and we need to start doing that. We need to start doing that a little bit, maybe more at Plum. I don't want to be promoting anything, but if we get 20-years as seniors at Plum, I think we'd have a chance.
It's a huge advantage.
I think.
Got to do it early. Got to do it before.
Kindergarten, you're saying?
Yeah. Start them late.
Okay. Something to think about people in Plum, because I think with the way our bodies are built in Plum, we're going to need the age over the size against some of these guys. We're going to need the wisdom in there. So
That's right.
We get a couple 23-year-olds in there, I think we'll have a chance, really, to body these teams. But Nonnenberg, our quarterback, dog, absolute dog, just like Joe Donardo. And I hope Moon wins for him, not for you. 2 big games in the SEC, Stanford, Steve. Do you know Joe Donardo now? Do you feel like you
Yes. Very familiar. Very familiar.
Thank you.
Appreciate his work.
Thank you. See? It's as easy as that. He doesn't even know who he is. He didn't even get a chance to grow up with Project Bunch.
I just did it. Why are we going back?
It'd be hard for me to move on. That's how disrespectful you fucking were. What did he say about Kennywood, too? Didn't he say it was disgusting?
Yeah, he said Kennywood sucked.
I mean,
worst place in the
time of my life.
Potato Patch is cool, but
Potato Patch, not as
Stanford,
good as I remembered.
You ever been to Kennywood? You ever been to Kennywood?
I have not.
Detonate
Hershey
that
Park.
place.
This
Hershey Park's
weekend.
down here.
Hold on.
There we go.
You should go. Film it. Do a special.
Oh, my God.
Jen Lotta on
Nice
Kenny
little
the
segment.
Kangaroo.
How did you just think of this? That's how you know it stinks.
Cool
are
seg
you
if
going?
you die.
What's that?
Are you going this
Well,
weekend?
I didn't.
Oh,
just
you could
think
go,
of
I
it.
guess.
Sure you did.
I didn't just think of it right now. I knew anytime I'm going to be in the area, I need 2 things: Rudy Subs, Kenny's Wood. And that's where I'm headed this weekend, down there to Kenny Wood.
Do you eat Kenny's Wood, or is that just a place you go?
Yeah.
So
What's the mascot's name?
Kenny. No.
Kangaroo.
It is
Kenny's up there.
Kenny the Kangaroo.
Kenny the Kangaroo.
Pretty sweet costume.
He's kind of got like a used sock kind of costume.
Yeah.
Looks like Penn State's mascot.
Bingo. Very similar to the Nittany Lion up there at Penn State.
Yeah.
But that kind of has a lot of history. Kenny Kangaroo could use a little bit of an upgrade. I think we could make him.
Kenny's got a little history too.
What's that?
Kenny, it's Pittsburgh, so Kenny's got a little shit to him. I think we could all guess. What's going on there.
That's right.
Like the Subway guy?
Yeah, what do you
He's
mean?
not from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Okay, he is an Indiana guy. And not saying people like Indiana are like him, but Pittsburgh people in a costume gets a little hot. As Nick was Charles E. Chester.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you want to throw hands every once in a while whenever you're dressed up like a mascot, especially in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, they actually only let me do it once. It was so miserable.
Because Pittsburgh kids, too, mascots.
Yeah, assholes.
This guy.
I would have been a great mascot.
You can
Still time.
Still time.
Let's go to this weekend, Steve. 2 huge SEC games. Let's start with Oklahoma and Alabama. Tone mentioned in the first hour of the program, he said, wait a second, what if Oklahoma and Texas both win, with where they were ranked, and Alabama lose? Is there going to be 6 SEC teams in there? I obviously don't want to go into that world because that is hot take world, but I guess there's so many different outcomes that can take place. In the SEC, everybody's seemingly playing each other down the stretch here. What do you see happening here early?
I look at Oklahoma, the success they had last year of running the football against Alabama, over 250 yards. That was when Jackson Arnold was the quarterback there. He had plenty of rush yards too. But the ability Oklahoma had to shut Alabama down. Milroe couldn't get anything going through the pick 6. And now you have I would just more verified offense with Alabama. It wasn't pretty last week in a tough game against a motivated LSU team after they got rid of their coach. But Ty Simpson, man, still has NFL throw after NFL throw in his arsenal. The drive, this touchdown you see here with Ryan Williams, that comes after a questionable deal with LSU with the play clock. They gave the ball to Alabama with about a minute minute left. Simpson throws that deep post and then gets the touchdown to Williams. But, you go into this game at Alabama, Oklahoma, still with an outside chance. With a win, I think they're sitting very pretty, knowing what their resume already looks like. But this Alabama offense is tough, man. You got to play for 60. Our Mason Thomas got dinged up in that Tennessee game. I believe he's their best defensive player. Status of him is unknown. But Oklahoma has to be. They got to be better than they have been, I'd say, going back all the way to that Michigan game. The offense has to score. Mateer ran for 80 against Tennessee, so you saw a little improvement there. But the odds are stacked against them. Alabama brings a lot to the table, and we know Oklahoma's offense has struggled. So I lean Alabama in this game.
Ty Simpson's everybody's darling for maybe number 1 overall pick, AJ. What are your thoughts on this Alabama offense?
I like Ty Simpson. I think the more he plays, I think the more I like him, actually. So, yeah, I could see an NFL team. He's a big old dude, isn't he? Is he like 6'4"?
He's got size. I think he does. I don't know his exact dimensions, but every time he daps somebody up who's like an offensive lineman, it looks natural. So he does, you know what I mean? He's not getting, I think he has the size. I think he will. I think he can move. Feels like he knows ball well, and he can put it in a bucket if he needs to. AP Tone, your thoughts on Alabama, Oklahoma this weekend?
My thoughts, I'm very interested to see the Alabama offense because Ty Simpson has literally like put this offense on his back. And this is the best defense that Alabama has played yet this season. And can they keep doing it being a one-dimensional offense? Their passing offense is really good with Ty Simpson. But they have the 120th ranked rushing offense in the country. Like, can you win against good defenses when you're one-dimensional and they know you're one-dimensional? And then Oklahoma, I think, is second in sacks in the country. So, if they're just pinning their ears back all day, if they know Alabama can't run against them, I'm very excited to see what Alabama's offense does against Oklahoma's defense. And then, Steve talked about it. Oklahoma's offense hasn't been great last 4 games since Mateer hurt his hand, but they have had a 100-yard rusher in their last 3 games, which is something they did not do before. And if there is a slight weakness to the Alabama defense, it's their rushing defense. So I think it's going to be a good game overall.
Okay, so let's talk about what this game is supposed to be. Hembo sent over a stat. Oklahoma-Alabama line movement. In May, Alabama was favored by 14. In August, 12.5. November, 7. Now, 5.5. What does that mean, Steve? What am I seeing here?
I think you're seeing people come off Alabama, just to all the points that Tone just pointed out about the lack of balance on offense. I go back and I watched Oklahoma against Ole Miss. Ole Miss had their way for most of the day, but they have more balance in their offense. So Alabama's going to be put up against it. You got plenty of talent in the offensive line to get this run game right. Grubb, the play caller, is an offensive lineman. He wants to run the football, and they just have had so much success, and they have so much of an advantage with their receivers. They got NFL receivers, so I could get to how you get into a liking of throwing the football to your NFL players. So Oklahoma is not great on the back end, so I expect Alabama to use the pass to be successful.
Okay, let's go to Texas, Georgia, down there in Athens. Ooh. Obviously, this game's gigantic. 10 versus 5. 5 favored by 5.5. 7:30 on ABC. Obviously, a chance for game day to potentially go to this particular game. It's huge. We've been to a Texas game, obviously been down to Georgia already, but this is going to be immaculate down there in Athens. What are your expectations for this, Steve?
I left the Georgia-Ole Miss game believing that Georgia was going to run the table the rest of the way. And then this past week, and Texas is on a bye, go back and watch Texas. It feels like Sark has fixed the offensive line. They made some movements. They've come out the first play against Mississippi State. They throw a bubble screen to Ryan Wingo. He goes about 60 yards. First play against Vanderbilt, they throw a bubble screen to Ryan Wingo, and it goes 75 yards for a touchdown. They're up 7-0. That kind of set the tone for that Vanderbilt game. So along with fixing the offensive line, it feels like Sark has simplified things. Ryan Wingo, we wanted more from him, at the beginning of the season. Couldn't get loose against Ohio State. A combination of things, of good defense and a quarterback lack of ability of getting you the football. So Texas is, they scored 30 2 straight, but they gave up 30 in 2 straight too. It sounds like they're going to get Taft, their safety, who's their quarterback on defense, back, which is a huge get. because when you look at this Texas, they're going to have to score. Georgia's offense, we've talked about it all year. They're not a typical Kirby Smart team. The offense outweighs the defense. So Texas is going to have to score, and Georgia doesn't have that NFL presence on the defensive line. They don't sack the quarterback a lot. So I believe Texas hangs around in this game, and Georgia pulls away late. But Texas with the points seems like the side for me.
Okay, you say that, and then Hembo has this stat. Texas is getting 5.5. Texas on the road under Sark. 2-6 against the spread versus SEC teams. 8-14 against the spread overall. Tone, what do you think with Texas and 5.5 heading down there?
I think it's interesting because I think Texas has the better defense. When you talk, like Steve's talking about NFL guys on the defensive line, Texas has them in bunches. Their defense is really, really good. And a million people were killing Arch beginning of the season, rightfully so, because he was not playing great. Last 2 games, though, he's thrown for over 300 in each game. He's got 7 total touchdowns to 1 interception. And I think it's a lot to what Steve said about the offensive line, how it has looked a lot better. So if Georgia can't get to him, I think Arch has looked so much better. And if he's going to be the better quarterback in this game, I kind of like Texas's chances if they can stifle the Georgia offense.
Are we picking Texas in this thing?
Texas is also 0-4 against the spread on the road this year.
Yeah. That is the one thing. And Georgia just wins. Like, they just somehow find a way.
It's really tough to go. Kirby might be the worst coach to go against in college football. I did it last week. First quarter, it's over. They play their best first half of the year. Can't get there.
How'd you do on your picks? How'd you do on your game day picks?
2-1 and hit Superdog on the field. So we're good.
17-16.
That boy Steve.
17-16 on the season. We're above 500, baby. That's good. That's good, brother. I'm happy for you. Because I think a lot of people see the 500 and think, like, not doing good. It's like, no. We're doing okay right now. You had a little bit of a run, then you cooled off, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 to counteract the 2-1s that you had. If we're back on the 2-1 trend, it's perfect time. It's perfect time, Stanford Steve, for you to be seeing the board well. And we're going to ride alongside you as we appreciate the hell out of you stopping by each week with another college football convo. Have a good one. We'll see you in Pittsburgh, brother.
Yes, sir. I got my eyes on a place for lunch tomorrow.
Fazzols?
There's no Fazzols.
Ooh, not a bad idea.
What's the name of the place?
Rudy's?
Maybe don't eat that tomorrow. It's going to be coming in bunches on other days. What?
Oh, okay.
What was that?
All right, just look somewhere else.
You can't get enough Rudy's, other guy. Hit it whenever you want, brother.
Thank you, Gumpy. Gumpy understands. Are you going to eat there? If you're going to go there, that's all part of the process. You can eat Turner's tea right here. Boom. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of this. Let me go ahead and get a whole Italian hot, lettuce on your mayo. I'll take cheese on the fries on the side, make it the daily special. Thank you so much. Then you go sit down, and then they serve that thing. They bring that out on you. Crispy fries. Chili lettuce. Ooh, great Mancini bread. Drop right down in front of you.
Don't be afraid to get a cheeseburger sub either.
Fuck you, Tone. You should not be saying anything about Rudy's.
It's the best thing I got.
You started all of this. Tone, you started all of this.
I did.
No one came out really roaring for the other side.
I'm pretty loud about it, aren't I? Gumpy's pretty loud about it.
I fucking love Rudy.
Joe Hadley sent in a text to the group. Did you see it?
No.
Yeah, he said, I love it.
Joe's in the group?
Okay. Joe's in the group?
Caboli never said it was the best sub in Pittsburgh.
And Caboli's voice matters more than anything, and we don't have to get into why.
This is true.
That guy will eat anything.
I love Rudy.
It doesn't count.
Everything's good.
Yeah. I love mayo
So his
sandwiches.
rating, I trust his rating system better.
Yeah, he's not going to come out and say one's better than the other because it depends what time of day, where he's at, and what he needs. Everything's good in time for Caboli. I mean, what do we even say?
Do you like skinny chefs?
Huh?
Do you like chefs? You know, chefs, when they're really skinny, you trust them?
I would like El Fatso as a chef. But on that note, Caboli's eating mayonnaise sandwiches.
I mean,
he's not a chef.
If you told me Caboli's eating poop, I'd believe you. But I'm just saying his opinion when it comes to food.
I don't know.
He makes a good point. He does. If someone said, "Hey, Caboli had a bowl full of poop for lunch today," I'd be like, "Guys, what do you put on top of it?"
I would believe that.
Respect. You would believe that?
I would not believe that.
Me either.
I'd be a little surprised, but I wouldn't be taken aback.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't believe it, Cabol. I do think Cabol likes a lot of things. So it's hard for him to just crown something. You know, he can't just be crowned.
Next meal's the best meal.
Bingo. Why? Because it's the next meal.
Exactly.
That's what Caboli's always in a football mindset.
Yeah.
His food's the same way.
He's the guest picker, right?
Yeah.
That is crazy. I don't know if they picked one. Is Mark Daboll the guest picker?
I think so.
Please.
That's a great idea.
But have him walk from like 200 yards away and film him the whole way up to the stage.
Play Cena's music again.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry, man. You have no idea who this guy is. You know Mark Daboll?
Yeah. I've seen him on the show.
Of course.
Oh, you know Daboll.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Daboll's having a great year. Travel's been tough for him, though. He's going to all the away games.
Documents it, though.
The air traffic controllers being down has not been good for Mark Daboll, and we would like to support him here as the official employer of him and let him know we appreciate that, Daboll.
Where the Steelers facility is that? Latrobe or Latrobe?
So if you're from there or you're old Yinzer, you say Latrobe, I believe.
Okay.
Most people, though, that I know say Latrobe. But if you would like to drop it around there, you should say Latrobe.
Okay.
But
I'm not a Yinzer.
Like AJ did yesterday with Nam and Nom.
Yeah, Vietnam is what he said instead of Vietnam.
Okay.
If you want
did notice
to, if
that.
you want to feel like a super Yinzer, you should say I was up there in Latrobe.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
Having some Roller Rock.
Yeah, you were drinking a little Roller Rock down there, having a good time. Had a little Turner's tea. You drop that one in there, people will be like, "Yeah, Turner's tea. Yeah, of course I know Turner's tea. What are we talking about here?" Drop it in Iron City if you'd like. If you have an Iron
There
City.
you go.
And
I see light.
there you go. See, you're starting to get You know all the shit. Yeah. You
For
know.
man.
Rudy subs though. Definitely drop Rudy subs. That'll really up the. And the good thing about Rudy subs is, and the reason why they're so good, and I don't like the slander from your fucking mouth, Foxy's mouth.
What did I say? I'm not sure why I'm getting
just the
pointed.
messenger.
I didn't say anything about Rudy.
I grew up eating pub sub, so I know a good sub.
Pub sub can't fucking hold the same paper that Rudy subs
Is that Miami subs?
Miami subs.
No, that's
I
another
like
banger.
Miami subs.
Great fries, but public
Great
subs.
orange fries.
Yeah,
Great
it's
chicken
cool
tenders.
lighting. Cool lighting. The pink
Always.
Oh yeah, very cool, very cool. Miami subs did have a little bit, and it was closer to the house than Rudy's. So I'm gonna let you know that sign got me. The Flamingo got me a couple times away from Rudy's subs. I would say, but if they go out of business because I believe they were selling drugs at the back of it. Tony, is that accurate?
Yep, them and Smarty Arties.
Yeah. So
Miami
both those
Subs
places
football.
closer than Rudy's. So to get to Rudy's on a bike or walking, we had to go a pretty long way. Had to go past McDonald's first. Oh, that might get me. That's a sandwich. I like it. Miami subs next. Oh, discipline. Let's keep going to Rudy's. Smarty Arties was there. Oh, best wings in town. Best wings in any.
Heard more than wings.
Well, they were selling a lot of drugs out of that place.
Or they put them in a sauce.
Potentially.
Oh.
It was good.
Are they open?
Best wings you ever had.
Yeah. Give me a bowl, Steve.
Our DARE officer actually stopped. That is not Smarty Arties. That is Rudy Subs. Okay, just so we are all clear. That is Rudy Subs right there.
Good spot.
What's Rudy's last name?
Well, I don't know if
Subs.
Oh, okay. Is that Italian?
It was just a coincidence.
Yeah, kind of knew what he was meant to do.
Subsini?
I have a little respect. All right, enjoy Pittsburgh though, Stanford. See,
All right,
I will
we'll
say
do.
this: you should go by Rivers Casino though, lose about $100 just to tell the Pittsburgh gods you said thanks, and then go do your thing.
Okay.
Are you a casino guy?
The problem is I'm headed out to Las Vegas after game day for Monday Night Football, so trying to keep my poise as far as the casinos go.
It's right there. You're going to be right. The casino in Pittsburgh is going to be howling at you.
Yeah, I know.
Rivers is going to be right there. Keep doing your thing. We appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. Stanford Steve.
Yeah, leave.
There was an opportunity for you to stick up for Rudy Subs.
Well, see, you didn't give me a chance. You just started just yelling at me. I never said a thing about Rudy.
What's the sub place though? In where you at? West Hills.
DeBella's Subs.
That's
a sub shop.
Bella's got good subs.
Yeah.
They got good subs. Good bread. I think they probably have Mancini's bread as well.
They're good. They're good.
Let's go to your offensive lines that are performing at an all-time high. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go in the trenches with AQ Shipley and the top 5 offensive lines. Number 5, Chicago Bears. Why is that?
Chicago Bears are awesome. That's why, because it starts with Darnell Wright. He is going to be the right tackle. He's going to cave everything down. But I love this scheme, right? You're going to run a YNF counter, so you're going to see Cole Kmet come across. Stop. Invite the defensive end inside. Seal him. Now you're going to get Loveland out in space.
Wow.
By the way, how good is that? Can you guys run through that hole?
That's a big
gaping hole.
Is this Ben Johnson from Detroit shit here we're watching?
Oh, yeah. It was unbelievable the way that he did that with Kmet on the run to invite him inside, to seal, to get Loveland around. Loveland not getting enough pub because of Tyler Warren, but he's playing fantastic.
Hold on, wait. What are the Giants doing with that defensive front? That's 93. That's
it's
out there to the right. That's a nose guard out at the edge. And then we got Brian Burns back here off linebacker.
Yep, that's what they're doing. That's why the New York Giants are the New York Giants right now. That's why their head coach got fired, because they're doing dumb
And now
shit like
you
that.
want him at Penn State?
Well, see,
now
he's
you
not
want him at Penn State?
He's not coaching the defense.
Oh, true.
He's the head coach.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good facilitator. You don't want to be a micromanager.
You're right. Good leadership.
That's good leadership.
Good leadership letting your defense play like ass like that.
That's right.
Yeah. Daboll probably had his hands tied if we had to guess. There's a lot going on over there. We can't wait to see what Daboll does next. ESPN's college football account, social media account, has put out that AQ Shipley and Pat McAfee think Daboll at Penn State would be good. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And I don't know if I think it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I definitely loved hearing it from you.
Yep.
And if Daboll gets Penn State coaching job, we'd like to let him know good luck out there.
Yeah.
Good luck. Get him, Dave. I'm pulling for it.
Hopefully your defense ain't doing that, because Ben Johnson of college football will take advantage on certain Saturdays. Who's the number 4 performing offensive line coming out of Week 10 of the NFL season? The New England Patriots.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
Hey, they look good, and I've been singing their praises, trending up and to the right all year. Let's take a look at this. This is old school duo right here. But it starts with Morgan Moses and Onwenu getting the double team up to Levante David. Hit that thing 100 miles an hour. Go hit your head on the goalpost. Look at the left side. This is the reason. They drafted 2 rookies, Wilson and Will Campbell. Look at Jared Wilson, if we can run this back one more time. Jared Wilson on Vita Vea, just fighting for his life.
Number 58.
Number 58, left guard. All you got to do is just fight, fight, fight. And as Vita goes to do this, just hold on. Kept it out just long enough, and there's the hole. Goes untouched.
So we got 2 rookies on the left side that are doing just fine, you're saying?
They're doing great. I mean, listen, Will Campbell's been great. Jared Wilson's been better. And he was drafted in the 3rd or 4th round, I think, Connor. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been fantastic and kind of came out of college as a center out of Georgia, playing him at left guard because they went and got Garrett Bradbury to be their center from Minnesota. And now all of a sudden, this left side has revitalized this offensive line.
Travion Henderson also very good. He finally got full touches, right, because there was an injury?
Yeah, Stevenson was out, and then early in the game, Jennings went out, actually another former Penn Stater, and then it was all Travion Henderson. I think he only touched the ball 17 times, 18 times, got 150 rush yards, 2 tuds. It's unbelievable. I mean, the things just this season are incredible, of course, but we're talking about a guy who's 23 years old playing quarterback, and this offseason the story was, hey, you got to overpay guys to prove it. It's crazy to think that this upcoming offseason is going to be more so the Patriots are one of the top destinations.
Shout out to the New England Patriots getting it right with their young quarterback. Okay, let's go to the number 3 performing offensive line of Week 10, the Seattle Seahawks. A lot of Seahawks love.
A lot of Seahawks.
You saw them up close and personal.
I did, and I liked what I saw. And it starts, they get their fullback, Brady Oots, back. He was on IR.
Oots?
Rookie out of Alabama. Spelled O-U-Z-T-S, pronounced Oots.
That's a great name.
Great name.
He was a backup tight end at Bama. They've made him their fullback. He's fantastic. Let's look at the combination, though, between the center and the left guard. So Oluwatimi is the center. He comes in as the backup because the starting center goes down. Him and Gray Zabel, their first-round pick. Look at this combo up to the backside backer. Boom. Put his ass down. Charbonnet does what he does. Make a move. Get back out to the left. I mean, this was all game long. This entire drive started inside their own 10. They went the same play. They went to the right. They went to the left. They went to the right. They went to the left. The whole way down. Got some points out of this drive. Incredible. Incredible.
Obviously, it's a lot of footwork there from the big guys. Takes a lot of coordination, chemistry, and practice. Is this a newer offensive line, or these guys been playing together for a while?
They have been playing together this year. I mean, they went and got their guy, Gray Zabel, from North Dakota State, first-round pick. He has really injected some life into this offensive line. Their left tackle's really good. So same thing. If you get one side good, your entire line becomes better.
A.J. Hawk, what do you think about the Seattle Seahawks offensive line getting to the second level quicker than he could, kind of say get to the second level?
Yeah, you couple that with it. You see Charbonnet's footwork and him able to put his foot in the ground and change direction so quickly. Yeah, they got something good going. When you get the fullback back, I like that little half motion he's doing, the side motion, because you can run a lot of stuff off of that. Your linebackers are naturally going to boss and bow sometimes away to not get out leveraged, and you can kind of mix things up. But like I said, I've said for a while, the Seahawks, they're legit. If their O-line's only getting better as the season goes, I think they're a legit contender.
Is Charbonnet 45 years old? How long
Feels like he's been around for a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he looks fast, quick. Yeah. I mean, everything about him looks amazing, but I know the name. I feel like I've known the name Charbonnet for a long time. I've seen highlights of Charbonnet for a long time, it feels like, and now the Seattle Seahawks are featuring him even more, and it's like, and they're on top of the world. Like, good for Charbonnet, too, as well.
Yeah.
24 years old.
I was gonna say,
I feel like he's on his rookie deal still.
That's wild. And Kenneth Walker was great in this game, too. They both had over 70 yards rushing. Both of them.
Good for the Seattle Seahawks.
By the way, Sam Darnold, I think, only threw the ball 13 times in this game. So they just hammered the run game.
And he's in MVP discussions. He doesn't care. You have me throw it 13 times. I don't care at all. Let's just win these games. They're certainly doing that. Speaking of a team that's winning games, the number 2 performing offensive line of Week 10, the Detroit Lions.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this play's awesome. I mean, talk about a hole. Let's watch this. We get the old triple trap going right, triple zone going left. Let's watch Laporta start this thing off. Wham, the defensive tackle. Watch Penei Sewell on the backside. Decleat this linebacker, and then, I mean, he never even broke stride. Never even broke stride right through that hole.
Hey, he's a lot of Detroit Lions fans' favorite player, huh? Gibbs? Everybody likes Jahmyr Gibbs, it feels like.
Everyone loves Gibbs. 173 total yards, 3 touchdowns. When he's going, we're pretty much unstoppable. This is the Lions team that we need to see every week on In the Trenches.
The Lions pounded the Commanders. Dan Campbell is calling plays. Did you hear what Dan Campbell had to say about who's going to be calling plays in the future and how it all works?
I did not. I would assume he's going to stay and he's going to call the rest of the way.
Well, what about Johnny Moe? Here he addressed it at the press conference.
Yeah, I mean, 8 games, you can figure out a lot in 8 games about what you are, what you're not, where you're at, all this and that. But the bottom line, like even from where I sit, look, don't forget, Ben, you know, I called those games. I called whatever that was, 8 or 9 games. I don't remember what it was in 21. While he helped me, but he watched, he learned. You know, he saw how I ran it, how I wanted to run it, what I was looking for, and then it evolved. You know, he evolved it from there. He took it, he knew exactly what I wanted, and, you know, by the middle of 22, I didn't have to say a word. I mean, he was, and so that's kind of where John is right now. That's all. You know, it's good, and you know, sometimes that's the best way to really know what somebody's looking for is just going through that. So, look, I just feel like it's the right thing to do right now, and I'm going to do it. Am I perfect? No, I'm not perfect. Players are going to have to bail me out. You know, they bailed me out yesterday on a couple of things. Jared Goff bailed me out, so the staff bailed me out. But that's what teamwork's about, man. We got to all help each other out. And
I mean that maybe John comes back around a year from now when it's calling plays again. I mean, is that like?
Yeah, or who knows? I mean, maybe sooner. You know.
Yeah, I just kind of want him to see what I'm looking for. And then there's some stats coming out from Hembo here. The Lions' tendencies by season, 2022 through 24 with Ben Johnson, 50% under center, 30% play action, 68 motion. 2025 here, 54% under center, 30% play action, 70% motion. So it's like, this may be Dan Campbell's offense is what Dan Campbell's saying. Like, hey, this is kind of what we're looking for. Now, he did give credit to Ben Johnson. He evolved. He changed it from there. But this is what we're looking for. We want motions. We want explosives. We want to be able to take advantage of all of our people. And the fact he can just drop back in there, AJ, I think is fascinating, where he just drops back in, puts the glasses on, starts calling the plays, and they have the best week that they've had all season. Lions fans are saying, hey, MCDC, we're not taking those glasses off. But Four Eyes MCDC is the rest of the season. We need you calling it. And I kind of like him talking his shit, too. Like, hey, I'm not like an ass play caller here. This is kind of something I've done here for a while that never gets brought up about MCDC.
Yeah, I like that. First time I saw that clip, I was not surprised, but it was cool to hear like the honesty and how he talked. Hey, Ben was right there. I was calling those games, and then I guess it is true. Like if you're the head coach, you want your play callers to absolutely know the vision you have and how you want like the identity of your offense. So yeah, maybe he does give up play calling eventually, but as long as this offense continues to roll, and I understand it was only one game, like he's not going anywhere. He is going to be calling those plays.
I loved everything about that. One thing about Dan Campbell, he's been unapologetically himself. He's been honest. He's been open with the conversations. And some people have been saying he's a savant. I mean, once again, a lot of people say, hey, it was the Commanders. But
a lot of
to come out and show like, hey, okay, we can have I'm sure that was an uncomfortable, difficult conversation with a guy that's, hey, you promote him to be the play caller. But it's like, hey, just watch and learn. Ben went through the same thing. You see where Ben is now. and I'm sure he'll get the opportunity again. But this was awesome. And then knowing the pulse of your team, too. You're a winning team, but, hey, this is what the team needs right now. Maybe I don't have to do this the whole way, but let me do it for now and show them how it's done.
Yeah, and the guy said, is Johnny Mo going to be calling plays next year? And Dan was like, next year? It might be like 3-4 weeks here. Let's see how it goes. What do you think he's waiting for, Fox? Do you think he wants to see if he gives him enough time? Hey, here's against a team that has a good front. Here's a team that has a good – like, how do you think this is kind of going, and what do Lions fans want?
Yeah, I mean, right now, Lions fans want MCDC calling plays for sure.
Well, back behind the wheel. That's what Foxy was texting. And it's great to have MCDC behind the wheel again, is how he chatted.
Yeah, 100%. J-Mo had six catches, 100 yards, a touchdown. St. Brown, 5 catches. Laporta, 5 catches. Cleve Raymond, 4 catches. Gibbs did what he did. Montgomery still had 70 yards in this game. So to us, we're going to find out a lot on Sunday night against a really good Eagles defense. I think if MCDC keeps this rolling against that Eagles defense, you can't go back. You just literally cannot as the head coach. And I just love that he makes moves. He's not afraid to make these kinds of moves.
Yeah, I love that he's telling the truth. What's that?
I was just going to say, he's kind of said, I don't think he would do this, but he's kind of in a perfect spot because if they lay an egg on Sunday night, he could just be like, yeah, I let Johnny call this one tonight, and unfortunately, you saw what happened.
No, Coach, we saw you calling the plays, I thought, just like...
No, yeah, I'm trying to throw Nick off on the other sideline, man. I got to make sure he thinks I'm calling plays. That was Johnny up in the booth. He obviously didn't do a great job, so I will take the reins next week.
So you were showcasing your Applebee's commercial acting there on the sideline the entire game because they had a lot of shots of you definitely calling the
plays. Gamesmanship, man. I mean, you get it in this league. Everybody can be fooled. So, yeah, but that was Johnny. I mean, you score 3 points. I'm going to take the reins again. Don't worry. You're going to be seeing a lot more of what you saw last week, man.
He could do
I'm not saying he will do that, but, it's there if he needs it.
If it happens.
Yeah.
You never know, for the good of the team.
Exactly.
Tone, how do you feel about that and your thoughts on it?
To Ty's point, I thought I saw something where MCDC said they were going to trade off. So MCDC got the Commanders, and then Johnny Mo's going to have the Eagles, and then MCDC's got the Giants, and then Johnny Mo's got Green Bay, and then MCDC's got Dallas, and then Johnny Mo's got the Rams, and then MCDC's got the Steelers. So I thought he said he was like, I think I'm going to do every other game.
Yeah, there's not
genius.
Not a bad. Yeah, once again, MCDC football.
That's right.
Just so smart. Nobody ever talks about it. Everybody calls him a meathead. Speaking of meatheads, who are the 5 best meatheads in Week 10 of the offensive line in AQ Shipley's eyes?
Oh, no.
The Indianapolis Colts. Two-time number 1 offensive lines in the NFL this season. The last time it happened, we laid an egg against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, this time, hopefully that'll not be the case. What did the boys do? Oh, broke records in Germany. Is that right, AQ?
That's right. 32 carries for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor obviously had some big runs. Let's watch this. This is the game winner. Look at Tyler Warren start left. Watch Jonathan Taylor start left. This little subtle jab. Then come back. Kick out by Quentin Nelson, kick out by Tyler Warren, and then Jonathan Taylor just absolutely undresses the safety in the hole.
Yeah, I was a little hezzy there with it, but yeah, he is outrageous. Good setup, good scheme, good strategy. Oh, man.
I mean, how good is that?
That's tough, AJ.
That's a brutal spot because he thinks the blocker's coming for him for a second, too. Look, he thinks Tyler Warren's going to hit him. Oh, wait, not me. Okay.
Oh, no, I just got him one-on-one here with nobody else around. Great news. Jonathan Taylor has become a must-watch.
Yeah.
And the offensive line has become must-watch in doing so. Is it the offensive line, which is why Jonathan Taylor's doing so well? But he's obviously a special.
The O-line's fantastic. Tyler Warren's been a big piece of this because they play him at fullback a lot, and this is what he's been able to do. But look at the tray block on the right side. Mo Alley Cox, Braden Smith just cave that whole thing in as they climb, seal the backside. You get the kick out, and then...
I think I saw Mo Alley Cox on that mic'd up say that he was blocking and he heard no whistle. He was blocking and there was no whistle, and he's like, is this dude about to score a touchdown? And then he hears the crowd start roaring, and it's Jonathan Taylor going for whatever, 90 yards or whatever he did that one run. And I forgot about Mo Alley Cox still being on our team. He's gigantic.
Huge.
And if he's blocking and Tyler Warren's blocking, we're able to do what the Steelers were doing there. We have 6 offensive linemen, but also it's a tight end. We got 7 offensive linemen, Tyler Warren and Mo Alley Cox, obviously a 2 tight end set.
There's 3 tight ends in here. I don't know who this tight end is on the backside.
Ogletree. That's who knocked All-Pro Mooney out.
There you go.
Pre-game, so he's a big, strong son of a bitch, too.
Yes, he is. I don't know. He looked like he was getting good blocking here, too. So we got 13 personnel, basically, but 2 would be considered a fullback and a running back in that. But so that's 8 blockers.
Yep.
So you give Danny Dimes some time, and you give Jonathan Taylor a lot of opportunity. Shane Steichen seemingly has figured it out.
It's really good stuff. I mean, it really is. And like AJ said earlier about that little short motion, this is what you can remember. Seattle did it, and they ran zone to it. And then right here, you can short motion left and now run the counter back out of it.
Watch Quentin Nelson here. Watch Quentin Nelson. He didn't have to make a block guy miss, and he goes crazy. Yes. Kenny Albert did that.
Yes.
Was there any McQuaid stats about Jonathan Taylor's game in Berlin, Germany?
His top speed actually reached, I want to say it was 38.67 kilometers. Which,
per hour. Kilometers.
Do they do kilometers per hour, lad?
But kilometers would be a distance, so you need to add some sort
It's
of.
like, but it's not.
Oh, it's kilometers per second?
Yeah, or like kilometers per meter or something like that, lad. Again, I'm gonna have to kind of brush up on my metric system measurements, but I don't believe it's kilometers per hour, lad. But in this case, let's say it is. Yeah, he was 34.86 kilometers per hour. That actually set a Guinness World Record. Unfortunately, no one from Guinness was at the game, lad. So it cannot be authenticated.
Adjudicated.
Yeah, the adjudicator, excuse me, lad. So it will not be in the next book, which obviously very close to Christmas season. Yeah, a lot of young lads will be getting the big, thick Guinness Book of World Records, from Santa Claus maybe.
And that won't be on it.
That won't be in there, unfortunately, lad. But it let's say what happened. Let's say what happened. That is a world record, lads. It's just unfortunately the adjudicator was not there.
Okay, Gumpy, is 38 kilometers per meter right, or are they going kilometers per hour?
It's 38 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
Okay, an hour.
An hour.
Yeah, you gotta drop that in there, lad.
Okay, there we go, lad. Learn something new every day, lad.
What would 38 kilometers an hour be in miles per hour?
Fast, lad.
As fast as Caleb Williams?
Much faster than Caleb Williams, lad. I know he looked, but that's a bit deceptive, lad. I think if we, look at what Jonathan Taylor was, at his top speed, lad, much quicker than Caleb Williams, lad.
Do they have Caleb in kilometers per hour? Because it was back here in America.
No. Exactly. Excuse me. I just swallowed a June bug, lad. That was stateside, so obviously I'm not going to have as accurate of stats because I was boots on the ground, in the stadium there in Berlin, lad.
35.4 kilometers per hour is 22 miles an hour.
Okay.
What'd you say, 38?
I don't remember, lad. I want to say it maybe been like 35.46. I know I had like a 4.6 or a 4.8 in there, lad. But yeah, that's pretty close. I'd say that's, a pretty accurate reading, lad.
Yeah, I'd say.
So,
It might actually come out.
It actually might be pretty similar to that,
yes,
lad.
It really.
So, McQuaid stats. I mean.
Just pulling them out of your ass.
Exactly, lad. That's the way it works.
And you could have gassed that up a little bit to be a true McQuaid stat.
Yeah, and if I'm being fair, lad, I think in my head I was thinking that was going to be like 30 to 35 miles an hour. I don't know why, but clearly it wasn't, lad. Stats don't lie. That's probably pretty fucking accurate, lad.
Truly.
Top 5 performing offensive lines. Congrats to the Colts, the Lions, Seahawks, Patriots, and the Bears. That's the first time the Bears have been on, right?
No, they've been on the last couple weeks.
Yeah, they were last week.
They're
too.
rolling.
Oh, geez. Good for me. Paying attention. I need to pay attention more to them. I love that. Caleb around the edge. Outrageously fast. Good for Ben Johnson. Good for all the offensive lines. As we pivot from the O-line in the trenches, let's go to the defense. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for good D and bad D in the everything DB world of Darius Butler.
Yes, sir. We got some good ones this week. We know with this game and how it ended up right here, 35-20. So a 2-possession game right here around midfield. Big fourth down, a pre-snap. Obviously, man-to-man up top. A man-to-man situation looks like middle close. But down here on the bottom, we got Bourne, Kittle, and McCaffrey kind of out wide. So pretty much this is a bunch formation for this defense, and they kind of play a bunch adjustment to it. So it's going to have 5 defenders on those 3 receivers, and you let it run. It's going to be almost like a box situation we used to call, AJ, but we have an extra linebacker in the middle. So box is basically, hey, as that safety, I got deep inside. Corner, I got deep outside. Then 2 underneath defenders. That corner right here on the outside. Low outside, and then low inside. You got 2 low inside defenders here. So it's really nowhere to go. C-Mac, McCaffrey, he's going to curl up right at the sticks. If Mac Jones can kind of step into this and make this throw right on time, right on target, maybe he gets the first down. But Emmanuel Forbes does a great job breaking on the ball, breaking on the tensions, tapping it up in the air. We talk about tips and overthrows all the time and making a big play on the ball. Obviously, the pocket started to get muddy, kind of double clutch it. Never want to do that and fade away. But great play on the ball by Emmanuel Forbes.
Do you think it's Mac Jones or the defense? And what are your thoughts on Mac Jones' play against the Rams?
I mean, I think overall, Mac Jones is still a very, very good quarterback. It would be a conversation on who would be the starter once Brock Purdy is fully healthy. If the money wasn't so different, it would be a real quarterback controversy, but I think when Brock Purdy is fully healthy, he will be the starter. But Mac Jones, I think he has made himself a lot of money this year, and he's definitely extended his career for a long time. We know how valuable that quarterback position is. And this is a very, very tough defense, and they were kind of playing behind the 8 ball for a large part of this game.
Super Bowl contender type defense, the Rams?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, they kind of gave the Eagles a run for their money last year in the playoffs, and the Eagles, a lot of those players said, hey, that was the toughest team we faced along the way. And now with Stafford, the way he's playing, absolutely his defense is coming a long, long way every week.
I said that last year, just saying.
What?
The Rams were going to beat the Eagles, remember? Didn't happen, but...
Oh, nice.
So what?
They're pretty close.
You
were wrong.
Tell me this, Joe DiNardo. What did you forecast? What did you?
That they were a damn good team.
You forecasted that they were in the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody had them as like the 6th, though. They were the second best team in the playoffs last year.
Oh, that was when you hated the Eagles, though.
Yeah.
Remember that? 'Cause
Yeah,
you had
Jalen
the
Hurts
best-
sucks.
Yeah, the best offensive line.
Yeah, I remember. Let's get back to the film.
Moving on, Marlon Humphrey, a all-everything DB slot defender last year. You know, he's had some ups and downs this year as this whole team and this whole defense has. 3rd-and-1 situation. 9-10 ball game right here. The Vikings are actually up. So 3rd-and-1 around midfield, kind of 4-down territory. So a place in the field where you can definitely take a shot. Marlon Humphrey's obviously been around. It's 3rd-and-1. You're on the island. When you got 21 personnel, it's only you. Actually, 22 personnel? 22 personnel. Only you and Justin Jefferson out there. I'm not giving up the big play. He stays on top. Does a great job of stacking Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson, I don't know about the effort level in this route, and definitely about the effort level after the interception. Like, he's not interested in getting there and trying to make this tackle. Don't love that. But a great job by Marlon Humphrey, staying on top, keeping his eyes back on the ball. That's incidental contact. Both of them have a right to the ball, and then making the pick. And then obviously getting some return yards to set your offense
Good for
up.
Marlon, too. He needed this, right?
He definitely needed this. He had a very good year last season. Been in and out of the lineup. Has taken a bunch of shit for his podcast off the field. Some things that he said. He always has his X account getting people riled up. But this is a big time play for him against one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League.
Yeah, and Justin Jefferson, after the interception, let's just not get hurt, bub. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I think is probably going through his mind. We have seen, obviously, people haul ass to try to make those
DK
plays.
Metcalf, we've seen,
Legit, all those types
John
of things
Beebe.
happen. Agreed. We've also seen people not, go after it. But on that note, we think Justin Jefferson probably should understand people are watching. People are watching. We need at least an attempt at an effort.
You're kind of, loafing like this, it's a different league. If this was kind of when we were playing or a little older, because we're taught to block quarterback and intended receiver. And you can see Roquan Smith, who's kind of a throwback, he's damn near headhunt. So if he's half-assed, and that's really, coaches tell you all the time, that's how you get hurt, not going full speed. And I'm sure Justin Jefferson, because I would assume KOC talked about this on tape, because you got to be showing effort if you're the highest paid player and the best player on the team. A lot of times guys are going to follow your lead. And we know what Jefferson is in this league. He's a great competitor week in and week out. So this isn't him in the best light, so he'll learn from this as well.
Absolutely. Those quarterbacks after picks, what used to happen to them? Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you're taught. Yeah, intended receiver, quarterback. Kill them both. That's what they used to be taught.
Yeah, intended receiver, nearest receiver, right? Because they're probably going to be the most athletic person. They have eyes on the ball. They know that you have the ball before everybody else. Let's not worry about the big guys. Okay, let's not worry about the big guys. We should be able to get around them. And the quarterback also knows the pick happens before anybody else, because they are watching it happen. So if we can get the quarterback and the nearest or the intended receiver, that would be the right play. I didn't really learn that until I was around you guys, the football community a little bit more. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Then you started watching back then.
Oh, yeah.
And it was after a pick, you just go watch the quarterback, and it's there's 3-4 people. Let's go ahead. This is the time. This is a return. Hey, sorry about it. You're fucking on defense now. They used to try to, and then through.
Quarterbacks know that. They knew that as well. They put their head on a swivel and decided, hey, I may not go after this dude as hard as I would when you have 4 D linemen all headhunting you for sure.
Was it what's that sweet boy from BYU? Zach Wilson against Coastal Carolina, I think. there was a pick. He threw a pick. It was a Thursday night game, maybe, if I recall. And it felt like an old school thing. For the Coastal Carolina D-line, they put him on the ground, and then they were like punching him through. If my memory serves me right, it's the teal field it was happening. And there was like two guys pick up Zach Wilson and like drive him into the ground. And it obviously looks wild because it was just a few years ago or whatever. But back in the day, it was like to AJ and D. I didn't know this coming into your guys' world. It's like, we get a free shot on the fucking most important guy on the other team right now. We get a free shot on this guy right now. Let's go ahead and do that. They had to change the rule. Defenseless. They had to change the rule and make a defenseless player, just like kickers and punters. Yeah, here it is right here. There it is. Yep, that was it.
Because it was COVID, remember? And they opted to fly.
They decided to play him like that.
Look at the ref. The ref's like, are you kidding me? This ain't 2003, bud.
Well, and I think there was other stuff that went into it, but I think that's what really made the Bounty Gate thing get really loud was in the playoffs. I want to say it was Saints Cardinals, and Kurt Warner threw an interception and at the time he was like 40 something, and he got fucking blasted. So he's like dead. I think he lacerated kidney, like something like that. And then after that, it was like, hey, what's going on here? What are these guys doing?
Yeah, so that used to be your guys' shit. I will say that was the most alarming one when I came into your guys' world. Like into the football world, just not at the time when I was told. I was like, oh, that makes sense. That's probably how you should view that thing. And then you watch it in real life in the first person. It's like you see three dudes like eyes. Like as soon as the pick happens, they're not even looking to block anybody. They're looking directly to where is this fucking asshole quarterback at. And then it's like you're literally getting hunted on the field.
Oh, shit. This was nasty.
Yeah, that was a crazy thing. I think a lot of quarterbacks are a lot happier now that is a penalty and we are real defenseless.
And we played with a quarterback with Luck who, when he threw a pick, he was full, like he thought it was a damn safety. He was like, hey, Drew, chill, bro. We need you. We'll
he used to dive, lay out with his.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. Yeah. Which goes back to Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. As soon as he gets on stage, has his earphones in, you need to stop getting hit. And he goes, I'm delivering the hits. And I go, fucking, that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. But some of these guys, they feel like they're disrespecting ball if they don't do that type of stuff, which is an interesting dynamic in and of itself.
Mahomes definitely won't do that on interceptions because that's actually what destroyed Rashee Rice's leg, if you remember. Mahomes sprinted down after the interception, laid out trying to make a play, and he just happened to blow Rashee Rice's leg up.
Scary situation.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you're reminded it's real football. A kicker will get a mix. I think it happened a couple years back.
Hauschka.
Yeah. I love Hauschka. I got a chance to meet him and talk about him, but his family was not happy with me saying, hey, Henry Goose Anderson was definitely in the right to block you. You need to know that block is potentially coming because if he doesn't block you and you make the tackle, Henry Goose Anderson potentially cut from the football team. Now, do I think he was a little aggressive on his block?
It's football.
But just like in this situation,
signed up for.
We did a Judge Pat on it, and you exonerated him.
I did.
Yeah, so.
Just because, hey, when you're out there, there's a chance football is going to happen. There's a chance football is going to happen, and you cannot not know that because just watching dudes get fucking obliterated. I was jogging down the field against Buffalo Bills. Ellis Langster, former teammate of mine at West Virginia. I'm jogging down the field right here, okay? He's on our left gunner. It was a punt to the right, I do believe. He came all the way around, okay? Would have never seen him. Okay, I'm jogging down the field, would have never seen him. He comes running right by me. He goes, I could have fucking killed you. and then he just jogs right by, and I go, oh, my God, thank you for not doing that. Jeez Louise, thank you for not doing that. It's like, it was at that moment where I was like, thank God it's fucking Ellis, first of all. Because even if it's a little bit after the play's over, that person's still doing that. And it was like a wake-up call. Like, every time.
Head on a swivel.
And then his coach is going to be like, hey, why don't you kill that guy? Yeah. That's my boy.
Yeah, come on, we had some times. But he literally, I could kill you. I could fucking kill you. I'm like, it was like a drive-by. I'm like, oh, my God. Yes, you could have. Thank you for not doing that. Head on a swivel out there, especially if you're throwing a pick. But they try to make it a little bit better now. Sorry about directing away from the good deal. Let's get to some more of that.
Let's get back to it. Back in this another NFC West kind of blowout, but we're in it late in the third quarter, 4th and 5. You score right here, it kind of becomes a much closer game, obviously. Great. I mean, we done seen a lot of football. I don't know if I've ever seen a pass breakup this phenomenal. We always talk about playing through the ground, through the entire catch. And from this point, you probably just think diving catch, maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. just drops it, but just watch how Pritchett finishes his PBU. Beautiful. Just the body awareness, the ball awareness to finish this while you're diving to completely turn around and make this play in midair. Just an unbelievable pass breakup right here.
How cool would it be to be able to throw 2 punches in one jump?
It's crazy.
Throws one, misses it, still floating. Oh, I can get this on the backside. Just the wherewithal of where your body is. We talk about the Omar Cooper Jr. catch because of how impressive it was for Indiana for his body control. This guy still knowing, he's not down yet. We still got time, and locating and pinpoint accuracy on that. Insanity, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you guys had the little picture when you were a kid in your elementary school rooms where I believe a frog is getting eaten by a duck or something, and while it's in his mouth, it has his hands around the duck's neck, and it says, "Don't ever give up." I believe it's something like that. That's what this kind of reminds me of.
I had the same picture.
What are you talking about?
I had the same picture.
Great point.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Way to illustrate that. I had the same picture.
Don't ever give up, man. Shout out to Jimmy V and
Yeah.
also the duck and frog poster in our elementary schools. I'm going to think about that when I'm jumping through the air and I miss on my first pass breakup. It's going to be a frog and a duck. One of them's going to kill the other. Don't ever give up.
Don't ever give up.
I'm going to break that up. Incredible play by Pritchard. And thank you for that trip back in time there, AJ. That was miraculous. Go ahead, T.
Talking about incredible plays, another
Gotta show
one
my
here.
kids.
In a 2-minute situation.
Yes, you do. Because you might get arrested. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Around midfield. 1st and 10, 2-minute situation, 17 seconds left on the clock. We all know how this game ended, but up in the top of the screen, cut split, you're going to get a crossing route, which in man-to-man coverage is probably the toughest route to cover the guy running across the field. Just watch Derek Stingley Jr.
Tailpipe. You're not tailpipe.
Tailpipe and then undercutting. It's one strict rule with all the coaches that I played for. When you are undercutting the pass, you better make sure, we used to say 2 hands on it, but it only took one here. Just an unbelievable play by Derek Stingley Jr. This is why he became one of the highest paid corners in the league. This is why you're also drafted number 3 overall at the cornerback position.
So is this Trevor Lawrence or him?
The ball was a little behind them, but I think even with a perfectly thrown ball, and a lot of people think crossing routes are easy to throw. They're not. He's got a little traffic in his face. And if this is routes on air, if this is against scout team, this is a catch, maybe a catch and run. But that is an unbelievable, not only great play, but just the confidence to undercut that and then get out there with one hand and just snag that thing. Unbelievable play by Derek Stingley Jr.
Hell of a game for the Texans. Obviously exhilarating for them. They go 26-0 in the fourth quarter, second half to win. Fourth quarter?
Yeah.
Fourth quarter.
26 on that.
Yeah, in the fourth, which is outrageous to think about. Jacksonville Jaguars, horrible loss for them. Houston Texans, maybe a culture shift win for them.
You see both corners. We talked about that tailpipe situation. Both corners on these crossing routes, kind of in the tailpipe. Lassiter, he was ready to undercut as well. And you got to have confidence, and you better get your hand on that damn ball if you do it.
Yeah, because I guess that's out the gate if he catches that.
Speaking of out the gate, Kyle Williams, tight split against Ben Morrison Jr. down here. Man-to-man coverage. Once again, kind of starts out similar, steps out a little bit too outside his frame, goes to undercut. Boom. Ball over the top, perfectly thrown ball.
Good ball.
And then up the sideline, out the gate for a big-time touchdown to tie this ball game up. And then watch the pocket that Drake May had to throw this from, collapsing from his right side, still had to touch, hitting his stride, over the top of the undercutting DB. Big-time play by Kyle Williams.
How crazy is it that Drake has this touch vision while getting hit and the ability to get it all? I mean, this guy's like actually special.
He's special. You've been seeing it game in and game out all year long, and having that type of pressure. And this wasn't even in comment, because I showed him his play before, and he had obviously already saw it a bunch of times. He was like, this wasn't even close to his best throw of the game. So just the hits he can take, the awareness and the wherewithal to still make these type of plays. But I'm sure Conman can talk in more detail about some of the throws he made in this game.
Yeah, it's just incredible what he does in the pocket with pressure in his face. I mean, that was just one, but there was one where he rolled to the left. Vita Vea, all-pro, unbelievable player, Super Bowl champions, breathing down his neck, and he makes him miss and then throws it with 4 guys around him. So, yeah, it's just incredible. And, again, he's 23. I can't believe this is my life. Amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that you guys up in New England never gave up. You obviously had to turn into a new era. You had to turn into a new page, a new chapter, and you never gave up. You never gave up. You never gave up. You never gave up. You never gave up.
Never.
You never gave up. You never.
Oh.
Yep.
Was that it, Edge?
That's it's one of the versions for sure.
One of the versions?
There's a couple different depictions of this situation, but yeah, this paints a picture well.
Yeah, because that's a stork, not a duck.
That's one of them long-legged ones.
Yeah.
Thin
Where's
neck.
this?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a duck too when I was a kid.
Well, there might be a duck version, I think.
Yeah.
Would.
Is this
big old frog?
Most of them are a frog and a crane.
I think that's a toad.
Oh.
You think that's a toad?
Who won? Who do you think won?
Well,
I think right now, I think the frog wins. That's a pretty good look because there's no way the frog's gonna be able to get down there.
yeah,
So-
they're both kind of suffocating.
yeah, but the frog, water animal.
Who gives
Who
up
dies first?
Not the frog.
Neither one of them. They never gave up.
Well, I think birds getting no air.
No.
Frogs getting some because there's a little bit over the head maybe coming in through the beak.
I don't
what
know.
I mean?
That head looks pretty.
Yeah, so the frog needs a lower right shoulder, get a little air in there so it can continue to breathe. But the bird's getting none. I mean, that frog's hands can't be that big. And that thing is completely.
Stork might be dead. I mean, that frog just snapped every single bone in its neck.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is just kind of. What's that thing called when you lock up at right afterwards?
Rigor mortis.
Maybe they're cranes in rigor mortis. Right?
Good point. But frog can hold his breath longer.
Exactly, kind of a water thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Air act.
He's also getting a little air from the stork's butthole. You know,
No,
there's
see,
an
I don't-
opening on the other end that he.
See, but I don't think it's getting through there. You think it's getting through there?
It's carbon monoxide.
Oh.
You can breathe in a little bit of that though before you pass out, right?
AJ, who do you think wins?
I believe the frog strangled him before he died.
I think so. Frog looks a little bit more like a dog too. I think
Yeah.
it's just strictly because the birds have those dainty long legs. Maybe I don't believe in them. Frogs got fucking good girth though.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they're
That's
a little
right.
bit more
Wide
tough.
base.
Yeah, they do got a little bit more of an ash on them. AQ, who wins this fight here, frog or crane?
Yeah, frog for sure. Got a better base. I'm always going to lean with the trenches.
There's no base though.
He's got a base. You just don't see it. It's just kind of up in the air a little bit right now. He's got it.
Okay.
You just don't know it.
Talks the table, con man. Who are you odds-on favorite?
I mean, I'd love to see the picture zoomed out because if there's like 8 other storks around him, then I don't
What are they
know.
going to do to help though? How are they going to help him though?
They're
For
just
real?
gonna they're gonna pick it out. Yeah,
rip his legs off.
Yeah, rip the legs
Frog's
off.
not letting go. Frog ain't letting go.
Yeah, I guess the frog could potentially be locked in there, so they would have to peck at the shoulder blade and kind of get the
Loosen
leg.
the hands up.
Yeah, but if they peck hard enough, they're gonna slit that thing's throat from its asshole.
Ty, who wins? Who wins this?
I'm gonna agree with Con Man here. You'd need to see how many other.
Let's
you
say
know,
no other storks are the only ones.
Then I think based on how big this frog, I mean, just looking at it, like you said, that frog is not fitting down his windpipe. I mean, look how skinny that thing is. And if he wants to, a very firm jerk one to the right or left, he's snapping the stork's neck in two.
Yeah, he's in a perfect chest supported row position. He's probably going to row that neck right through his beak.
Great
for sure.
point.
Yeah, it might be a murder-suicide sitch because even if frog gets past, like stork gets frog down, frog's stuck probably, to your point about the windpipe, even when the hands aren't on there.
Yeah, he can't wiggle out.
So frog might be dead, but stork might as well because stuck. Right? You got
Well,
frog in her throat.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it comes from.
He'll have a frog.
That's where the expression comes from.
He'll have
Yeah.
a frog in his throat. So I'm happy we got there. D-Bud, who wins?
Team Frog.
All
All the
right,
way.
sweet. Do we have more bad D?
We got one more with JSN, big time play, big time playmaker. We talked about the addition, if you pause it here, of Rashid Shaheed, who circled down the bottom of the screen once again with a cut split around midfield. Buda Baker, he's going to dive down from the opposite side to take that crosser away from the speed. Rashid Shaheed does a great job with leverage, so he's taken away. But down the field, now you have a one-on-one. And just like we saw kind of the flip side of Marlon Humphrey with the Ravens, stacking the receiver, this is what great receivers do. Run good route, great patience, out and up, and then he stacks the DB. Incidental contact
Box him
once
out.
again, box him out, falls, and then goes up and catches the ball. So big-time play by the guy who's playing the best wide receiver right now in football with JSN, and obviously a great throw from Sam Darnold as well. But the coverage, focus on Rashid Shaheed early, 6-man pressure, they don't get home, big-time play down the field.
AJ, they're saying Brian Hartline may be another coach somewhere. He's calling plays this year. I think I forgot about that. And all of his guys are dominating the NFL right now. What are your thoughts on that potential move and everything JSN's been doing, and Emeka Ibuka, and I guess Marvin Harrison Jr. now with the Cardinals coming in.
Yeah.
Basically, everybody coming out of that factory that Hartline, the wide receiver room in Ohio State, has.
Yeah, obviously Hartline is one of the best recruiters in the country, and he's one of the best coaches when it comes to technical, how to run routes, how to sit down and find the open space. I think if Hartline wants to leave and wants to get a head coaching job, there's plenty of people that want him. I just don't know what his plan is. I think he could have left many times earlier, but he likes where he's at, I think.
Yeah, people are also really talking about Kubiak. Kubiak, now that they're going through who Kubiak's been with and what years. Brock Purdy's best year as a pro. Kubiak was, I think, the pass game coordinator or the OC. I forget which one. Darnold now, obviously, I forget, but there's a tweet that has all of them. And Kubiak they're talking about, too, with the Giants being kind of the belle of the ball with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I love Hartline. He's our guy, our age. I think he'll be a great head coach. AJ talked about all the things, the development of the guys that come in there and how they are when they leave, and then how ready they are when they hit the pros. Been wide receiver youth for sure.
You don't want Brian Hartline at Penn State? You say those guys are too talented?
No, I would love him. I've said that from the beginning, how good of a recruiter he is. He gets every wide receiver. I think he owns Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's who he gets a lot of his guys from. Great play caller. He's obviously a great player. I played against him when he was at Ohio State, and I just don't think he's on the list for some reason.
Wait.
You change that?
Marcus Freeman was his teammate. He's doing all right.
Yeah, he's doing great. James Laurinaitis is, I think, the linebacker coach. That could probably be the DC.
Yep.
I mean,
AJ Hawk, maybe?
No, I think I'm good where I'm at. But, yeah.
You don't want to coach
James
Penn
would be
State?
great.
You want to coach? How about when President Trump was saying Nick Saban needs to fix this for college sports?
I love it. Of course.
It's I don't think he wants to do that, dude. He's got a pretty
It's a lot of work. It seems like a lot.
Yeah, I know he can do it, though. Yeah, you actually, I think, could. Yeah, Nick's the guy for that. That's a funny...
Oh, yeah.
That's a fun... No, and I assume... I haven't talked to Coach Saban about it yet. I assume he'll say, hey, thanks for... All right. Give me all these jobs. Everybody wants me to work. I'm having a pretty good time. I like this job. I like my fucking golf. He's the best. Coach Saban is the guy, though. Yep. If anything's going to get fixed. Everything DB, good DB.
Thank you.
Baby D-Bot.
Pretty good show today.
Hell yeah.
3 hours, 52 minutes, fresh out of Paris Island. 0400 wake-up call for some of us. Would you have won?
1,000%.
AJ, can't believe you made it at all. I will be there was the text. I mean, he was sending hilarious movie text messages to me and to the group about, I will make it happen. Planes canceled.
Never doubt AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I did actually, just because of how hard it is to get to where we were, especially with it all. But obviously, coming in about an hour before the show, AJ Hawk drives in. Who is it? Holy hell, how'd you get here? Don't know. Then you take off and head out of there. We're appreciative of that entire thing. Man.
It's a great day.
Dude, I'm thinking about it all right now, like the 4 a.m. thing. Would you have done it if you were there?
Oh, yeah, I would have had to do it, yeah.
D-Butch did it.
Yeah, I had to.
Con Man was slept in a barracks. Ty Schmidt was fighting his own battle there. First to fight. Ty said, you got it. I'm a Marine. Was coming out of the attic and the basement, I do believe, for Ty Schmidt yesterday morning. Fought through it. Shout out to the Marines.
Got back in the fight.
He did get back in the fight. That's how the Marines were talking to Ty, by the way.
Yeah.
Back in the fight, which is good. It was a wild experience.
Yeah.
D-Butch, what you've kind of now, you're 24 hours removed from it. What are your thoughts for what we saw in the morning? Not just the lights, but everything.
Yeah, you compare, my pop's been in the military, older brother, younger brother. You hear stories about boot camp and being, having training camp and things like this, but this was different just to watch these. And you forget like how young these people are. A lot of when you see their faces, like, damn, these are kids, fresh out of high school or maybe early 20s. And it's a lot of things that they're learning or being taught for the first time at the highest level. So we've seen people that have gone to the military, maybe we grown up with, and then become completely different people. And this is just a small glimpse, and it's kind of why we walk away from like, oh man, that was intense, that was crazy. And this is probably like somebody watching the individual period of one of our practices. We were in there for 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. So they had another entire day, and this was day 19. So it was awesome to see. It was awesome to get up and watch. I didn't want to be the asshole just on the sideline, arms crossed, watching guys suffer. But they weren't paying attention to us at all. This was awesome.
That was a funny part of it because I've had the opportunity to do this once before, AJ, and the way the entire barracks or a platoon is in a barrack here. There's a company is the entire building. There's 6 platoons per company. This was the Mike I think.
Mike 4, I want to say.
I think, 3rd Battalion Mike here that we got a chance to see, and they were obviously up and at him. But some of the boys were like, I don't want to go. I feel like a bad guy. Debo wasn't the only one. I'm like, hey, brother, they have no fucking idea you're in there. These guys, their brains are just full on. Whoa. They're 19 days into this thing. It's like, it's very cool to watch and get a chance to see it like kind of construct a disciplined, accountable war dog is happening right in front of us, which is what the Marines are trying to do. And 19 days in there, some of them look like they have not done a lot of physical activity in their lives. Think about how sore you are 19 days.
Oh, yeah.
Just go do 100 push-ups if you haven't done anything in a while, and then see how everything feels tomorrow. And then guess what? We're doing it more. 200, 300, we're doing all this. And then pull-ups as well, muscles that people probably haven't used. Just those little muscles. And then you're sleeping for 4 hours, kind of. Sleeping. It's very
kind of. When you know that's how you're waking up, too, you don't, like, good luck sleeping. When you wake up, is it here? Like, you always wake up looking, I cannot imagine the mental games that plays on you.
And they're just trying to harm you.
That was crazy, too, though. Just how soundly some of those guys were sleeping, because it was we got in there probably 4 or 5 minutes early, so we saw some things going on, which was loud to the normal person, but you just seeing guys just it's 3:59 and you get that countdown till 4 o'clock when all the lights on the base go on, and then it's just full chaos immediately.
There was the closest bed to us. Yeah. Guy had this blanket up over his shoulder, kind of cuddled up. He looked guy above him was up, like just, oh my God. There's action happening.
Yes.
There's night watch happening. There's somebody on guard. Their DIs are now all in there. There's extra DIs in there because Sergeant Major's also there. So they're having it it was very, I don't want to say loud, but there's no quietness, and there's lights and everything like that. And the guy on the top bunk just eager, I don't want to say eager. Yeah, probably eagerly awaiting whatever was about to happen, clearly. And then right below him was such a perfect depiction. He's just so comfortable. And we're sitting there with, 7 DIs. Okay, and then retired DI, Bull Rush, First Sergeant Gartland. And you point that out, and they just get fuck that guy. And it's that guy has no idea that his comfort right there just literally spiked the DIs all right, we need a little bit too comfortable around here. Things are a little bit too comfortable, and then all of a sudden, boom, bang, up here, back there, pow, go brush your teeth, shave your face. I don't want to see a single hair on there. Has to happen in less than 30, 45 seconds. Get back here, line up, go get your shirt. Where's your shirt? Get your jacket. Where's your pants? Where's your boots? Get it back. Put your socks on. Quicker, 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 quicker. Where are your socks? Guy dropped a sandal. Awesome. Just what a moment. Accidentally trying to put them on, throws one out into the middle. Just all of us just look at it and go, oh no, this guy might be dead. DI turns around, what is this? Do the entire thing, banging the bow, we're right back in there. It's discipline is kind of taught very quick, and then the buy-in is outrageous. I mean, we obviously saw it yesterday with the crowd in a yes, no answer. We got a yes, sir, no, sir. But in there, the buy-in is just immediately, what do you need? Where do you need it? How? And then whenever you join them, that's why it feels like such a family. We've all been through the same thing. The buy-in is real, and we've experienced it. We were lucky to be there yesterday, man. We were lucky to be down there. What a cool place, Parris Island. I wouldn't have made it.
You would have made it. You couldn't quit. Remember you asked him, hey, how did you quit? What do you tap out? You ring the bell?
No. None of that.
Hey, you're here. You will make it through, and we will see to it. Get injured? It's cool. Yeah, we'll put you in. You'll be wearing a little different color over here, and then you'll just have to restart. Guess what? It's going to be waiting on you. Yeah. And while you're doing that, you're cleaning all this shit. Whatever you can do, you were cleaning everything at all times. We were trying to create Marines here. Welcome to Parris Island. What an honor it was. 18 years old, walking in there. Just think about if you came from a pretty nice little area. I want to be a part of Marines who walk in there. Hey, how's it going? Shut the fuck down right now. Then the amount of pride that they have. Yesterday, getting a chance to talk to all the families and parents and ex-Marines and everything like that. Once a Marine, always a Marine, but you understand what I'm saying? Retired Marines, so much pride.
Yeah.
So much pride in that place. And it's because of how hard it all is. That's why you have so much pride. It's like football. The reason why people are so happy is because the amount of work you put in and how hard it is. If it was easy, everybody would do it. And if it was easy, everybody would get to have these great times. It's the hard times that create the great celebrations, I think.
And they are ready.
Yeah. All of them.
They're ready. they're ready. Like we got kids, we got different things. Well, hey, yeah, we'll lay it on the line for our loved ones, wife, kids, whatever situation. Like it's a complete different thing to be ready to lay it on the line for somebody you may not even like, you don't agree with, you don't know, but like, hey, this is what I signed up for. And then to also be almost like, cause I look at it, anytime I'm talking to anybody, I still view myself as an athlete or a football player. It's like, football players, we sign up to play football because we want to play the game. Like we want to go make tackles, we want to score touchdowns. These guys, Marines in particular, they want to go play the game. They're ready to go into the game. Tag me in, coach. So it's great. It's a great feeling to know, like, hey, these motherfuckers are on our side.
Still exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, still exists. Still got them. So that should be a nice message to the rest of the world. We saw them. We still got Marines. Okay? And that is not good for you. You guys want to do some shit. Let alone all the other branches of animals and dogs that we have out there. Very lucky that the military took us in yesterday, and we appreciate the hell out of them. All right. Tone, why don't you get out a hammer? Dahn. Let's get the hell out of here. 4 hours today.
Good show.
Everybody knew this was coming.
Great job.
Little to no sleep yesterday. Pretty big thing. We got to see if we still got it. Might as well go 4 hours.
We're there.
That's a good handshake.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change their life. We're in this thing together. AJ, any final thoughts?
No, not today. Thank you, though. You get pissed at whatever I do say.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, saying nothing.
I want to leave it to AQ.
Good call. AQ, anything to say?
Hoorah!
That was awesome.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Pretty good.
Team on me. Great work today, AQ. Safe travels. Great work this week, D-Bud. Safe travels. Team on me, team on three. 1, 2, 3, team. Goodbye.